like it.
You know, I mean, when you went, you were watching it on tellies anyway.
Yeah.
You know, in the press rooms and things like that. Because you know, sitting outside watching, you know, the go past at 250 miles an hour. But they all are, as Rob Dennis used to think, you know, the best in the world that we get, you know, sort of thing. It was fun for a while. I did like the football, cricket, rugby.
Good morning everyone, and for those of you just joining us, a very warm welcome to the Uptonsteel County Ground. We are 10 minutes away from play beginning here. Leicestershire versus Warwickshire in the Royal London One-Day Cup. The activities are about to get underway as part of the Family Fun Day to Go Wild theme. There are live animal displays taking place in the Mike Turner Cricket Centre and jungle dance sessions for the kids. It sounds absolutely exhausting. Alas, they're going to have a great time and we're going to have a great time too. Leicestershire won the toss a little bit earlier on and they elected to bat first.
Good news on that is that they actually only have...
As always, plenty of food and drink options for you. The Charles Palmer Store is open for bookings for a delicious 2 or 3 course lunch, and the Meat Cafe and Bar is also open, serving all-day breakfast plus a full menu of daily specials throughout the day. Over in the fan zone, you'll find a pizza stall, there's hot roast and burgers as well, and of course the ice cream van and the sweet stall, which I think will do an absolute roaring show today. The Friends of Great Story are here today, serving their famous cakes, tea and coffee. They'll be here from 2 p.m. and they're located inside the Bennett Bar, so make sure you call in and say hello to the Friends of Great Story. The ice cream shop is on the ground floor of the meat bar as well. They'll be serving a delicious range of ice creams and snacks from now. So the time just coming up to, well, just gone 10 to 11. Play keepers it anyway in about 8 minutes time by Leicestershire. And won the toss. Well, that first.
Every stage, we used to do about 5 updates each half hour. All different times. He was a smashing guy.
He used to he was a great kid. I used to work for Sky Sports News Radio, and his winter work, I used to come in. Part of what we used to do in our office for Sky Sports Football 365, Team 12, we used to do commentary for betting websites. So a little tiny little booth. Callie's job was to come in and sit there and play some crowd sound effects. You could choose how big a stadium you thought it should be based on what game you were watching, and commentate for whatever betting website was taking its place. On football, yeah. And that was his winter work. And every year he'd take our boss out for a few drinks just to ensure that that was his gig again.
That is not easy. Little boom screen.
Watching
the foreign games as well.
Mainly Premier League games.
All that kind of aspect. Even so, I remember football 365. Big football.
Yeah.
From Leeds originally?
Lived in Milton Keynes for a bit. Went to uni in Preston. Lived in Leeds. I love Leeds.
What I go and I'll be
He certainly thinks so. Well, it is with some, including the BBC, has to be acknowledged. It means nothing to me with such franchise teams. I'm a Yorkshireman, I don't care with it. Players are whatever, Northern. Means nothing to me. It's not for us, is it, I suppose?
No.
But it's what it's doing to county cricket.
Yeah, I'm very much in the camp that if they'd have just put this much effort and emotion into the blast, then we had a good competition as it was, and we could have still got more overseas players.
Well, we better start. There's nothing on the street, but we can better start. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, and the BBC's ball-by-ball commentary on the Royal London One-Day Cup match between Leicestershire and Warwickshire. Ball-by-ball commentary brought to you by BBC's WM, CWR and BBC Radio Leicester. Mikey Burrows and myself, Richard Ray, your commentators for the game. Mikey for BBC's WM and CWR, myself of course for BBC Radio Leicester. The news from the middle is that Leicestershire have won the toss and chosen to bat first on the same pitch that was used for the game on Friday when Leicestershire beat Somerset. The Leicestershire side is unchanged. And Warwickshire I can give you as well. Mikey's just popped next door to update BBC's WM and BBC CWR. The Warwickshire side, led of course by Will Rhodes, Ethan Brooks, Michael Burgess, formerly of this parish, of course, George Garrett, Ollie Hannon-Dalby, Matt Lamb, Liam Norwell, Krunal Pandya, Dom Sibley, Kai Smith and Rob Yates. Leicestershire, as per, as I say, the side that beat Somerset, which means that Rishi Patel and Nick Welsh will open the batting. Lewis Hill, the captain, will go in at 3. Probably, he says. Vian Mulder, Louis Kimber. Kimber might go in before Mulder, Aaron Lilly, Tom Scriven, Roman Walker, Bjorn Hendricks, Harry Swindells, of course, the wicketkeeper, and Chris Wright. And we probably have time, Mikey, for you to take the first over before you go to do your update.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's an absolutely beautiful day, isn't it? Absolutely delicious. Baking sunshine. The outfield scorched. And a bit of lush green on the wicket. And we're going to get a bit of George Garrett. Liam Norwell, I think it is, to start us off. Norwell running up now, up towards the crease, right arm over, and a decent start, just defended, prodded into the offside for no run, fielded by Lamb.
He's taken a fair number of wickets against Leicestershire over the years. Big Liam Norwell for Gloucestershire, and now of course for Warwickshire. I always think of him as the Marine because he very nearly joined the Marines, and he kind of looks that, he's that build, isn't he? He looks like he'd be a formidable Marine.
He's definitely a fast bowler. big broad shoulders as he steams up towards the crease once more, delivers. He was a little bit wider, tried to cut it away through the offside, but well fielded again, and still Leicestershire yet to get off the mark after 2 deliveries.
You can tweet Mikey or myself at Mikey Burrows, BURROWS, at Foxes Cricket 22. You can email me if you like, richardray23@gmail.com. Whichever method of instant communication appeals, would be delighted to hear from you.
Norwell for his 3rd delivery. Running in from the sponsor's marking up towards the crease, and again it was straight, a little bit off the edge of the bat, but it was down, and they'll scamper through for the first single, and Welsh is off the mark.
Little bit of swing for Norwell, as he would, I'm sure, hope with the new ball. Paul Nixon, Leicestershire's head coach, gave me a little sort of demonstration of the difference between the Duke's ball and the Kookaburra ball, obviously white ball, but how one deteriorates rather more rapidly than the other.
Norwell in once more, steaming up towards the crease, and this one is allowed to flash through to Michael Burgess behind the stumps.
At a cost, Paul said. 85 quid a ball. 85 quid a ball, they're useless after a net session.
Those balls, they've had some trouble getting hold of balls as well, haven't they?
Yeah, nightmare. Really.
Ollie Hannon Darby got in trouble. He gave a match ball away to a young fan a couple of weeks ago. Had to go and apologise to Mark Robinson.
Was it deducted from his wages?
I hope so. Norwell up towards the crease once more. Again, that one is allowed to pass through harmlessly to Burgess. 1 delivery to come of the opening over.
I have no idea, in case you're listening to this and hoping to sort of watch as well, why the stream isn't up and running as yet. No idea at all. Perhaps it is on another site. Oh, update coming for BBC Radio Leicester every half an hour. Good start for the Foxes in that they won the toss and chose to bat first. They're playing on the same pitch as was used for the victory against Somerset that you mentioned on Friday. They'll be hoping to make a better start than they did in that game when they were 18 for 3 after 10. Still managed to go on and score 269, which proved a winning total. 270, 280 you feel would be a good score on this pitch, and they know they'll have to be a little bit patient against their stiffest test in the competition so far. They've made a decent start. We've had just the 1 over here at a sun-drenched Uptonsteel County ground, and the Foxes are 2 without loss.
Bowling on the left end, number 20, Ollie Handel.
Ollie Hannon-Dalby is going to open the bowling for Warwickshire from the Bennett end, but he's going to require, or not Hannon-Dalby, but the batsman Rishi Patel, who'll be on strike, would like people in the hospitality boxes above the black sight screens at that end just to close their sort of patio doors. And I think they have now, or the appropriate ones have been closed, and Patel seems happy enough. He takes guard. The umpires, incidentally, in the game, James Middlebrook and Tom Lungley. 2 players of relatively recent vintage. And Dalby, Yorkshireman, of course, but very much a stalwart in the Warwickshire ranks now. Hoists his shirt up to his shoulders, prepares to come down the hit down the pitch and bowl. Fullish to Patel, very slow loosener, but it was very straight, and Patel poked a little hesitantly forward, thick inside edge and pad. Start of an appeal, choked off behind the stumps. Michael Burgess, I say, formerly of Leicestershire, went to Sussex, but has found a really successful niche at Warwickshire now. 2 slips alongside him. Will Rhodes, the first... No, it isn't Rhodes, actually. It's Dom Sibley.
Dom Sibley, yeah.
At first slip.
Rob Yates.
Yates, the 2 opening batters. As Hannon-Dalby is in again, Patel is leaning forward, playing slightly across his front pad to a full delivery, pushing it out towards mid-on. and there is no run.
So Dom Sibley has been away with England Lions. I don't think he had the greatest of time. There was a lot of runs scored, but he didn't get as many of them as he would have hoped to have done so. Of course, he rather wouldn't normally play in this competition, but given the fact that he's leaving for Surrey at the end of the year, I think Warwickshire are getting their money's worth from him.
Might as well. And Darby is in and bowls on driven. Bit thick inside edgy. I'm not sure it's exactly where he was playing that one, Rishi Patel, but it's gone through the vacant mid wicket. It's a long chase back for mid on, down towards the deep mid wicket boundary. As a consequence of which, as he throws it in from the desert out there, Nick Welsh can turn and make 2 into a comfortable 3. And Patel just wanders down the pitch, having completed the third, and indicates to Welsh that there was a little movement back in to him from that one, and that's what Hannon Darby's been trying to do. There was early movement on this pitch on Friday, and Warwickshire will be looking to pick up early wickets. Leicestershire were 18 for 3 off the power play against Somerset. Hannon Darby is in, 2 Welsh, full and clipped away to almost the same area, not quite as much on it this time. Turning and chasing back is Kai Smith, the relatively diminutive Kai Smith, picks up around about 20-25 yards inside the ropes at deep mid wicket, and it's just 2 on this occasion therefore for Welsh. She moves on to 3. Patel has 4. Leicestershire 7 without loss. There's a little sort of knot of crowd underneath. You can see why they're gathered in that far Melton family stand, because they're underneath the little sort of temporary stroke permanent canopies over there. Hannon Darby is in to Welsh, who again is sort of on the front foot, waiting for it almost, getting forward, and his back foot as he leans forward into the defensive press goes out at a sort of 45-degree angle to the right, so it looks very much as though he's playing across his front pad. In fact, he played it with a fairly straight bat through mid-on.
It's been very straight, hasn't he, Ollie Hannon Darby, in this over. We saw Norwell in the opening one be a little bit more of an outside off-stump line. That's why Hannon Darby's been clipped away a couple of times.
He's in to Welsh, gets a little bit of extra bounce there. Welsh copes with it, gets on top of it, plays with an angle bat down through the vacant gully down towards third man and takes 1. End of the over. 8 without loss. Nick Welsh has 4. Rishi Patel has 4. Rishi Patel yet to really make a big score in this competition. Nick Welsh got a very good unbeaten 100 against Surrey down in Guildford, a ground with which he's fairly familiar. Plays his club cricket down there, Nick Welsh, graduate of Loughborough University, but went through the Surrey books as a youngster and plays at Wimbledon, I think it is, and so that sort of, the clubs around there fairly familiar.
Norwell for his second over, up towards the stumps now. That was rather straight, played nicely towards mid-off and fielded for no run. Throw in from the captain, Will Rhodes, patrolling in that area, trying to have a word with his bowler as he comes back towards his mark. It's always interesting, I think, sometimes, Richard, watching the 2 captains, how relaxed they are just before the toss, and in the conversations they have with the umpires. As Norwell comes steaming in once more, up towards the crease now. There's a little bit onto leg and whipped away nicely. There should be at least 2, you feel, here. It will be a comfortable 2. Nick Welsh, just a little trot back. Yeah, there was a question asked by the umpires towards both captains really, but mainly towards Rhodes, is there anything you'd like to say? And he kind of went to say something and then said, actually no, you know, we're fine. I think one of the key instructions was how many drinks breaks they're likely to get. Norwell coming up once more to the crease now. Oh, nearly chopped on. They'll get away with it. It was Burgess who scampered to pick up the ball, a little inside edge, and he didn't quite know where that had gone for a moment.
Now, that's interesting because we saw 5 dismissals chopped on, if you like, on Friday. An indication that the pitch isn't quite as reliable as the batsman might think. It doesn't quite come on. And to say 5 who played onto the stumps.
Norwell in once more. And that was rather straight again, just played into the onside. They'll scamper through for a single. Patel's on 4, Welsh on 7. 11 for no loss, with 2 deliveries to come of this third over. So the crowd is still coming in. Family fun day, isn't it? I've had a lot of talk about animals today.
Yes.
Here comes Norwell, up to the crease once more. That was a little bit more bounce, well defended into the offside, no run. Nobody seems able to tell me what animals they will be, though.
Now, I think they will hopefully be housed in the Turner Indoor Centre over there, in the cool and the shade, whatever they are. The word wild has been bandied about rather disconcertingly, so quite how wild and whether they'll be caged or whether they're sort of tame wild, I really don't know, but I'd be delighted to be informed.
Well, we're in quite a high position. I thought there's some kind of birds of prey or owls, then we might be in a bit of trouble. Here comes Norwell in again, and that one's allowed to go harmlessly through. A little bit of movement maybe. Seemed to be a few oohs and ahs as it sneaked its way through. End of the third, 11 for no loss.
If anybody has managed to get the stream up and running through whichever portal they choose, whether it's the Edgbaston one or Leicestershire or direct on YouTube, Fox's TV, can they let me know? Because I'm struggling at the moment, which is disappointing. I just heard briefly a very good morning in my headphones, but I'm not quite sure who that was.
I think that might just have been my laptop. I do apologise.
Ah, okay. Was it us? In goes Hannon Darby and bowls to Welsh, who again is waiting for it, just turning it across his front pad out towards mid-wicket. He has a little bit of room to make up to the ball. Tom Sibley's out there already, so Warwickshire realising that it's important to save every run, so Sibley has come out of the slips. There is only the one now, who's Rob Yates, and Sibley is in there at mid-wicket. Welsh moves on to 8 off 11, 12 without loss. Circumspect start from Leicestershire, learning the lessons perhaps from Friday. And Darby, all arms and legs, is in. Lovely on drive, but he's not going to get it through mid-on from Rishi Patel. Didn't quite put his full weight into the shot, as a consequence. Mid-on, able to move smartly, but didn't have to dive or anything like that, just smartly across to his left to make the stop, and did. Warwickshire unbeaten in this competition, 2 wins and a tie.
Yeah, they've had a bit of drama in the last couple of matches.
And Darby is in, slightly short of a length. Up on his toes is Patel, cutting, good diving stop away to his left by Ethan Brooks. Isn't quite able to stop the ball cleanly, did very well diving away to his left though, kept it to 1 as a consequence. Might have gone all the way to the boundary in front of the meet. There is a third man, but he might not have been able to get round the outfield, as you might expect. Burnt to almost to dust. Is very, very fast. 13 without loss. Patel on 2-5. Hannon Darby in 2 Welsh. Outside off stump, slightly short of a length. Forces off the back foot into the gap to the right. This time of Ethan Brooks, who runs back and puts in the slide. Picks it up around about 15 yards inside the ropes in front of the popular Uptonsteel stand between the meet and the electronic scoreboard. And Welsh moves into double figures. Didn't quite time that as well as he would have liked. Picked up 2, 10 to him, 15 without loss.
You mentioned the outfield. Will scuff up the ball, you would imagine.
And Darby is in, held that one back. Good straight, slightly slower ball. Welsh waited for it and just stroked it out into the offside. Matt Lamb fielding in the covers.
There's a bit of matting on one of the pitches, a little bit to the right as we look at it from the pavilion end. Other than that, bit of lush green grass. Sprinklers have been on the middle, not on the rest of it. The supporters were able to go out on the field at Edgbaston the other day. It was proper old school.
And Darby in, slightly short of a length, but got up on his toes well there, Welsh, and rode the bounce and guided it down to third man. And thank you, Mike Jelfs, who sent me a link to a working stream. Hurrah! And so it looks like we are nicely up and running. End of the over. The fourth, Leicestershire. Almost, you could describe it as a solid start for once. 16 without loss. Nick Welsh has 11. Rishi Patel has 5.
Yeah, there was only the one moment, wasn't there? Almost a chop on in the last Norwell over. Really caused for alarm. Everything else has been played quite nicely or left alone. I don't know whether you've mentioned, Richard, apologies as I nipped next door to do an update for BCW and CWR, that it's not windy up here, it's just the fact we've got a fan on that people might be able to hear fluttering against our microphones.
Yes, apologies if it's annoying, but it's basically keeping us alive, essentially. This is a double glazed commentary position.
Norwell in for the first of the fifth, and it was a little bit on leg, just managed to whip it away. Good Nick Welsh. I'll scamper through for a single.
I think this is your first visit, Mikey, to
Yeah.
Grace Road, and these commentary boxes are quite new, really. They're about 3 years old now, I think 3 or 4 years old, courtesy of Wasim Khan. They're little sort of wooden things before, but he wisely had double glazing put in. But it come about 2 o'clock when the sun is beating on the windows, you know all about it.
Norwell up to the crease, that one allowed to go through. It was a nice line from Norwell. Well left alone though. No, yeah. Good friends with the son of a former administrator here. I messaged him yesterday to ask a bit of advice. One of which was, is there any air conditioning? He said, no, some of these buildings date back over 100 years, don't they?
I don't know about 100 years.
Well, that was the information I had. Here's Norwell.
I'm trying to think if any of them date back 100 years. I'm not sure. I mean, people will say to the meet which came to us, which was at the old one of the old Leicestershire grounds. Certainly, county cricket has been played here for over 100 years, but there have been periods when it hasn't been played here. And Leicestershire played for a while at a ground on Ayleston Road, which is only sort of half a mile or so away to the west, and is still used for cricket. Boundary Road, and it's the electricity ground, it's sometimes known as.
In comes Norwell once more, just played away. A little late cut, and Ethan Brooks fielded it well.
But it used to be in the shadows, and of course electricity at the time was generated via a big power station. And I think the predominant word associated with the electricity ground became grit, essentially, in the air and sort of on your sandwiches and things like that. So no longer the case that the power station is in operation, or not in the same way.
It's Norwell coming in, 17 for no loss. I was just checking, actually, just distracted. I've managed to get the stream going on the Warwickshire website, so it is going on now, and it's appeared on your screen now.
Yes, I got it through courtesy of a link from Mike Jelfs, who's got YouTube and up and running. And Ginger Johnny plays, ditto. So anyway, hopefully those who are watching have managed to find a way.
Norwell in for the last of the fifth. On an edge! Ooh. How has that gone through the gap? It's managed to squeeze between first slip and wicket keeper, who both stayed with their hands on their knees, staring down at the ground, unbelieving that it didn't fly into one of their hands.
It would help if one of them had moved. They just both stood there, left it to each other, perhaps. I mean, it was just about at catching height. It would have been a low, tricky one, and in those circumstances, really, Mr. Burgee, you would have thought would have taken responsibility. It was directly between he and Yates, but neither of them moved.
That was the point, though, wasn't it? It was absolutely slap bang in the middle of the two of them. It almost took them both by surprise.
Hannon Dalby is in to Welsh, slightly short of a good length. The Zimbabwe-born Welsh stays on the back foot and blocks it back down the pitch to the Yorkshireman. No run.
Rob Yates is the man at slip. Michael Burgess, the man with the gloves, just having a conversation between each other down in front of us now. Probably still saying, was that yours or was that mine?
I think Burgess has to put his hand up there. For me,
I think I would agree with you. Wicketkeeper takes responsibility.
and Darby is in back foot. It wasn't quite as short of the length, stayed a fraction low, and he was down a touch late on it. Thick outside edge along the ground all the way from Welsh out towards backward point where Brooks is the fielder. Looks very young, Ethan Brooks, to me from here, but it is a long way away.
He is young.
They all are young.
His brother Henry has been taking wickets in the 100 recently. It's always a lot of talk about Henry, a lot less about Ethan, but he's a very good cricketer in his own right.
And Dalby is in, bangs it in again. Back foot defensive shot turned towards square leg by Welsh and well wide of Dom Sibley. Sibley has to run towards the umpire. Tom Langley standing at the pavilion end. James Middlebrook at the other end. Single taken.
Both play their club cricket for Nolan Dorridge in the Birmingham League, who've had some actually phenomenal names in the last couple of years. Ian Bell's been involved in the club. Tim Bresnan was also playing last year, and Carlos Brathwaite joined the Brooks brothers to play a couple of games. So he had his car stolen, Carlos Brathwaite, on his first game. He got a duck and his car was nicked.
Oof. Again, we're just slight issue with one of the hospitality boxes, but people have kindly moved from behind the bowler's arm. They're also standing, leaning. It can be an issue over there. There ought to be some sort of instruction, perhaps, politely. As Hannon Dalby is in, bowls, thick inside edge from Patel, working it behind square on the leg side, but moving smartly to his left at sort of short, fine leg. More on the 45 is Pandya, and keeps it 2-1.
He's got a lovely wide-brimmed hat on as well.
Right, yeah, it's matching. It's in the sort of roughly in the shade that Warwickshire are sporting in this competition, which is a rather smart, darkish blue. And Dalby is in. Forward is Welsh very solidly out into the offside. It goes. You say navy trousers, I suppose. The upper half is not much lighter, but it is slightly lighter, a slightly lighter blue. But it's all by the standards of modern kits, and indeed the standard of Leicestershire kit in this competition, relatively restrained. Well, I do not say that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it has a certain style, I think. And then Dalby in, bowls onto the legs. Welsh feel he missed out, tried to clip it away, thumped into the pad, trickles down towards Pandya. Umpire Middlebrook taps his knee quite stylishly and then receives the ball from Pandya because it's the end of the over, end of the 6th over, and Leicestershire continue just to make that reasonably solid start, to build on it, if you like. 24 without loss after 6. Welsh has 12 of 20, Patel 10 of 16.
Yeah, I hesitated to join in your discuss. My sartorial style is not quite on a par with your own, good sir. Shorts were much needed today, though.
I don't think I've put on long trousers since about end of April.
Norwell will continue from the pavilion end up towards the crease now. It was relatively straight, just about squeezed away by Welsh into the offside. No run.
Yeah, we saw this on Friday. A few sort of batsmen being squared up, just sort of holds a bit in the pitch. And what happened on Friday was that it was thought it might sort of ease throughout the day, but it didn't. Curiously, it just got a little bit slower. So, hence Leicestershire's decision to bat first.
Oh well, up to the crease once more. Again, this time just worked into the onside, and they'll scamper through for a single. He has been relatively straight in his last couple of overs, Liam Norwell. Which as mentioned, there was a little bit of hint of swing early on as he tried to plunder away outside the off stump, and now has clearly decided they're going to try and target the stumps. To see whether that's a worthy tactic. But they say the two openers have got themselves relatively settled without either getting away just yet. As Norwell comes in, and again it's straight and played straight. Back past him for no run.
What there wasn't on Friday was any turn, and whether there might be today, which is really why Leicestershire have left out their off-spin and Nat Bowley. They fiddled a few overs from Aaron Lilly, well, a couple of overs, and Louis Kimber can also bowl a little bit of off-spin, but certainly no front-line spinner. Be interesting to see what Pandya gets out of it.
Norwell once more again for defensive into the offside, fielded by Dom Sibley. Yeah, I was looking down at the potential spin options for Warwickshire. There's a couple of players who can turn their arm if needed, including actually Dom Sibley.
I was going to say Sibley, yeah, has bowled for England. His spin, hasn't he, on a couple of occasions?
Yeah, it's one of those that's joked about more on social media than is actually seen. And Norwell again, nice straight off drive and a little bit of a misfield. Allows them to scamper through for one. They were tempted for two. It was the captain Will Rhodes who didn't gather it cleanly.
Well, Leicestershire suffered a run out in fairly similar circumstances on Friday, and it could have been a huge wicket as well. The very much informed Vian Mulder was run out attempting a second to a misfield along those sort of lines.
Norwell up to the stumps, a little bit of extra bounce, just played away, trying to cut it, but fielded well by Ethan Brooks in that gully, almost point position. And no run, 26 for no loss at the end of the 7th.
For those Warwickshire supporters who aren't familiar with Grace Road, we're up on top of the pavilion, and next to us is a little stand, a really good little stand, because it's so very much behind the bowler's arm, and it's got a metal grating on it, so occasionally you'll hear the sound of somebody walking over that metal grating in our effects mic. But it is the M. Burrows Terrace, which pleased Mike in no end when he realised. In goes Hannon Darby and bowls on the off stump to Rishi Patel, who defends out into the offside. Brooks runs in from point and fields.
Well, I thought it was very accommodating of you on my first visit here. Name a stand after me.
Always name the stand after the visiting commentator.
It just costs a fortune in signs.
It is actually the Morris Burrows Terrace, a former Leicestershire player, very successful Leicestershire player some little time ago now. Hannon Darby is in and bowls short up on his toes and chopping away, cutting it away through the offside for 4 is Rishi Patel. He has been banging it in, Hannon Darby, with some success, but there was a little bit of width there on that occasion, and there was almost an element of relief about the way Patel got up on his toes and chopped it away through the vacant offside. No sweeper out there, obviously we're still in the power play, and Patel moves on to 15-30 without loss.
Yeah, we've been lacking boundaries, haven't we, really? I think there's only one in the 5th from Patel.
And Darby is in. That one stays a fraction low. Patel plays it off the back foot, has to adjust, and having done so, having managed to sort of just manage to get a thick inside edge to it. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. And the Foxes have made a very solid start. They won the toss and chose to bat on the same pitch as was used for Friday's victory against Somerset. Warwickshire a stronger side, unbeaten in the competition so far this season with 2 wins and a tie, so a real test for Leicestershire today. But as I say, they've made a solid start. They're 30 without loss. We're halfway through the 8th over. Nick Welsh has 13, Rishi Patel has 15. 280 to 300 would be decent score on this pitch, which tends to get a little bit slower throughout the day. Blazing sunshine down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Family fun day. It's only £1 to get in, so if you're in the vicinity, make your way down and hopefully see if Leicestershire can go on and force another victory. They're 30 without loss.
Thanks, Richard.
And Darby is in down the slope and bowling to Patel on the back foot, forces it away past extra cover, moving across to his right, Matt Lamb, but he had to wait until he was sure that Lamb wasn't going to get there, and by the time he was sure, it had been fielded by mid-off, moving across to his left, the captain, Will Rhodes.
Just been looking around the ground while you were doing your update there and just seeing how people are huddled in any kind of shade possible. Looking away to the right hand side, there's a little bit from the trees next to the big electronic scoreboard. People on the back rows in there. It's very brave souls who are out in the direct sunshine.
Yeah, Robbie Yates has just left slip, so no slips at all now. An indication of a minimal movement, relatively speaking. In goes Hannon and Darby, and again a slower ball. Nick Welsh stepped forward, was ready to drive. It wasn't quite there, had to adjust, but he did and just guided it down. Beg your pardon, Rishi Patel guiding it down out, backward of point, more or less straight to the fielder. End of the over, the 8th, 30 without loss, 15 Patel, 13 Welsh.
Yeah, I think both sides will be relatively happy with the way things have gone so far. From Warwickshire's point of view, 2 bowlers have kept it relatively tight. There was nearly a chop on. There was a very good edge that flew between wicketkeeper and slip from Norwell. Norwell's looked the more dangerous, hasn't he?
Yes, no question. He did get a little bit of early swing, but there's not much there for the bowlers today, is there? You feel?
It's just hard work.
Yeah. Especially up the slope.
Norwell to continue. Up to the crease. And again, a good bit of bounce off it. It was well played, actually. Rode that bounce and managed to scamper through before Pandya could get across the matting and get to the ball. Scampering through for a single. There's Nick Welsh. Well, just in conversation again with his captain Will Rhodes, who's at mid-off, Pandya at mid-on. A wide fine leg out on the rope as it's played harmlessly into the onside to Pandya for no run. And we've got a deep third man as well. I think he's Ollie Hannon Darby. Again, it plays into that element of Warwickshire trying to bowl relatively straight, target the stumps.
Rishi Patel, best score in his 4 innings in the competition to date was just 25 and only 29 runs overall, so would dearly love a score today.
That's Norwell in, played late, played nicely. They'll get through for one as it goes down to Hannon Darby, that third man, who's got a bit of a towel around his neck, trying to keep himself cool down there.
I saw some of the towels which were sort of plunged in iced water down by the players' sort of dugouts, the T20 style dugouts that have been put out, but haven't, well, just the unfortunate, I think it's Hamza Sheikh down there, the Warwickshire 12th man, because those being made of sort of perspex will be radiating the heat in there, so I think most people in the shade, or on either side in the shade, in the dressing room balconies.
4th ball of the over. Norwell up to the crease, again relatively straight, played relatively late into the offside. No run as Matt Lamb came in. Yeah, those towels, you know, I've got a couple of them. I think I've got one here somewhere in the room next door. You drizzle them with water, you wring it out, and then you flick it a couple of times, and it's got some kind of crazy technology in it that keeps it cool for quite a while. I bought it online. I don't know if it definitely works or not.
Ice Cube was certainly involved downstairs, I saw, but
There's Norwell up to the crease, and that's played nicely late, whipped away, but Annan Delby is down at third man, so just a single added.
it is not easy fielding on the outfield. I don't know what they're like at Edgbaston. Actually, I mean, some of the outfields we've been to have been. Hove was positively lush, extraordinary, really. They must water it very, very well. Beautiful carpet-like outfield here. Well, rather less so.
There's Norwell steaming in a little less strongly than earlier in his spell. Played straight back past him, and Pandya will field. And that's the end of the over. 33 for no loss. Just going along, aren't they? I mean, there was 3 off that over, 4 from the over before, 2 from the over before that, 3 from the over before that. So it's not getting away from anything, but it's just steady.
Yeah, it's building a sort of platform of sorts. They know the importance of keeping wickets in hand. As I say, 18 for 3 off 10 against Somerset became 269. They were dismissed in the final over. There was a really good century from Louis Kimber, very much a man in form at the moment. Mulder and Kimber are the men in form. Welsh and Patel perhaps less so, his century notwithstanding. Hannon Dalby in 2. Welsh again held it back and bunts it rather defensively out towards mid-off. Realises that actually on this occasion there's no chance for extra cover to get across and cut it off, and with mid-off Rhodes back on the edge of the circle, it was a comfortable enough single and it was taken. Welsh on to 16, same as Rishi Patel. I've just seen my BBC Radio Leicester colleague Adam Whitty and his mum and dad. He's brought them here for his mum's birthday, so I'm sure she's delighted about it. In goes Hannon Dalby and bowls.
Oh.
Clipped in the air, straight to mid-wicket by Rishi Patel, who cannot believe what he's done. Wristy player, and he was looking to work the leg side, but what he did was, it was slightly short of a length, and he picked out mid-wicket, and I think it was Brooks who took the catch comfortably enough, and Patel will be very disappointed about that. He flicks his bat into the air, he played himself in, but once again he's not been able to go on and make it count.
It's an absolute gift. I think it was Kai Smith.
Yeah, it's Kai Smith, I beg your pardon. Yeah.
Who got the catch, and he might not take a simpler one all day. Just even the live stream didn't quite catch it as it just popped up nicely for him. So you're absolutely spot on. He couldn't believe what he did. Warwickshire have bowled relatively straight, and that's been the thing. They've plugged away in a relatively straight line to try and challenge the stumps, and Leicestershire have been able just to prod a few away, but without being too aggressive. And that's maybe just been to his detriment, as he seemed in two minds really what to try and do. He knows that Hannon Dalby's had a little bit extra bounce at times as well, and that might have just played a part in it.
Plus it might not, as I've been saying, have quite come on in the way he thought it was going to, and that's the issue with the pitch. So Louis Kimber comes out to join Nick Welsh, the two just touch gloves. Kimber really has been a breakthrough season for him. We were talking about brothers playing earlier. His brother Nick plays for Surrey and caught him in the game between Leicestershire and Surrey at Guildford. It was Kimber caught Kimber and the family were there watching. But Louis has been in super form. He made his maiden List A century against Somerset to go with a maiden first class century at Hove against Sussex the previous month, so very much a man in form, and if he can get in, Leicestershire will be hopeful he'll do so again. Good full delivery from Hannon Dalby, making the tall 25-year-old play. Back down the pitch it goes on the onside. No run.
I don't know what batting position you were, Richard, if you've been playing. I did open for a little period in my younger days. I wasn't particularly successful, but you know full well when you get in and you feel like you're in, and you get to around that 16 mark.
And Darby bowls, comes back inside, moves back in and trying to force it through the offside. He's beaten on the inside, Kimber there.
And then you get out to a delivery that didn't seem on the face of it as if it should trouble you too much. That frustration is greater than any. If you get done by a really good ball, if your stumps go flying, you can't do anything about it, or you manage just to nick off on one that's done something, then you can turn and walk away, can't you?
Yeah, agreed. And Patel will be steaming about that, I would imagine. Hannon Darby in to Kimber, thick inside edge onto the pad, dribbles behind him towards first slip. Robbie Yates comes running in, but a little bit of movement still for the tall Hannon Darby, movement in to the right-handers. Just enough to make to keep the batsman honest.
You can just see in some of the body language of the fielders that wicket's came at just the right time. Very hot day. It's just giving them a bit of a lift.
Yeah, Yates obviously back in at slip for the new bat. And Darby to finish his over is in. A leave by Kimber, and again it came back in, and Hannon Darby's hand started to go into the air. Didn't miss the stumps by so very much, but I guess a good leave from Louis Kimber. He walks away towards short leg to have a word with Nick Welsh, who's come wandering down. End of the over. Good one from Hannon Darby, the first successful one for Warwickshire. At the end of the power play, Leicestershire 34 for 1. Not a great result, but as I say, certainly an awful lot better than last Friday's.
Solid start. Solid, and not a bad over that for Molly Hannon Darby, having got the wicket. Liam Norwell's going to continue here for a relatively lengthy spell. So the sun is shining. It's getting hotter by the second. More crowd coming in, thankfully. Always nice to see a bit of a bigger crowd as Norwell comes driving up towards the crease. Oh, again, a beautiful delivery. He's got the edge. He's got him. Wicket gone. Up went Burgess. Norwell barely even turned to appeal to the umpires, and the finger went up. And Warwickshire got one breakthrough. Now they have a second. And it's a trudge back for Welsh.
Good bounce. Here we go. Let's have a look at the replay. Drew him into a shot. Perhaps he'll be a little bit disappointed with the shot. It was a little bit of a fend outside off stump, and head down. Welsh, having in exactly the same way as Rishi Patel got himself in, got to 16, has got himself out. It's not to denigrate the delivery. It was in the corridor from Liam Norwell, who's bowled well, and as you've been saying, Mike, it perhaps just beginning to feel that having made 16, or sort of got in, been there for 10 overs, should have been needed to be looking to score, but leaving the field at a snail's pace.
Still shaking his head down below us as he gingerly steps over the boundary rope. I've been mentioning the very straight line that Warwickshire's bowlers have been going at. That one just had a bit of movement, didn't it? It was just a touch wider than some of the others. That might have been what tempted him into the shot. Did see one edge flash through on a previous over from Liam Norwell. So he's gone 1 for 14 now as he prepares for just the second delivery of his 6th over.
Good from Rhodes keeping him on, really, because he must have been, after 5 overs up the slope. I know he's a strong young man in this heat. He might have wanted to keep him back a bit, but kept him going.
He's had his injury issues this year as well, Liam Norwell. Yeah, went away with the Lions and then England in the winter, and was potentially being talked up as one of those who might get an opportunity in the new era at international level, and then found himself picking up a few frustrating injuries at the start of the season as he makes his way to the crease now. And always there's a good appeal, mainly from behind the stumps from anything, hands on heads from Norwell.
Inside edgy perhaps, but Leicestershire's Lewis Hill, the captain at the crease now, with his lime green pads, and a slightly different green to most of the rest of the sides. And he's captained the side well, but with the bat he's struggled for runs rather, Hill. Just 32 of them in 4 innings for him, so averaging just 8, so he too badly in need of a score.
In comes Norwell once more, and it was close to another edge. It was a wafty shot outside his off stump.
That was a shot of a man searching for form, wasn't it? It really was. Poor shot from Hill, second ball up.
So I wonder if they just felt like they need to kick the scoring on a bit. 2 fresh players at the crease now. You'd imagine they'd want to bed themselves in, but gone past the 10 over mark. Runs have dried up a touch. Norwell into the crease once more, straight again, this time defended, and no run. Fielders come screaming in. Just let him know you're there. We're on top of you.
I was wondering if any of the Leicestershire players would have been here when Burgee was here. I would have, yeah, Lewis Hill certainly. He's been around for some little time, Lewis, but otherwise I would imagine the entire side has changed in the last 5-6 years.
Put in a second slip as Norwell comes charging in once more. Again, it's relatively straight, just prodded back down the pitch for no run. 34 for 2, 1 delivery to come of the 11th. Welsh made 16 from 28, Patel made 16 from 29, just the 2 boundaries so far. Norwell to finish off as he comes steaming in, and it was late, and again he kind of looked at it, Hill, didn't he? He had a look, thought about prodding the bat out, and then pulled it away at the last moment to let it go through to the wicket keeper.
Wicket maiden for Liam Norwell. So that solid start has evaporated somewhat. 34 without loss after 9 is now 30. Brings Hill down to face Garrett, who is in, outside off stump, little bit of width, steered off the front foot by Hill, cross batted out towards point, but only as far as point, and there is no run. The familiar Hill cry of no echoes around the Uptonsteel county ground.
It's a wonderful part of cricket, isn't it, that the technology in terms of what they actually use for bats hasn't really changed. You see attempts to change at some points.
Garrett is in down the leg side this time. Burgess dives across to his left, does really well to get something behind it. It bounces off his knee down towards a fine third man. It is signalled wide, which is correct rather than by, so it doesn't go against Burgess, it goes against Garrett, who's just started a little, not wildly, but just struggling for early consistency. Garrett, 3 balls, very different in terms of direction and length. 37 for 2. You're going to have to bowl that one again. Down the slope he comes in bowls 2 Kimber. Again it's down the leg side. Again it will be signalled wide. I'm not sure whether he'd have played here before, come down the slope or not. There is a bit of a slope down from the Bennett end towards the pavilion, and he wouldn't be the first bowler just to take a few overs to get used to it, so to speak.
Yes, he's come very keen in, hasn't he, last couple of deliveries. Obviously seeing what the situation was, coming on at a good time with fresh batters in. Just played away off the pad by Hill. They'll run quickly and well back for 2. Wasn't the best of throws back in, so could have run a bit easier than he did initially on that first one. He moves on to 3 from 8 deliveries faced. Kimber's on 6 from 8. Leicestershire 46 for 2.
202 runs in the competition coming into this game for Louis Kimber in just 4 innings.
It's Norwell again. That was a little bit wide on the offside, and Played away nicely. There will be another 2. There was a field around, I think, Ethan Brooks on the boundary.
Louis Kimber doesn't really do sort of sprints. He just sort of lopes slightly more quickly, if you know what I mean. Everything he does is sort of has a gloriously sort of casual demeanour to it. But he's exactly the same whatever he's doing, walking, running, off the field, on it.
Norwell up to the crease once more. It was straight. It's played almost exactly the same position, and Brooks is in quickly, doesn't quite grab it, and it's a comfortable 2. And one of those lovely moments that you see. It was a bit of deja vu. Same delivery, same shot, same fielder, same outcome. And 50 is up.
Deja vu all over again.
So this might be 1 over too far for Norwell. We will see. 4th delivery of it. Up towards the crease now, relatively straight, just prodded into the onside, fielded by Rob Yates. No run.
Does they usually keep a few back for the death from him? Is he one of the death bowlers?
I would imagine so. Certainly looking at what they've got to go for. I say almost just keeps something back for later on in the day. Given these conditions, he's obviously a big man. He's not bowled as many overs as he normally would by this stage of a season because of the injury issues he had at the start. Oh well, in again. That was played nicely late. Down to 3rd man, Hannon Delby, with his white wide-brimmed hat on. Fields it comfortably. Even so, it appears that Norwell is going to be the workhorse of this bowling attack. A lot of balls still to come. This is the final of the 13th over. Norwell up towards the crease, and again it was played relatively late by Kimber this time, and no run. Comfortable bit of fielding for Dom Sibley. 51 for 2 at the end of the 13th.
Been a useful couple of overs for Leicestershire, just to get a little bit of impetus, if you like, into the innings. As I say, Kimber very much a man in form. Hill hasn't been, but he's a busy little player, and if he gets in, he will keep the scoreboard ticking. He's quite clever as well. He's very good at finding the gaps and picking up 2s, and on this big outfield, notwithstanding the pace of it at the moment, there are 2s and 3s to be had. Garrett will be hoping for better from his second over. Is in, bowls outside off stump. Hill tries to cut it, goes straight through Burgess. Don't think anybody... Did he signal? Was it 4 then?
Yeah,
it must have been a bottom edge. Did it bounce before the wicket keeper then? Did he cut it off the bottom edge and bounce before? It looked as though it went straight through Burgess, so it might have been a bottom edge that went through. Either way, Hill has picked up 4, but Burgess got his hands on his hips, looks slightly nonplussed by that one. No real reaction from Garrett or Burgess, i.e. it wasn't a chance. It must just have maybe off the bottom edge and pitched before him. Whether we'll get a replay or have a chance to see that one again, I'm not quite sure. Garrett turns, chases in and bowls slightly onto the legs of Hill, turned out towards mid-wicket. They take the quick single and make their ground comfortably enough in the end. Again, Kimber, although doesn't give the impression of running very quickly, is in fact very quick between the wickets. It must be very frustrating if you're in a sort of race with him. The beep tests and things like that, probably never looks as though he's going to get there, and gets there easily enough. Very athletic young man waits with bat raised as Garrett is in, bowls full to him. It was almost too full as he looked to dig it out. He timed it pretty nicely and it bounced out very quickly towards mid-off, but pretty straight to mid-off, and bounced up towards Rhodes. In it must have been it was bouncing all over the place as it came towards him. Rhodes formed the long barrier, got something behind it, and looked a little bit unhappy about it as it sort of thumped into his tummy, I think, in the end, but resigned. That's inevitable when you're fielding in these sort of conditions at the moment. Garrett is in, better delivery from him, goes past the outside edge of Kimber's bat just outside off stump. I think he was trying to dab it down to third man, not the greatest shot he has played. Again, minimal foot movement.
Mentioned the captain, everyone loves a long barrier if you're a fan of cricket, but also whether he did take it in the midriff, he gave a few kind of dummy bowls if he was warming up to bring himself on, which might have been just pretending that he wasn't hurt, or whether he is genuinely considering putting himself on from the opposite end.
Garrett in, again full, almost Yorker, and dug out by Louis Kimber. Hard down into the ground, walking in from extra cover is Matt Lamb.
56 for 2, one delivery to come in this over from Garrett, his second. He's been relatively expensive and somewhat undid all the hard work of Hannon Darby from that end.
Comes, bowls to Kimber, who whips him away off middle and leg stump down towards wide long leg. Pandya runs around and in, so to speak, picks up about 10 yards inside the ropes, gets his throw away. Kimber takes one and with it keeps the strike. He moves on to 7.57 for 2. The skipper, Lewis Hill, 13 off 14. 57 for 2 has come off 14 overs, so they've got the run rate over 4 now, Leicestershire, and beginning to repair the damage done when they lost 2 wickets. Those of Rishi Patel and Nick Welsh with the score on 35, both on 16 at the time.
Yeah, it's been a good response, hasn't it, from the home side. I say that both teams would have felt it was relatively even, and then Warwickshire got a couple of quick wickets and sensed maybe they were getting on top. Bit of wayward bowling from George Garrett, allowing Leicestershire to recover, and Will Rhodes has brought himself on. He will bowl from the pavilion end up to the stumps now. A little bit less pace on it and a comfortable prod away into the onside, fielded for no run.
Will be an update for BBC Radio Leicester in a minute or two's time.
Might have to depart from you in just a second, go and update listeners to BBC WM and CWR. In comes Rhodes once more. Straight and played high, it was uppish in the air but not quite enough to go all the way through to Pandya at mid-on. Fielded it on the tumble.
That's the danger, isn't it? Again, it didn't quite come on in the way he thought it was going to, and had mid-wicket been that little bit straighter, he would very much have been in the game. Here comes the update. And they'd made a pretty good start. They'd got to 34 without loss, Leicestershire, after 9 overs. Unfortunately, they lost both openers then without addition to the score. Rishi Patel, who was caught at mid-wicket off the bowling of Ollie Hannon Darby, and then Nick Welsh, who was caught behind off the bowling of Ollie Norwell, as I say, both having made 16, so having to rebuild from that double blow, but they're doing so successfully. The captain, Lewis Hill, he's been busy. He's scored 13 off 15 balls, and the in-form Louis Kimber, one glorious 4 already to his name, is on 8. 58 for 2 then, the Foxes, after 14 and a half overs. They know that a good score on this wicket is around about 270-280, and that, I suspect, will be their target. 59 now for 2. There's that one from Rhodes. He banged it in, the first bouncer probably of the match almost, but unfortunately from his point of view and Warwickshire's, he banged it in down the leg side, and Hill able to ignore it really, and immediately signalled wide by umpire Lungley. 59 for 2 therefore the score. Rhodes turns, runs in and bowls outside off stump. Square drive off the front foot by Lewis Hill, but only as far as backward point, who fields cleanly enough. Fielding a sort of across the square, so to speak, so nice and smooth the outfield at that point for Sibley, although he is holding himself as though he's hurt something, Dom Sibley. A bit of the old soldier there. Perhaps Rhodes is in to Hill, who's cutting from just outside off stump. It's one of his favourite shots, down towards third man. Hannon Darby, the fielder down there, throws on the bounce to Michael Burgess. Does Burgess no favours at all, given the hardness and the unevenness of the outfield, and he looks a bit disappointed, Burgess, as he walks back behind the stumps, having half stopped it, and it was as well that Lamb was backing up behind him. 60 for 2, 14 to Hill. Rhodes, elbows jutting, quite a straight run is in and bowls. Kimber stays on the back foot to a slightly short of a length delivery and turns it off an angled face down towards third man. Hannon Darby is the fielder. Kimber takes a single. Again, he keeps the strike as a consequence. The cameraman alongside us here, you can hear the noise of people working on the terrace. It's because an umbrella is being brought up to put him in the shade. The live animal displays are now taking place in the Turner Indoor Centre, so if anybody goes in there, do let us know what wild animals are on display in the Turner Indoor Centre. George Garrett will continue from that end of the ground. The Bennett end bowls to Kimber, full whipped away through mid-wicket, or punched away through straight mid-wicket, and it's going to go all the way as well. Perfect piece of placement from Kimber, beautiful piece of timing to the sort of little knot of spectators under the 3 canopies over there in the Melton Building Society family stand. Kimber into double figures onto 13, 65 for 2. Lovely piece of timing, but again Garrett proving a little bit expensive. 2.1 overs for 20 runs now for George Garrett, 22-year-old. Hair flopping, runs in and bowls on the legs again, and Kimber is good off his legs, turns it away towards deep backward square. There'll be 2 more there. Running around and putting in the slide, picking up pretty cleanly as he does so is Ethan Brooks, but the all-rounder Brooks had a lot of ground to make up to the ball. And Kimber made his 2 more than comfortably, moves on to 15 ahead of Hill. Quite a few people look like they're wandering around to the Turner Indoor Centre to inspect the wildlife. Garrett in to Kimber, better delivery on off stump, dabs it down wide of Burgess. Hill calls Kimber, who looks slightly startled there, through for the single, made it comfortably, sort of dabbed it down into the ground. Burgess took off his right gauntlet, ready to throw, but had a bit of ground to make up to the ball, which was sort of moving towards third slip. Single comfortably taken, so 7 off the first 3 balls. Burgess waves at the Warwickshire balcony. Everything seems to be alright though. Garrett is in to Hill. He's pushing it through mid-on and immediately calling for the single. They are picking their fielder really. Hannon Darby hopped across to his left, put in the side arm throw. He had sort of both sets of stumps to aim at, really, but managed to miss them both as well. And Burgess makes the stop. I think Burgess just wants drinks early. There will be a drinks break, an extra drinks break after 25 overs. But that is still 9.2 overs away, so a good 40 minutes or so perhaps. 69 for 2 as Garrett, continuing to leak runs, comes in to Kimber, who clips in the air just wide of mid-wicket, who leapt into the air again, wasn't too far away from it, out towards deep mid-wicket. Brooks, who's getting through a bit of work out there, picks up and feels. Sibley beats the ground beg your pardon, Yates beats the ground in annoyance. He maybe felt he could have got there, and again flirting with disaster, Kimber, but he's picking up the runs. He's getting away with it at the moment. Moves on to 18, 71 for 2. 26 off his 2.5 overs. for George Garrett at the moment. He is in again to Kimber, who plays it firmly back down towards him. He half stops, two-handed away to his right, deflects the ball quite close to the stumps but not on to them. Hannon Darby completes the fielding at mid-on, and it's the end of Garrett's third over. As I say, 26 from those three. Warwickshire Physio wanders on with something for Burgee. I don't know quite what. Let's have a look, see. 12th man has come on with a drink, but the physio's got something for him as well. Maybe just some sort of pill. Maybe he's got a bit of a headache. As we appear on the stream, so warning, Mikey, there is a camera that will appear from time to time, much to the dismay, I'm sure, of the viewers.
Sure, I would have dressed up if I'd have known we were going to be on camera.
They're all over these commentator cams these days, I'm afraid.
In comes Rhodes, and it's nicely played into the offside. They'll scamper through for a quick single, helped by a little bit of a misfield. The most alert piece of fielding. 72 for 2. Weather that's been getting hotter. Just stepped out of our box, just into the box next door for a second as in comes Rhodes. We've got the benefit of a fan in here and a good breeze coming through. I can tell you just outside of our commentary box, it's very hot.
Yes.
In fact, the cameraman alongside us has gone and got himself a bigger than an
one was
umbrella,
brought up
isn't
to
it?
him, a beer umbrella, yeah. There are some benches with umbrellas over on the far side in the car park over there. Umbrellas very much the order of the day.
Comes Rhodes once more, up to the crease, nicely played, relatively late. Sibley can't stop it. In the Point Gully region, Hannon Dalby in from third man to field it for a single. Hill on 16, Kimber on 19, 73 for 2. Run rate is at 4.4. In comes Rhodes again, up towards the crease, right arm over, a bit more bounce to that. It was played late, rather slapped away into the onside. Boundary rider Guy Smith will come round and they'll scamper back for a couple. He was looking to try and get on top of it, I think, Hill there, and a bit of extra bounce, but he rode it quite well. Unconventional shot, but it'll do.
Sure, but both feet may have been off the ground when he played that. Sort of leapt into the air, swatted it away.
In comes Rhodes again, towards the crease. Again, it was played relatively late, this time into the onside, and Sibley manages to grasp it, diving low to his left-hand side. No run.
It's an important position, that sort of backward point, wide gully position when Hill is batting, because he does love a late cut. Whether that's the sort of information the analysts these days will provide the bowlers with, one assumes it kind of is. But
there's Rhodes in once more. It was rather full, and he feels like he's missed out there. Hill down on one knee. End of the over, 75 for 2. So you look at how things went, and that power play really. End of the 10th, 34 for 1. Then I think it was one ball into the 11th when the second wicket went down. It's been a really good recovery actually to get to this point, 75 for 2. Scoring's moved on at a good rate.
Well, 44 for 2 after 12, so 75 for 2 after 17. 31 off the last 5 overs. This could be interesting now, because we are going to see if Krunal Pandya can get a little bit of turn. He's going to have a try from the Bennett end. I haven't seen too much. It is not a great spinning ground, the pitches at the Uptonsteel. They've tried from time to time, Leicestershire, little bit of dust on things like that, but they tend, when they do that, to get the pitches marked down a little bit, so you kind of wonder sometimes what ECB wants. Pandya taking his time to set his field. You get the impression that he is very much in charge out there at the moment in terms of the field. He's got Yates in at slip, Sibley in at slip, sorry.
Yeah, it
is Yates. It is Yates. They're not
Sibley's
dissimilar in build, are they? Well, Yates slightly shorter. Pandya is in. Is it me or you? Can't quite remember.
I think it's you from the,
It's me. Okay, from that far end, and it beat Louis Kimber outside off stump, in that Kimber was trying to sort of steer it away, didn't get anything on it, and Burgess fairly demolished the stumps.
He really did.
But he has rebuilt them, at least. As Pandya is in and draws a half drive from Kimber. He wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball either, and hence the ooh from Mikey. He wasn't quite, rather beaten in the flight there. A little bit fuller that time from Pandya, and steered quite pleasantly by Kimber out towards backward point, and he knows there's almost certainly a second to Smith out there. He had a long way to go to get to the ball, and it's a fair old throw as it bounces across the bare outfield.
I'm giggling because of Ollie Hunt and Darby. I'll tell you in a second.
Pandya is in, hit up into the air by Kimber, over long off, only just over long off. Everybody stood and watched for 2 or 3 seconds because it looked as though that might be a catch for long off. It wasn't, by not much more than a foot, I wouldn't think. He leapt up into the air but couldn't get 2 hands on it out there. So 6-2 Kimber, but again not entirely convincing. Pandya is in to him again. He goes back and cuts, gets a thick edge to it, and that's going to run down to the third man boundary for 4. Again, a lot of hands on hips out there because Kimber is taking on Pandya here. It's exciting cricket, but you wonder where it's going to end. Louis Kimber has raced on to 31, 87 for 2.
Well, I again, it's relevant because in between that big shot for the 6, Ollie Dalby has got himself into a horrible position here, having bowled through his overs, being a big stiff fast bowler.
Pandya is in. Kimber just pushes him into the gap in the covers and takes a relatively conventional single.
He's got himself where he's very much involved in the game, shall we say. And the one just before the big 6, where honestly he went down in instalments as he tried to get down and dive, and he went through to Kai Smith, and then the last one there. And I think the big man making a point to Michael Burgess, kind of going, do I really need to be in that kind of position? Do I need to be active here? Can I go and field somewhere else? No, I think he might be making the point to Pandya as well. Do you really need me in there? You know, is there a better fielder?
88 for 2 off 18, 13 off Pandya's first over. They perhaps, we're going to have a drinks break after 18 overs, perhaps Leicestershire, deliberate policy, they take on Pandya, see if they can sort of hit him on, or at least not let him get through his overs for, you know, bowl 10 overs for 35 or something like that, and tie them down. Louis Kimber took him on with a degree of success. During the drinks break, all sorts of announcements being made.
Yeah, and a bit of a discussion, I think being led by the looks of it by Colonel Pandya for a time of it. He's an interesting bowler, isn't he? Coming round the wicket, he gets good pace on it actually, really fires it in. He's an experienced man. Warwickshire hoping that he can be a key part of leading them. Obviously he's here for this one-day cup. It's part of, you know, how they've committed to this competition really. Things haven't been going their way in the county championship. Got some big games to come actually. Play the 2 teams just below them in the table in the final 3. They're kind of using this competition to get a bit of confidence back. This is why you're seeing the likes of Sibley and Lamb and Burgess and Hun and Darby really commit to it, and Norwell. Captain Will Rhodes, who is continuing up to the crease now, rather full, a little bit uppish, but played safely into the offside, and Ethan Brooks coming in from the boundary to field, just the single. 89 for 2.
Yep. County champions, of course. Warwickshire.
Well, with an asterisk almost next to it, given the how the county championship was made up last year. I liked it, to be fair.
Yes, yeah. And I think you might see it again next year, in a way. Some sort of conference system looks like it's going to be introduced.
Rhodes in full, bit of a waft. Was there an edge? Yes, there was. Up goes the finger, and the Leicestershire captain is on his way back into the pavilion. A long lingering look from him. He's been struggling for form. 18 from 23. It looked like he'd got himself going, but it was a similar shot to one he played very early on in his innings, and this time the Warwickshire captain induced the edge, and it's an important breakthrough for the Bears. 89 for 3.
Yeah, I don't think the ball did anything as such. It was out there. It didn't quite get to the pitch of it. Driving a little bit inside out. Head went straight down. He knew straight away, and Rhodes didn't really sort of bother to appeal, really just wagged his finger. Must have been a big thick outside edge, and Hill, having got himself in, 18 off 24 balls. Decent partnership. Indeed, it was a 50 partnership, which we didn't really acknowledge. 34 on to 89. But 50 partnerships, while useful, don't necessarily change games, and Hill will be very disappointed. This, however, could be a key partnership. Vian Mulder, who has been in astonishing form with the bat of late, comes out to join Louis Kimber. I mentioned his run out on Friday. Before then, well, his sort of form started in the county championship with a spectacular unbeaten double hundred against Sussex at Hove, but he's taken it on into this competition as well. 237 runs in 4 innings with a best of 116 not out.
Yeah, this is the crucial stage, isn't it?
Yeah.
For both teams. You feel another wicket, another couple of wickets. As Rhodes comes in. Well defended, straight back to him. Caught it jumping up, left hand went out there. Another couple of wickets, and the Bears will feel they're fully in control. Another rash of runs like we saw after the last wickets fell, and Leicestershire may well feel like they're on for a good target to set. Warwickshire have done most of the batting first in the One Day Cup so far, as Rhodes comes in, and again it's relatively straight and just prodded into the offside to Matt Lamb for no run. 89 for 3, 2 deliveries to come of Will Rhodes' third over so far. He is 1 for 9. Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bat. As Rhodes comes in, a little flick down the leg side, it will be a wide. No bat on it, straying off his line of touch. Will Rhodes did say, I think, at the toss that he would have batted as well.
He did. Very good afternoon to Adam Whitty's stepdad Ron, who's listening to the game through his hearing aid, which apparently can link up to the commentary on Bluetooth. He's in the ground. You're very welcome, Ron.
Rhodes up to the crease, and again a defensive shot into the offside, no run.
How long he'll be able to bear with us on the commentary remains to be seen, but your stepson Adam is often alongside us in the commentary box for the T20s. We might be able to persuade him to come and give us a spell at some stage when we expire of heat exhaustion later in the day. But I hope he's enjoying his visit to Grace Road.
Rhodes up to the crease, played nicely into the offside, and Mulder off the mark, just through for a single. Again, it was Ethan Brooks doing the fielding. And 91 for 3 at the end of 19.
I've been saying to BBC Radio Leicester's FM listeners in the updates that the 269, 270 they got against Somerset is a testing score. It's a big target on a pitch when it isn't quite coming on. Warwickshire, very strong batting lineup though, in form as well. You can't help feeling Leicestershire are going to need something close to 300 to be really in the game against this strong Warwickshire lineup, and they've got a lot of work to do to get to that point. Louis Kimber though is in super touch at the moment. Vian Mulder still playing himself in. Pandya comes in and bowls to the South Africa international, who leans forward and works it firmly, but only as far as cover, where Rhodes is the fielder. I always think of Rhodes as a Yorkshireman. In fact, he was born in Nottingham. In goes Pandya and bowls, and Rhodes is again in action, falling to his left to make this stop. Played for Yorkshire for many years, of course.
He's a good captain, good leader.
Indeed. Pandya is in. This time he's driven through the vacant mid-off. Bounces out towards long off, where it is fielded. Who's that out there on the long off boundary? It's Garrett, I think, isn't it? It was cleared just previously. Pandya is in. Leaning forward is Louis Kimber. Angles his bat, steers it, but only as far as backward point.
I do want to point out to you, Richard, I did mention the position of Ollie Hannon Darby on the first over. He has been moved.
He has been shifted. He has indeed. At his own behest, we hasten to add. In goes Pandya, bowls to Kimber, goes back and forces off the stumps, but successfully and cleanly out towards the fielder on, or the sweeper on the offside, who's Kai Smith. Single is taken. Pandya much harder to get away in this over. Comes in and bowls to Mulder, who leans forward, punches away through the vacant mid-off area out towards Garrett, coming in from long off, takes one. So just the 3 singles from the over. Mulder proffers his bat to umpire Middlebrook. It goes through the gauge successfully. End of the over, 94 for 3 after 20. Innings sort of in the balance, so to speak.
Yeah, Pandya is a very interesting bowler to watch. He's flat, he's relatively quick, and he's relatively full. And we saw in the first over he maybe didn't quite get it right, and he got whipped away, maybe a touch wider, that time a bit straighter, and so it's harder to play him off the back foot. It was a very tidy over that came from him. Will Rhodes starting his 4th over from the pavilion end. Up to the crease now. It's a lovely crashing drive. We'll get 4 runs, worthy of it. Beautiful shot on the move, really. Just managed to give himself some room and slap it away.
If he gets in, Mulder, he will do damage. He loves these conditions. Took him a long time to get used to the English conditions. The red ball. But as the weather has improved, so has he, basically. Looks every inch of the international that he is. 10 tests, plenty of ODIs and T20 internationals as well. Leicestershire all a little bit nervous with South Africa having arrived, that any injury might see him called up to the touring side.
Rhodes in towards the boundary now, towards the crease I should say. And it's just whipped in to the onside for no run. I say I always find it interesting when we always talk about the weather, and obviously we're very much focused on it because it's significantly hotter than even we would normally expect for a British summer, but overseas players are probably thinking, what are you talking about? This is absolutely perfect. This is what we play in. In fact, it might even be cooler. Rhodes in again, that was full, and it's a nice shot, but it will be fielded by Ollie Hannon Darby on the edge of the circle, just the one this time. Say I have relatives out in Australia, Richard, that often will say to me, what are you talking about, 40 degrees it's perfect. That's when you've got a swimming pool and you've got air conditioning.
Yeah, it reduces us to immobility basically, doesn't it?
Rhodes up towards the crease. Again, relatively straight. Not a huge amount of pace on it, but it's nicely played into the offside for another single. And the 100 is up. 100 for 3. With 2 deliveries to come of the 21st over. It was 34 for 1 after 10 and 94 for 3 after 20. Even Stevens this. Rhodes up to the crease once more. That was a little bit more onto the leg side and just whipped away. Kai Smith was quick, but he did miss field, so it's allowed them to come back for a second. Mulder took a long look at it, and Smith, rather coming in as quickly as he could, ended up running past the ball.
I mentioned why he would have taken a long look. He ran himself out in pretty much exactly those circumstances against Somerset. But this time it wasn't a juggle, he left the ball behind.
Taking on Warwickshire.
Update for BBC Radio Leicester.
That's the latest.
102 for 3 Leicestershire, so the innings rather in the balance. They've had just about 21 overs now. In fact, that is the end of the 21st over, so it's a solid enough start. They've been disappointed to have lost 3 wickets, those of the openers Rishi Patel and Nick Welsh, for 16 apiece in a few minutes ago. The captain, Lewis Hill, who'd gone on to 18 when he drove at a delivery from Will Rhodes and edged a catch behind to the wicket keeper. That made the score 89 for 3. Louis Kimber, though, who is in supreme form at the moment, he's 35 not out of 33 balls. He's been joined by another batsman who's in very good touch in Vian Mulder, who's 10 not out after 13. If these two can stay together for any length of time, Leicestershire can be hopeful of getting their score up to around about the 280 even 300 mark that you feel they will need against a very strong Warwickshire batting lineup. 102 for 3, the Foxes.
Thanks, Richard.
Missed just one delivery that Kimber from Pandya steered to backward point for no run. Pandya is in. Back goes Kimber, an expansive crash through the offside off the back foot. Didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. Consequently, a fairly comfortable stop for Smith out there in front of the Uptonsteel stand. Plenty of shirts off there. Hope there's lots of sun cream on. In goes Pandya. Looking to paddle sweep is Mulder. Doesn't get anything on it. It is stopped by the pads of Burgess, and Mulder's cross with himself just for not paddling that down to fine leg for 4. Signalled wide though. In goes Pandya and bowls. Mulder is just leaning forward and working that firmly through the vacant mid-on area down towards long on for 1. He loves spin bowling, Mulder. Gives the impression of loving it. Just works it around nicely. Bullies it almost. As Pandya is in to Kimber, who's leaning forward. Thick inside edge that squirts away rather through square leg. Bit of work to do for Ethan Brooks coming in from the boundary, but does it well. Keeps it to 1.
Just looking down below us, Dom Sibley is off the field for the time being. Just down on those perspex subs benches, if you like. Just having a drink.
He's got some splendid sun cream on. In goes Pandya. Mulder tries to whack, gets a thick inside edge onto the pad, and it doesn't miss the stumps by very much, I don't think. He's keeping Rob Yates in at slip, Pandya, so he thinks there's a little bit of turn. In he goes and bowls. Mulder is looking to turn into the leg side, comes off the pad, trickles towards Hannon Dalby, who has to run in from short fine leg to field. The leg by is taken. Mulder sort of swats in the air, a little bit annoyed with himself for not really connecting too much. The aforementioned Sibley has come back on the field now. I think he was hit on the handle when he was fielding at backward point earlier, so whether he's just sort of a bruise or two. He was showing Hannon Dalby his hands there, wasn't he?
Mentioning his sun cream, by the way, on my journey over this morning from West to East Midlands, stopped off to get a bit of petrol, went in, paid, got back in the car, looked at myself in the rearview mirror and noticed I had quite a bit of white sun cream. I hadn't rubbed in properly on my nose. No one mentioned it. Here's Rhodes up towards the crease. Nicely played, but no run.
Perhaps they thought you were going to play cricket or something, but it's understandable in these conditions, I suspect.
Unfortunately, my cricketing days are gone. The back is not quite what it used to be.
Umpiring, maybe.
Here's Rhodes up towards the crease once more. That's a good shot. It was up in the air. Cut away. Will find its way to the boundary for 4. The chase was on. I think Liam Norwell fielding down at third man. Get across to it.
Simply dived to his left, didn't he? Couldn't quite. Now he's examining his left elbow ruefully. He wasn't that far from it, that's for sure.
111 for 3. As Rhodes comes in. A little bit of a slower delivery, a bit straighter, and just prodded away into the onside.
Kimber hasn't had much of the strike of late, has he? It's all been mulled. It's the danger, I suppose, is when you're in form, you just play slightly too expansively, and Mulder's hit a couple in the air.
Rhodes up to the crease once more. Again, it was relatively straight, well played and well fielded as well. They will get through for the single as Alan Darby comes over to help out Rob Yates to pick up the loose ball. Run rate is just shy of 5 and over.
Leicestershire could do with these two being together for sort of 15 overs or so, really. Build a really solid platform for a late charge.
Rhodes in once more. That's down the leg side. That'll be a wide. Just not quite got his line right the last couple of deliveries. So I was looking round. There's still those trying to take shelter in the family stand in the far corner. There's some trees providing some shelter from the electronic scoreboard. Rhodes is in once more. That's a good shot away, played off the back foot, punched down towards long on. Pandya throws back in. One more to come of the 23rd. I think the Geary bar doing
It is.
a bit of
Used to be a little stand in there, used to be seats in there. Now just the bar, really. Open on for one day fixtures by and large, T20s and occasionally RL50s.
It's a nice place to stand and watch cricket from there. Rhodes up towards the crease, a little bit extra on there, and it was well played and well fielded. Sibley in that extra point gully type region. So 114 for 3 at the end of 23. Mulder's on 16, Kimber on 38.
Pretty much exactly 5 runs and over. Can maintain 5-6 runs and over for the next sort of 10 or so. Work things around. As I say, if these two stay together, they can really look to accelerate the latter part of the innings. Pandya, aggressive in mind, if not necessarily in the way he bowls, has still got his slip in, he's still got Yates in, looking to turn it away from the right-handed batsman. Comes in and bowls to Kimber, who lofts one over extra cover, and it is going to be one bounce into the advertising hoardings alongside the electronic scoreboard. Nice pick-up and a hit. Went through with the shot, not afraid to hit the ball in the air, but it was a much safer, strangely, shot than the straight one over long off previously. It only just cleared George Garrett. Well, that was very safe into the wilderness out there. Picks up 4. Pandya is in, clipped firmly through straight-ish mid-wicket. Mid-wicket, dives across to his left. In fact, it's Garrett in there at mid-wicket. Not sure they do swap fielders around from time to time. Warwickshire keep them interested. Out to long, on it goes. So a single to Louis. Kimber moves onto 43. Pandya in 2. Mulder, who calmly drives it away along the ground through mid-off out towards long off, takes 1.
I think that's
120
Sibley
for 3.
down there.
Okay. Some sides do it though, don't they? They sort of rotate. Others have specialised fielding positions. Again, Kimber this time is driving through mid-off out to Sibley, who the ball bounces up horribly towards him. He grabs it at the second attempt. Single taken again. Pandya, 4th over, being milked a little bit. 27 off 3.4 for him at the moment. He is in 2. Mulder just stands still and looks to force it out through the offside. But extra cover, scrambles across to his left. The skipper Rhodes and makes the stop. Pandya is in, and this time it's a little straighter, and therefore Mulder is able to drive it through the vacant mid-off area out towards Sibley and take 1. End of a productive over as far as Leicestershire are concerned. 122 for 3, so 8 runs from the over. Vian Mulder has 18, Louis Kimber has 44.
One of the things about those Pandya overs is he doesn't half rattle through the deliveries. Barely gives himself a moment to think. George Garrett's going to come back on, but this time from the pavilion end. Didn't have a great time bowling beforehand. He was really the man that released the pressure being built up by the 2 opening bowlers. Went at 8.66 from his 3 overs previously. Up for 26 from 3. Mulder's on 18 on strike. Kimber on 44. 122 for 3. As we approach the halfway stage, Garrett up towards the crease. Good quick action. It's had a huge bounce on it as it was played into the ground by Mulder. That allowed them to get through for 1 as Hannon Darby swept around. Looking around the ground, there's glint from some of the windscreens from the cars parked behind the Bennett end. It's Garrett who was charging in once more. That was a little bit down leg side. He went full down leg side. He will be a wide. He's definitely not got his line right today.
He's struggling a little bit, George Garrett.
Bowled well by all accounts the other day. He was on media duties afterwards, which is always a good sign.
2 for 50.
There's Garrett. That was straighter, played into the offside. In comes Ethan Brooks, fields it well, keeps them down to a single. 125 for 3.
Different day, different ground, not necessarily different conditions.
He's another that's had to be patient. Craig Miles got a call up, late call up to the 100 the other day. Garrett comes in, that's well played, straight back down the ground. It will be fielded, cut off by Rob Yates, so they'll only get 1.
Yeah, blow that, isn't it, really, for Warwickshire, you losing Miles in those circumstances. One of the key bowlers, I would imagine, in this Bears' strategy for the competition, really, once he didn't look like he was going to get 100 gig.
He took 3 for 53 in the game against Gloucestershire. Norwell was the pick of the bowlers in Surrey. That's down the leg side. Was it nipped? They're appealing for it. Nothing there. Don't think it's been signalled a wide either.
Must have flicked the thigh pad or some noise of sorts then. Saved him from the wide signal again.
Yeah, bowling, or the fate of fast bowlers, has been a big frustration for Bears supporters this year. Not seeing Chris Wokes at all. So So Norwell's had his injuries, Ollie Stone's had his well publicised injury issues. As he comes back into the crease now, Garrett, and couldn't quite grasp it as he lost his footing in the middle of the pitch. Alan Darby got across, but it is a single. Say, Ollie Stone now departing at the end of the year. There is a real frustration, I think, amongst a lot of Warwickshire supporters that they've been there with him over the last couple of years. So, you know, it's not his fault that he's picked up the stress fractures to the back that he has, but you never know quite what the situation is behind the scenes. As Garrett comes up towards the crease once more, nicely played off the back foot. Kai Smith, I think it is, round on the boundary, and they scamper through. A couple more, 129 for 3 at the halfway stage.
Yeah, Leicestershire felt much the same about Tom Taylor when the all-rounder moved to Northamptonshire end of last season, that they'd sort of steered him through some serious injuries and helped him, but they're very disappointed to see him depart.
Well, it's been a big reason why Warwickshire have not been anywhere near in contention to defend their county title, really. That last year, what really propelled them to it was Miles and Norwell, Wokes for the last couple of games, Bresnan as a change option in there, and then the spin of Danny Briggs. Of course, Briggs not available as he's playing in the 100.
Well, Pange's coming off. They've decided he's gone for too many, and Norwell coming back on perhaps earlier than Will Rhodes might necessarily have wanted him to. But he's going to have a go from the Bennett end down the slope to Kimber, who drives him beautifully for 4. Over pitched on off stump. Kimber crashes it away to the extra cover boundary, and that is 50. Another 50 for Louis Kimber. Really is in super form at the moment, the 25-year-old from Lincoln, and making the most of that form. It came of 44 deliveries, 5 fours, and as you heard, 1-6 to Louis Kimber, his second half century of the competition to go with his century. Can he go on again? Norwell is in to him and squares him up a little bit, thick outside edge, and rolls out towards extra cover where Lamb is the fielder. Kimber, by his standards, shows a degree of emotion, really. I don't mean he's an unemotional character, but he doesn't often show it too much. But he sort of raised his eyes and head to the heavens there. Having been squared up by Norwell, he was a little bit cross with himself.
Batted very nicely.
Norwell is in to him. He's driving again, thumps it towards extra cover. It goes through in the end, Matt Lamb, but Lamb got 2 good hands to it, and it only trickled 3 or 4 feet behind him. They couldn't take the chance, but he saved 4 runs there. Lamb falling away to his right, because that one was timed beautifully again by Kimber. One of the features of his batting is how well he times the ball.
Yeah, he's played some absolutely delightful shots. At times there was the big 6 off Pandia, but he also hit a lovely into-out one a couple of overs ago.
Norwell is in to him, slightly short of a length. He turns his wrists on the defensive shot as it rises up towards off stump, and the ball just drops back down the pitch on the offside towards him. Umpire Middlebrook sort of has a quiet word with Liam Norwell, who might have been getting a little bit close in his follow through to the line of the stumps. Umpire's very keen.
This is
off.
Norwell's 8th over. Nobody else has gone beyond 5.
Down the slope he comes, bowls to Kimber, who's turning the slightly short of a delivery length off the stumps out towards backward square. Takes the first one quickly just in case there is a fumble. Ethan Brooks doesn't fumble, so it is just the one. Kimber onto 51, 134 for 3, so 45. These two have now put on so far for the 4th wicket in decent time. Shared the runs between them. Mulder on on strike waits with bat raised as Norwell is in. Toom stays a bit low, was going on down the leg side. Burgess's hand started to go into the air. In fact, he was the one who was appealing. Norwell didn't bother. Might have been inside edge as well. End of the 26th over, 134 for 3.
Yeah, there was a bit of interest in it from the fielding positions, not really from Norwell. And he would have probably had the best view of it as he goes trudging back to the boundary rope. He's got through 8 overs so far. Warwickshire do have Ethan Brooks, who could turn over a couple if they want to. So Darby's got 5 left, Rhodes has 5 left, Garrett and Pandya have bowled 4 apiece. So where can they try and hide those remaining Pandya overs, maybe? That'll be the question. Probably want Garrett to try and get a bit of a breakthrough as he comes storming back in. Again, it was a little bit on the leg side, it was a bit uppish as well, and Hannon Dalby in a position just inside the circle. Might have hit him on the wrist as he tried to field it. Looks like he was in a bit of pain. So it didn't drop that far in front of him.
Ouch. He's still holding his right wrist, shaking it off.
Here comes Garrett once more from the pavilion end up to the crease, and that was nicely played. Very late cut on it, away to Ethan Brooks on the offside square boundary. It's been a feature of it, really. Maybe, I don't know how much that is down to the pitch, that it's just players have been able to play it quite late and underneath the eyes.
It's been a really curious pitch. As I say, on Friday it did slow up, but if anything it's doing things properly today. It's got a little bit better.
Garrett in again. There was a bit more bounce. It's gone high in the air and it's too high. It's the maximum. Kai Smith was back there. He just absolutely slapped it away. Smith for a moment was interested and then realised that was going a long way over his head.
Wow, what a pickup that was. The timing and Kimber's shots are extraordinary. Didn't look particularly violent, but it cleared the ropes at deep mid-wicket by 10 feet and it went right to the back of that family stand.
Garrett in again, this time a bit fuller on the offside and played away nicely. A late shot that Ethan Brooks comes into field once more. 2 to come of the 27th. So he's got it's the first time I've really seen Louis Kimber. You mentioned the way he kind of runs between the wickets. He almost bats like that as well, doesn't he?
He does everything like
carefree.
that. Yeah, it's amazing.
Garrett is in once more. That was full, and again it's played really late but nicely. Well fielded down the third man. It looked like it was going to stop on the abrasive outfield surface.
His 100 against Somerset on Friday, 87 balls, 8 fours and 4 sixes. He won't sort of change in terms of accelerating, he'll just keep playing the same way, and okay, if he stays in.
Well, he's 59 from 51, Mulder 24 from 30. Garrett up to the crease again, and it's full and straight, but it's played away this time, fielded by Sibley, and no run. And that's the end of the over, 144 for 3. Good
Again,
over.
Yeah, 10 off it, and Garrett has gone for 43 from 5 overs. And it's a problem for Rhodes at the moment. May have to think about alternatives. It looks like he's going to bowl Norwell out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Hope that he breaks this partnership, perhaps.
It's a long way in towards the finish without Norwell, but you're right, I can't see any need to just hold 1 over back late on. Big man on a hot day is going to be very stiff by the time he would need to come and bowl that.
Comes in and bowls to Vian Mulder, who works him off, punches him off the back foot through extra cover for 4. Again, exquisitely timed and almost accelerated away when it had beaten the dive away to his left at extra cover of Matt Lamb. And no chance for Smith running up the ropes from the offside sweeper position to cut it off. Mulder threateningly on to 28 of 31 balls, 148 for 3. Norwell turns, hair glinting in the sun, chases down the slope, bowls to Mulder, who on drives very straight for 4. Beautiful shot again, exquisitely timed. Hannon Darby dived across, it was almost directly behind the stumps, couldn't get there, and looks again at his hand, which it is awful fielding in the outfield at the moment. I really do pity any fielders, and put in the dive, which will have scraped some skin as well, I would think. And Darby's warming up as well, so he's going to be brought back on, I suspect, at this pavilion end. Consecutive boundaries to Mulder, gets one down the leg side from Norwell, will be signalled wide and is. 150 up for Leicestershire now, 152 for 3. We're still only in the 28th over. The 100 came up off 20.4.
Just feel like this period of the game is where it's starting to go back towards the home side strongly, with these two still in.
Norwell in to Mulder, straight on towards middle and leg, turned, almost took his bottom hand off the bat there as he helped it around the corner down towards square leg. Rob Yates ran across from mid-wicket to field, and Mulder takes 1, moves on to 33, runner ball.
Another 5 to 10 overs of this, at the way they're going, with the run rate has crept up to 5.6.
Well, you get to 30 and you think if you've got wickets in hand you might be able to double it, and that would take the score over 300 certainly. In goes Norwell, bowls to Kimber, who just waits for it, dabs it down towards third man, intercepted en route by backward point running around to his left. Sibley, who's been in every position in the field, I think, finds himself there running around to field, and 1 is taken again. Kimber on to 60, 155 for 3. 2 balls left in Norwell's 9th over. Turns, long strides down the slope, bowls to Mulder, who goes back, turns the delivery off middle leg out towards deep backward square. Running in smartly as ever is Ethan Brooks, gets to the ball, picks it up, gets his throwaway, keeps it 2-1. Elastic bandages on both his arms. Ethan Brooks, I think they're probably to protect elbow skin on these outgrounds these days. Outfields, I beg your pardon, these days. Mulder on to 34. As Norwell is in to Kimber, slightly short of a length on off stump, pops it down towards Sibley, who runs in fields, hurls the ball at the stumps because Kimber had taken a step or 2 down the pitch. He got back into his ground. Sibley hurled the ball anyway, and Yates had to do the backing up. Didn't enjoy it, I don't think, but did it. 156 for 3 after 28.
You mentioned outgrounds. I once did a game a good couple of years ago against Nottinghamshire, which I think was at Mansfield, and Alex Hales went absolutely crazy. I think they lost 3 balls into a hedge.
The old colliery ground up.
Yeah,
because we've been there a couple of times.
Yeah, there was a
newish
small,
ground, small
pavilion, and there wasn't. We had a small kind of stage built to the side of it, quite low down. We had for our little commentary vantage point. And such was the devastation that Hales produced. The game was over many hours earlier than many people predicted. Ollie Helen Darby is back on, this time from the pavilion end. Slapped away through the offside. It will be fielded well by Ethan Brooks. They'll come back for a couple. I think it's a Dave Bracegirdle, our companion that does it for BBC Nottingham. I always remember it, Richard, because such was the speed of which the innings was coming to an end, he hadn't used his food voucher. There's Ollie Hannon Dalby up towards the crease once more. It was a little bit slower this time, took the pace off it, just prodded into the offside. And there was a person delivering pizzas from one of the vans that had been set up, and almost without breaking stride in his commentary of the game, he just stopped the person walking past and ordered 2 pepperonis, handed over the tickets, continued on as if it was the most normal thing ever.
Yeah, we've been there a couple of. They are super pizzas as well. I think they're those sort of stone. What is it called? Stone baked or whatever. Yeah, but the girdler, an expert when it comes to that sort of thing.
Hannon Dalby up towards the crease, nicely bowled, nicely played away. Another cut through. Ethan Brooks, who's been very busy riding that boundary. It's round, they scamper through. 159 for 3. He'd managed to persuade almost the entirety of the Nottinghamshire team that day to come and join us on commentary. Considering they were sat about 10 yards away from us. One of the easiest afternoons I've ever had doing this job. Ollie Hannon Dalby up towards the crease again. That was a nice delivery, just tempted to play at it there, Kimber. Didn't really move his feet. A little bit of a swat at it. From his point of view, he's grateful he missed it.
Coming up to the top of the hour, so updates will be the order of the day in a couple of minutes' time.
2 more deliveries to come of this. Hannon Dalby over, 29th of the match. Up he comes towards the crease now, and again he's relatively straight, gets good bounce. He's a big tall man, Ollie Hannon Dalby. He's a good speaker as well. Does a regular podcast. Warwickshire listeners will know it well. Richard Wilford, and he hosts the Pod Blast. In its first series, I'm sure he wanted to do a feature with some of his teammates, 3 men in a boat. Hannon Dalby into the crease again. Well bowled, well fielded by Dom Sibley.
Would that be a sort of canal boat based on
canals
in Birmingham or something? Or?
I think there was tea tasting went on, all sorts of things.
Chris Wright was involved with that for a while, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I remember being told about that. We are at the 29 over stage. Drinks are being brought out, and understandably so. Again, Hannon Dalby's holding his right wrist as he reaches down for his drink. He was hit hard on it. Drinks also for the Leicestershire batters, and the umpires are saying, well, what about us? James Middlebrook and Tom Lungley. Keep the umpires sweet, Leicestershire. Bring them drinks, towels, everything. Mikey's popping next door to update BBC Radio's WM and CWR. We'll be updating BBC Radio Leicester shortly. 159 for 3 after 29. Live animal display being announced. Out comes Nat Bowley, one of Leicestershire's 12 men in the squad, a young off-spinner, with drinks for the umpires. Warwickshire's 12th man, also obliging in that respect. Hot work out there at the moment. Good crowd, and it's good to see, obviously, special promotion today. Just £1 to get in, but very well worth it if you're not too far away. I mentioned earlier that Leicestershire slightly nervous about injuries to the South African touring party. They have had one. And he's one of the sort of Olivier's, I think he's out of their tour. Will Vian Mulder be called up? Leicestershire will be desperately hoping not, but it is not something that's in their control. They lost 4 to the 100. Not that they're playing too much. Colin Ackerman, Callum Parkinson, Rahan, Ahmed and Ben Mike. Norwell then to finish his spell. In from the Bennett end bowl, slightly short to Vian Mulder on his legs. He looks to work it out towards deep backward square. Didn't really time it very well. Might have been a bit of pad involved. And as a consequence, that's a lot of work for Brooks to do to run to the ball. He does it, but he had so far to go. And then he wasn't able to pick up the ball cleanly. It was in the end a fairly comfortable 2 for Vian Mulder, who moves on to 39, 161 for 3. If they were to double the score at the halfway stage, Leicestershire would be looking at, not at the halfway stage, with 20 overs to go. And they would be looking at 320 as Norwell is in. Mulder pulls the short ball again. Brooks has to run away to his right to field, but it gets to him much more quickly, hit much more crisply, much more cleanly by Vian Mulder. And Brooks fields cleanly, gets it away, so it's just a single on that occasion. Mulder on 240, 162 for 3. Partnership taking on match-changing proportions, possibly. Came together when Lewis Hill was caught behind with a score on 89. In goes Norwell, just outside of stump, dabbed by Kimber, down towards third man through the vacant slipstroke gully area. It rolls. 1 is taken. Kimber on to 61. Run rate up to 5.5 now. They were offered 320. Leicestershire, I think, would take it. Awful long. A lot of work to do to get to that stage as Norwell is in, bowls and back onto his stumps goes. Mulder works it slowly out, and again Brooks has to come chasing in, does so. He's got through an awful lot of work out there, but it is 2-2 Mulder. If Brooks has one of those GPS tracers on, it will reveal he has got through certainly as much running as any of the bowlers, if not more, I would suspect, Mikey.
Yeah, he's been very busy, hasn't he? I think he likes to be busy. You can tell, as we were mentioning before, about having that bandages on the elbows, that he was anticipating being busy.
Norwell is in to Mulder, who's driving, but a good diving stop away to his right in the covers. Is that Sibley out? No, it's not Sibley out there at the moment. It's Lamb out there. And he saved 3 because the batsmen were still able to take a single as he deflected it away to his right with a strong right hand. Mulder on to 43. 1 ball to go in Norwell's 10 overs. 1 for 45, his figures, which are decent on a day like this and on perhaps a flattening pitch. Down the slope he comes and bowls to Kimber. Slower delivery on the leg stump, banged it in, the slow bouncer, so to speak, which can be very effective in this game. But Kimber read it, played it well, just paddled it around the corner down towards Hannon Dalby at long leg. Takes 1, keeps the strike. Norwell's work in terms of bowling is done. 10 overs, 1 for 46 for him. 167 for 3 after 30 overs.
Yeah, he's put a real stint in for his team there, Liam Norwell. 7 overs on the bounce to start with from the pavilion end, going up the slope. And then the last 3 from the Bennett end, but hard work in these conditions. Got himself a wicket, and maybe a touch unfortunate. There was an edge that flashed through in that opening spell and potential chop on as well. Hannon Dalby picked up the first wicket. He's back on from the pavilion end, taking a bit off the ball. Slow, and there was a potential for a chance of a run out. They were scampering, and Kimber, I think, would have made his ground anyway. Yates decided to go for his end at the non-striker's end as Kimber was scampering through. He was a long way off from hitting the stumps with that shy, it has to be said. We just hurried up the Leicestershire batsman nonetheless. And Darby picking up the knees as he charges in once more. Well played off the back foot, but good fielding from Matt Lamb. On the offside, just denying them a run. Run rate steady, 5.5 and over. Took a while to get up there. It's these two that have really kicked things on for Leicestershire. Kimber and Mulder. It's Mulder who's on strike. Hannon Darby up towards the popping crease. Again played late, but straight to Matt Lamb. From a Warwickshire point of view, they will feel like they really do need to get a breakthrough, because the body language is starting to look as if the heat is sapping the energy out of them. It's not beyond the realms that they could keep Leicestershire down to a relatively low score, but as things are standing, looking towards 300 maybe, and Dalby in. Keeping things tighter in the last couple of deliveries. Again, it was Matt Lamb who was fielding.
I'm just looking at the bowling figures. We have just had the 5 bowlers used. Norwell, who's used up now. Hannon Darby 6.2, Garrett 5, expensive, Rhodes 5, and Pandya 4. So options, you know, it's Brooks, I suppose.
Well, you mentioned it. Part of the problem is that the spin didn't do anything. As Hannon Darby comes in once more, and that's a good slap away. It's going to be quick across the outfield, and 4 more for Mulder. He's been patient last couple of deliveries, watched them right onto the bat, and then that time spotted it was maybe just a touch shorter, able to get himself into position, and no fielder down towards cow corner. Away it went for 4. Hannon Darby, last over of the 31st of the innings, towards the crease, bit fuller this time, but it's slapped away again, this time straighter, no mid-off, and that is 50 for Mulder. Delightful couple of shots to bring him to it. He's paced his innings really nicely, 51 from 46, just accelerated at the right time for the Foxes. And they are 176 for 3 after 31.
6 fours for Mulder in that 46 ball 50. And the partnership now is getting close to 100. Well, not too far off anyway. It's 87 now for the 4th wicket. It's come at a very decent rate as far as Leicestershire are concerned. So Pandya's having to be brought back now, Norwell having finished his spell. It was a gamble on the part of Rhodes to use him up. Didn't really come off. He was hoping for a wicket, but he had no choice but to mix things up a little bit. Can Pandya be more successful in his second spell? In he goes to Louis Kimber, who goes back and tries to whip it right off the stumps, thick inside edge, and it trickles out towards square leg. Hannon Darby runs up to field. 1 is taken. Kimber on to 64. Be interesting to see whether Mulder really targets Pandya. Long on and long off, both out, as in goes the India spinner, and it's driven calmly out towards wide-ish. Long off by Vian Mulder. He takes 1.
I don't mind them doing this, you know. It was all just kind of rattling along a little bit, wasn't it? Same. And the pace from both ends.
Pandya is in to Kimber, who swings him high over mid-wicket. It bounces short, I think, of the ropes, just short, and over them it goes towards that little knot of people underneath the canopies in the Melton family stand, and that is a nice pick-up and hit. He was hitting safely there, pretty much, Louis Kimber. If it isn't really turning away from the bat, nobody out at certainly at deep mid-wicket. There is a mid-wicket, but he's saving 1, so it was a fairly safe pick-up and hit. Kimber onto 68. Pandya is in to him, back he goes, stylishly stroking it out off the back foot into the offside. There is a fumble, and Kimber shouts to Mulder, look out, might be a second there, but there wasn't. Settles for 1, moves on to 69, 183 for 3. Pandya steps to the crease, bowls to Mulder, who's waiting, leaning forward, working it out to the sweeper out there on the offside boundary, who is Kai Smith. Feels cleanly on this occasion, so just the one. Pandya in to Kimber, who hits high over mid-wicket again. That could go the distance this time, and does. That was a beautiful clean hit. Pandya stands there with his hands on his hips in dismay, but two mighty blows by Louis Kimber, but the second of which really did sound like a rifle shot off the bat. Wow, that went a long way. It's a long boundary. It's the longest boundary over there. It's a good 80 yards, and it cleared it comfortably. 190 for 3. Kimber on to 75.
And it's forced a little bit of a meeting here between Will Rhodes, Krunal Pandya and Michael Burgess. Originally it was just Rhodes and Burgess as they try and work out what to do next, and we are going to get Ethan Brooks to have a bit of a bowl at 190 for 3.
He's got to keep something back from Hannon Dalby towards the end, hasn't he? He and Rhodes and Hannon Dalby have been the best of the seamers, so I'm guessing he'll be thinking those two for the final few overs, but fair few number of overs to get in before then.
Well, yeah, and as I said before the Pandya over, I didn't mind Pandya coming back on because they have to try something, and it was either going to be there's going to be quick runs or he'll skid one through and get you a wicket. Either way, something could well happen, because it was just beginning to feel a little bit repetitive the way it was going. Here comes Brooks up to the crease, relatively straight, and played relatively straight.
That
mid-on.
big 6 brought up the 100 partnership, by the way, for the 4th wicket.
Kimber's on to 75 from 64, Mulder 54 from 49. Foxes will be feeling, let's just keep these two in for another 5 overs at least. 10 overs to be delightful. Bears need a breakthrough. Brooks in, relatively straight, played late, there's a big space. 2 fielders coming in from the rope, a little bit of a mix-up. Kimber got back at the non-striker's end. Settle for the single. They're inviting them just to pop it into the leg side. Warwickshire hoping that the 2 coming in from the boundary are sharp enough to keep them down to 1. In comes Brooks again. It was relatively full. It's played in a similar region. Round comes Rob Yates, juggles the ball a bit, and that allows them to get back for a second. Should have been just 1.
Hill was dismissed in the 19th over. The score was 89 for 3. So 13 overs later, another 100 up. It has been a heck of a partnership.
Brooks up to the crease. Again, pretty full. A little bit of a loopy action really on it. No run this time. Will Rhodes at mid-off, stepped across. So he's hoping that just a change, a bit of freshness, something from Ethan Brooks. Keep Warwickshire in the game. Stepped into the leg side, relatively straight. Pandya coming in from the boundary can field, just a single. Not troubling them. Leicestershire, these 2 look well set. They look comfortable. Whether it's been the fizzed in spin of Pandya or fast medium bowling that's gone round. They haven't looked in real danger. Again, comfortable play out into the onside. Round comes Pandya. Just another single. Ends the over. It's all very easy at the minute. Very nice.
I guess six off it is a decent effort by Brooks. Didn't go to the boundary in these circumstances. The pitch from this distance looks sort of a little bit scruffy, doesn't it? But it started to play pretty comfortably as far as the batters are concerned. But it helps to be in, which these 2 are, and Pandya will continue, having gone for 42 from his first 5 overs. But he's an experienced player. He's played international one-day cricket of both kinds.
I know that you said it was a bit slow, this pitch, the other day. It's been a bit more life in it, do you feel?
It feels as though yes, if anything, it back goes Kimber and plays Pandya off leg stump out into the offside, and sweeper comes in. Smith feels, and one is taken. Yeah, I think it's slightly gone the other way now. It did get a little bit slower on Friday, but if anything, it's just got a little bit perhaps flatter now. Hard to judge. Pandya is into Mulder, who is just calmly waiting, working it through the vacant mid-on area. He's done that pretty well against the spin. Vian Mulder just playing it fairly straight out through straight mid-off or mid-on. Drinks being brought up for the cameraman, and might be able to get a couple for us. Kimber lofts in the air and he's caught at backward point. Really good catch high above his head. Brilliant catch, and I think it's the 12th man, Manraj Johat, leaping up there. Kimber went back, tried to work it away, and a really good catch above his head. And well, the reward has come for the Bears, for Warwickshire. Pandya could easily have gone above his head to the third man boundary, but Louis Kimber has to drag himself off. And nice work by him as a bat and course, but also by Pandya and the substitute.
I mentioned his last over, Krunal Pandya. You felt like he was going to have to be the man to get the breakthrough. It was the gamble that Will Rhodes was taking. He knew that with the pitch being the way it is, the conditions the way they've been, that he would go for some, but also there was the opportunity that he was the most likely to get the breakthrough, and that could well be crucial as far as Warwickshire are concerned. It's been a really good strong innings, and a couple more overs of these two, the way they were going, could well have set Leicestershire fair for a really formidable total. Now they'll feel there's just a glimmer of light in the door there. It's not been slammed shut on them just yet. A chance to maybe get into them. We know that Leicestershire have reacted well to the wickets that have fallen so far today, but there is just that sense from a Warwickshire perspective they really did need that, and suddenly everyone in the field will be on their toes again, and we've got a real fascinating game on our hands.
Aaron Lilly has come out to replace Louis Kimber. Yep, Pandya has bought a wicket essentially, but sometimes you have to do that, and it's worked for Rhodes and Warwickshire and Pandya. 1 for 44 for him now, and senses the opportunity. Lilly doesn't mind spin. Waits as Pandya is in, bowls to the Lancastrian, who leans forward and just turns it out towards short leg. There is no run. 53 runs in the competition. He did get a 46 in one innings as Pandya is in, bowls to him, leans forward again, straight-ish delivery, just blocks it out into the offside, and there's no run. Otherwise, struggled a little bit to make any sort of impact, but this is a real opportunity for Lilly. If he can get in, he is a quick scoring batsman. Pandya is in, bowls to him, he tries to work it into the leg side, doesn't time it, and it rolls out towards mid wicket where Yates feels, and those three deliveries an illustration perhaps of what a difference a wicket can take. New batsman, new feel to the entire proceedings. 198 for 4 after 34.
What a good game this is. A really good game. A long bit of discussion as they wait for Ethan Brooks to make his way in. Krunal Pandya giving him the instructions as well.
Got to give the 12th man a lot of credit there. Johat, that was a really good catch. Stretching above his head. Made a contribution, that's for sure.
In comes Brooks up towards the crease from the pavilion end. Again, super shot down the ground. Will Rhodes, I think it was, who was sliding across and didn't make it. And it will be 4. And the captain slow to get back to his feet. He had a long time to see where it was going there for Mulder, but it's a really good hit.
It was, but I think he should have got there really. And kind of did, but horrible bobbly outfield.
Brooks in again, up towards the crease, full, little bit leggish, played into the leg side, 2 boundary riders, one of which I think was Rob Yates, who threw it back in. That boundary brought up the 200, by the way, 203 for 4.
Mulder the key now for Leicestershire.
63 for 55. So he didn't get off to a rocketing start, did he? But he just paced this innings really nicely. He sat back and allowed Kimber to be the more aggressor for a period. As Brooks comes up to the crease now. Oh, that's superb work. Sharp bit of bowling and a really excellent piece of fielding from the wicket-keeper up to the stumps. Just left alone by Lilly. And quick hands for Michael Burgess.
He sort of batted like this against Middlesex at Radlett when he went on to make an unbeaten century. Mulder accelerated beautifully.
Brooks in once more. Again, he's full. It's played back over the top of his head, but this time Rhodes will get round on the edge of the circle to keep it down to a single. And drinks have arrived. Welcome refreshment.
Also picked up 4 wickets in that Middlesex game. Jan Mulder.
Brooks up to the crease. Took a little bit off it. That's skimmed through. It's going to be 4. Did he get something on it with the bat? I think he did.
Just the risk, isn't it, when the keeper is standing up.
.208 for 4. 1 delivery to come of the 35th. What kind of score are you looking at now, do you feel?
They've got to be looking at 320, 330, haven't they?
Brooks is in once more. This time played off the back foot. Cut away. In comes Sibley from the boundary. Just the one. 209 for 4 at the end of 35.
So 15 overs to go. Even 6 and over, you know, and they'll be looking for more than that. I would think. You know, 8 and over off the last 15 gets them that sort of 330 sort of area. With 6 wickets in hand, you would have think that that sort of target would be in their mind. Pandya is in. Mulder is down the wicket, smashing it high too long on. Should be caught and is. Mulder cannot believe what he's done. He hit it so crisply, so cleanly, so hard, but it never got above about 8 feet high and taken two-handed, pointed upwards, more or less in front of his face by the man at long on. So 2 huge blows struck by the Bears and by Warwickshire, and in particular by Krunal Pandya, and the gamble, if you like, of Rhodes by bringing him back on has paid off in some style. Mulder cannot believe what he's done there. Hit it so crisply. He looked in such good touch, but he's out. He's holed out for 68.
Pandya always likely to be the man to get the breakthrough. That's the gamble. That's what you put him on for. It's not the most glamorous way of a spinner getting a wicket, but it is incredibly timely. 1 brings 2, as is often the case. Breakthrough coming, and now the 2 set batsmen have gone. 2 new batsmen at the crease. 209 for 5 with 15 overs still to go. It just swings back a little bit.
Absolutely does. Swindle's made 70 against Somerset on Friday, but he'd been in absolutely no sort of form up to that point. So, and he's not the sort who's going to smash boundaries in the way that certainly Mulder and Kimber can and did. Lilly can and often does find the boundary, but he's going to have to take charge, and they're both going to have to get themselves in. So 2 huge blows there.
There was always going to come a stage, wasn't there, where they were going to really go after Pandya even more, start moving this on further. They were around 6 and over, but you felt the way the pitch was, and there were 2 set batsmen, there was a chance for Leicestershire to really take this beyond.
Yeah.
You can't blame them for attempting to go for it.
Yeah, they know they're going to need a very good score against a strong batting lineup. 300, possibly not enough. Pandya, figures looking much more respectable now, goes in and bowls to Swindles, who leans forward, then realises it's slightly short of a length, so off the front foot he manages to work it away through the vacant point area out to the sweeper on the offside and get one to get off the mark. 1 each to Swindles and Lilly, 210 for 5. That 8 and over off the last 15 would be difficult now. Pandya is in to Lilly. No, he isn't. He was almost in the act of bowling when he pulled out there. In he goes and bowled. Lilly leans forward, thick inside edge out towards square leg. Realises that there isn't a square leg as such, and therefore there's an easy single to be had. George Garrett, who may be a bit more confident about coming back on to bowl now, is the fielder running across from mid-wicket. Pandya into Swindles, who goes back, stays a bit low, steers it down towards third man, scrambling to his left is Lamb. One is taken. Update time for BBC Radio Leicester. Couple of big blows suffered by the Foxes in recent overs. The 2 men in have both got out. Louis Kimber playing quite beautifully. Then he tried to cut the bowling of the left arm spinner Pandya down towards third man, got underneath it rather than a really good catch at backward point. Saw the end of him for 78. And then just a few moments ago, Vian Mulder playing equally well, tried to smash Pandya over long on, hit it too low though, and at long on Liam Norwell able to take the catch in front of his face. That was Mulder gone for 68, made the score 209 for 5. It's moved on to 212 for 5. Aaron Lilly has 2, Harry Swindles has 2, but they're having to play themselves in again. 36 overs have been bowled. The Foxes will want a score of over 300. They'll know they'll need it against a strong Warwickshire batting lineup. They're 212 for 5.
Thanks, Richard.
Sounded a long way away, didn't it, on the feed? I don't know why that was. So, Rhodes bringing himself back on now against the 2 new batsmen. Captain's privilege.
Yeah. He bowled relatively
He
nicely, didn't he? Well,
He
Rhodes,
did, yeah.
in that first portion. Does fill in nicely in those middle overs, and he comes up to the crease. It's played off an edge down to third man. Just a single. Who's the 2 out of these, Richard, who will go for it?
Oh, Lilly, for sure. He's the big hitter of the 2. Swindles will work it around, try to run his 1s and 2s and hopefully get the odd ball away to the boundary. But his job will be to sort of shepherd the tail towards a decent score.
Rhodes in, straight, a good appeal. Really strong appeal. Nothing going to be given. There was definite pad in it.
And there was no bat, says the umpire. Rhodes can't believe it. I might get a replay.
Rhodes and Burgess were very loud in that appeal. Maybe hit him outside the line. He did take a good step across. Might just have been what saved him. Rhodes coming in. Well, a bit more to leg side. It was a bit uppish, played away. High Swindles. They'll get through. Yeah, he took a good step across, didn't he? So I think he might just have got him outside the line of off stump. Can only be what I think could save him. 2:15 for 5. In comes Rhodes once more. Again, relatively straight, played late off the back foot. Just away. Kai Smith comes in from the boundary, just a single. Lilly is playing himself in, 3 off 10. Swindles run a ball 4. Comes Rhodes. A bit of bounce, extra bounce, bit of height to it. It will bounce harmlessly to Kai Smith coming in from the boundary. Rhodes trying to hit it hard into the deck. Not seen that very much. Certainly not from Will Rhodes.
Worth a try. Swindles has had issues with the short ball in his batting career, relatively short, you know, and word gets around, doesn't it?
In comes Rhodes again. Again a little bit short, but played nicely. Just held the bat up towards his chest and guided it down to third man. That's the end of the 37th. 2:18 for 5.
Single off each ball of that over. Something, I think it was. Might have been a 2 at some stage and a dot at some stage, but milked it quite nicely, these two. But a different sort of scoring, if you like, to when the big hitting, or capable of big hitting, middle order pair of Kimber and Mulder were at the crease. Pandya, who now has 2 for 47 from 7, will continue from the Bennett end. All sorts of hand gestures from the India international. I'm not sure whether there have been any changes to the field as a consequence. In he goes and bowls to Lilly, who's leaning forward trying to push it through mid-on, which Mulder was doing so cleanly, mid-on or mid-off. He's not able to beat the man at wide mid-wicket. Pandya is in, Lilly goes back, and exactly the same thing. He looks to work it into the leg side, but picks out Yates at that shortish mid-wicket, saving one position. 4 off 13 for Lilly. Again, Pandya is waving away at his deep mid-wicket. Brooks takes a step or two to his left and rather half-heartedly marks his guard down the leg side from Pandya on that occasion. That will be signalled wide by umpire James Middlebrook and is, so a little bit of a bonus for Leicestershire. Lilly needed that one. Pandya is in, Lilly is down the wicket and he's lofting it very straight for 6. Just checked the shot almost, really beautiful pickup, really a nice piece of timing. Didn't try and wipe it out towards wide mid-wicket when Norwell might have been in the game. Norwell on the boundary at long gone. He check-drived it, but kept it in the air, lofted it down to a very straight long gone for 6. So Lilly is up and running. He's into double figures on 10. Pandya is in to the Lancastrian, who goes back and works the delivery that stays a little bit low off his legs down towards Hannon Darby, who is at short fine leg, and one is taken. 2-2-6 for 5. Pandya into Swindles, who crouches down before playing his shots. Right, he's not a tall man at the best of times. He blocked that one out into the offside Rhodes fielded, and there was no run, but he must be about 4 feet high by the time he's facing that one, and he's pushing a little tentatively at that delivery that bounces up, hits him on the knee roll and bounces into the leg side. They take the leg by. The score moves on to 227. 38 overs have been bowled, 12 to go. As I say, they'll still be thinking in terms of 10 and over off the last 12, get some close to 350, but that is a big ask when you are 5 down and have lost your 2 big hitters, 2 of your big hitters at any rate.
Yeah, I say from a Warwickshire point of view, they're absolutely delighted they got those 2 when they did, because another 5 overs of it and the game might have been beyond them. And as it is, it's still fascinatingly poised, but they've given themselves an opportunity, though Leicestershire you still fancy. Plenty of overs left as Rhodes comes in from the pavilion end. They'll get through for a single as Sibley just had a little misfield. That backward point gully area. Yeah, just they can afford maybe to take a couple of overs just to get these 2 settled. You know that Pandya's got a couple more, so they can go at him. It's funny with Krunal Pandya how a couple of wickets, one of which was a attempted smash to the boundary. Rhodes comes in again a bit of a slower ball, just guided, they'll scamper through. Sibley was interested in having a shy at the stumps but couldn't get it on target. Yeah, all of a sudden Pandya's figures look much better at 2 for 55 from 8. A couple of wickets changes everything, but apart from the opening 2 who went for an economy of under 5, everybody else has had a bit of a tougher time. Rhodes the better of the remaining bowlers. Here he is again, up towards the stumps. Again trying to get a bit of bounce into it. Sibley's very much in the game in that position. He had another shy towards the stumps. I don't think there's ever a risk of a run out, but the rest of his fielders had to be alert. Well done by Rob Yates.
Now, important news from the Friends of Grace Road. Today, the homemade cake is not being served in the meet because it is too hot in there, apparently, with the plate glass windows and the corrugated roof. It is, however.
As Rhodes comes in, whipped away, and I think that will go all the way for 4. And it's whipped too fine for Kai Smith to get round, covering the mid-wicket boundary. Nice shot. I was distracted because I want to know where this cake is.
It is going to be served in the Bennett Bar, which is in the indoor school end, presumably well away from the wild animals in there. From 2 p.m. cake, homemade cakes, and lots of them available in the Bennett Bar, which is in the Turner Indoor Centre at the Bennett end. From 2.
Rhodes up towards the crease. Played nicely onto the leg side. Smith in from the boundary. Just a single. That sounds like that cake is getting further away from us.
Yes, it's
in this heat, I'm not sure I'll make the journey. The Geary bar looks more like my liking, Richard, I've got to be honest with you. Looks lovely over there.
In the shade now, isn't it? Well, up to a point anyway.
Up comes Rhodes. Final ball of the 39th. Took a bit of speed off it. Again, just planted, and good running actually between these 2. Sibley's been well in the game.
Looks a bit fed up, Will Rhodes, at the moment, doesn't he? Although he's still thinking about that leg before shout against Aaron Lilly. Tom Lungley, the umpire, hands on his hips there as well. All sorts of gestures. Oh, they'd forgotten to give him the ball. That's why. Rhodes had forgotten to give him the ball. Easily done. 2:36 for 5 after 39. 11 to go then. And Rhodes has kind of been forced to go back to Garrett, who struggled a bit in his first 5 overs, but perhaps like Pandya he can do sort of better in his second spell. None for 43 from his first 5.
Yeah, going at 8.6. They need him to be tighter. They need him to pick up another wicket or 2.
May yet do so. Run rate is now over 6 for the innings as a whole. Swindles 8 off 10 will be facing Garrett from the Bennett end, from the cake end of the ground. In he bustles and bowls. Swindles drives, thick outside edge, goes to about third slip down towards the third man, who fields and gets his throw in. So it's just one. Had there been, in the unlikely event of there having been a third slip at this stage of the innings, it would have been straight down his throat.
Feels like a long time ago since we had one slip, doesn't it? There was a period when they went for two. Just
Sibley and Yates for the first couple of overs, weren't they? But thereafter, yeah, they went quickly down to Yates and then nobody at all. Garrett in to Lilly, who steps across his stumps, but the delivery is a straight one, and all he can do is just block it back down the pitch towards George Garrett. Not a noisy team, noticeably. Warwickshire, some sides are, but sapping conditions out there.
yeah, the noisy ones aren't here.
Okay, makes sense.
Sam Hain, I think, would probably be relatively noisy.
So I'll say not a noisy team, this Warwickshire team. Not a noisy bunch. Garrett is in. Lilly again is stepping across his crease, but he's timing it better now, and he works that one from outside off or just on off stump out towards long on. Wristily clipping it away through straight mid on. Picks up one, moves on to 18.
Say it's the issue with having the players that they have, that so many are away for the 100, and then as I mentioned earlier, quite a few injury issues in the bowling department. Relative strength of Warwickshire that they're able to still put out some of the players that they have then.
Indeed. Garrett is in full and almost a full toss. I think it perhaps was, but low on the bat from Swindles, who clips it out through mid-on down towards, it's usually Norwell down there at long on in the far, far distance.
Yeah.
I think it still is. He does the fielding. Made that catch, which was hit very cleanly by Mould. It looked very straightforward. It was straight at him, but boy, it was travelling. I can think of a few club cricketers whose hands it might have burst, including myself.
Yeah, definitely would have gone through mine. I don't think I'd have been able to move across to get to it.
Garrett is in to Lilly, who's advancing down the pitch, clipping it off his legs, but good work by Hannon Dolby to save three, really, because had it gone through or wide of him, it would have raced down to the long leg boundary 4-4. Hannon Dolby down on his knees, he was determined to get everything behind it and managed to make the stop. Again, he's looking at his right wrist, which has got a bit of a bandage on it now. Lilly on to 19. The ball not reaching the boundary half as often as it was, although there was that lovely straight six off Pandya. Garrett into Swindles, who's cutting. Again, it's in the air through about second or third slips down towards third man. And Pandya is down on the third man boundary, runs round to his left to field, and one is taken. Lilly at the end of the over marches down towards Scott Steele, one of Leicestershire's 12th men, who has brought out a dry pair of gloves for him. 241 for 5. Swindles 11, Lilly 19. 40 overs have been bowled, 10 to go. 80 off the last 10 gets 320. It'll be a target for Warwickshire. They're going to have to, but they've shown they're more than capable of chasing down that sort of target so far in this competition.
And it's a lot lower than they were probably looking at for a little period, so they'll be pleased enough with that. Still, you never know, do you? Having had a long old afternoon in the sunshine, the energy sapping heat, by the time they get inside, put the feet up, get the boots off, and then try and switch on into batting mode. Rhodes coming in for his 8th.
Oh, drop.
Nearly carried.
Do you reckon?
So Rob Yates nearly. I think he was very much interested. I don't think he would have quite reached it.
Just short, maybe? Hard to tell. I thought for a second it got there.
Would have been one of those, the old foreshortening of the lens on the cameras.
Yeah.
To see whether it actually carried and got to his fingers in time.
They nearly always, those, are not out, but they're too often given out for my liking.
Rhodes in again relatively straight and played to the leg side. Smith doing the fielding from the boundary.
There's a good few Warwickshire fans have made the journey here, judging by the reaction of the crowd to some of the various incidents. Not far, of course.
No, it's
Down the M6 and up the M69. Is that the way round you would put it?
Relatively nice journey.
30 miles. Motorway nearly all the way.
Rhodes is in. Flicked off the pads once more. Does tend to be full and straight, Will Rhodes. There's not a lot of movement.
There's probably a few Warwickshire fans for whom it's a easier journey than getting into Edgbaston, I would think.
Yeah, there's been a lot of development around Edgbaston as well.
Not half.
Which is,
Parking's a nightmare there at the moment.
they've been in the park these days. Rhodes is in. Played nicely to the offside this time. Ethan Brooks coming in from the boundary. They were tempted for a second. And Aaron Lilly wisely sent back. Spindles was having none of that. Do not dare. Brooks has got a good arm on him as well. 2 to come of the 41st. Rhodes is in. Attempted bouncer, not a lot of pace on it. Kai Smith on the boundary, collects it off one bounce and throws in. Rather got away with that, Rhodes.
I would imagine they're Warwickshire members because they're mostly down in front of us, in front of the pavilion where the members' benches are. The arrangement is usually reciprocal, isn't it? So received a big cheer, Kai Smith.
In comes Rhodes. That's slapped away into the offside. Beautiful sound off the bat. Straight to Ethan Brooks. So end of the 41st. Leicestershire have gone along very nicely. 2:46 for 5.
These two still sort of not finding the boundary as regularly as Messrs Mulder and Kimber, but they're building another partnership. 209 when Mulder became the 5th wicket of the innings, 2-4.
Returning from the Bears end, number 25,
Pandya. 2 overs left to bowl, 2 for 55 at the moment. Is going to come back on and finish off, I would imagine, now from the Bennett end. Swindles checks his guard with umpire Middlebrook. We are in the final power play, so 5 allowed out, long on, long off, mid-wicket, square leg, and obviously cover point as well on the boundary. Pandya is in. Swindles is working it out towards mid-wicket. There should be 2 comfortably taken there, a long way for, looks like, Sibley running in there. It is. He's a big fellow, is Sibley, and hard work running in a good 40 yards or so. He's pointing towards mid-wicket. Do I go right back? And then Darby's beginning to warm up again as well. Not that much warming up is required. Sibley stays around about 15 yards inside the ropes at mid-wicket, trying to make sure it's 1 rather than 2 if the ball is played out towards him. Pandya is in. And it straightens a little bit on Harry Swindles, who just dabs it down in front of him. But Pandya made me laugh because he leapt across to his right, expecting Swindles to try and work it through the vacant mid-on area. Pandya is in and bowling. Swindles is this time clipping it away through mid-on. It was a fuller delivery, so it went quite quickly out towards Norwood, who came running into field. Just 1 taken on that occasion. Swindles on to 17. 249 for 5, so 40 these two have put on now. Roughly a runner ball. Pandya is in. Lily advances down the wicket. Pandya sees him coming, bangs in a little bit short. Misfield by Hannon Dalby, and then also by Ethan Brooks, sort of trying to back him up as well, an indication of the bobbly nature of the outfield down there behind square on the leg side. So it became 2 and very nearly became 3, but it was just the 2. Lily on to 23, keeps the strike. Pandya in to him, down the wicket goes. Lily hits very straight over long off for 6. Lovely straight hit from Lily through the offside, pretty straight, and it looked a very correct hit as well, and correct shots usually get their reward, and that one did. Lily moves on to 29, 257 for 5.
You know how sweetly it's hit when almost immediately you think that fielder's got no chance. That's gone.
Good crowd over there in front of the Turner Indoor Centre, partly because it's all in shade, I suspect. Lily gets a delivery on middle that he looks to work out through the offside, but picks out Will Rhodes. In the covers, end of Pandya's 9th over, 2 for 66 for him. 257 for 5, 8 overs to go. If Leicestershire, I always think 10 and over of the last 8. Gets them to 330, 340. Probably need Lily to stay out there though.
Again, this is why, one of the reasons why I love cricket. It's matches within matches.
It swings and moves, isn't it?
Yeah, and those little moments where you feel, right, this next 2 overs, if there's a wicket or 2,
it's 310 maybe.
Or even less,
or less.
Yeah.
If they stay together, it could be 340.
Ollie Hannon Dalby steaming in from the pavilion end. It was well bowled, it was nicked, and it's no slip, and it evades the man running round from third man. I think it was Liam Norwell. Through for a 4. Good speed on it. I say at this stage of an innings you can play that kind of shot with a bit more freedom.
Yeah, clever little shot really.
And Darby in again. 261 for 5. Swindle's on strike. Up to the crease. It was full. It's nicely whipped away off the pads. Went sharply out to Kai Smith. Just the single. Experienced man, Ollie Hannon Dalby. Played an awful lot of county cricket. They'll know of this stage. They're going to call Kai Smith in from the boundary. So there's an option there. If he strays a bit short, there's no real protection. If he strays a bit straight, there's no protection. And he went really full, and it's worked away, cut away. A wide third man boundary for 4. Well, that's clearly not the delivery he was trying to intend.
You can't set a field for a rank bad ball. Full toss outside off stump. Rhodes had come down to long off because Lee has been hitting cleanly and straight, but that was a gift, wasn't it? Sweaty hands maybe.
Yeah, that was a man who's gone through the overs. Might be feeling a bit stiff. He's been complaining about his hand part of this innings. And he's not quite got his line right in this over, or his length. That was a bit better, but Michael Burgess couldn't really deal with it. He'll scamper through for a single.
Famous last words, but one of the reasons Leicestershire beat Somerset was that they fielded much better than them. Obviously they're accustomed to playing here, so they know that it isn't easy on this bobbly outfield. I suspect they're going to have to field equally well to try and squeeze Warwickshire a little bit. As and when they come to bowl. Cut-off time is 2:35. Should be comfortable.
And Darby into
Ooh.
the crease. Oh, look out the back of the hand. It's been given as a wide.
Interesting one. Swindle just ignored it, really, didn't he? But yeah, it was fairly easy to read, wasn't it? you have to say it was. Maybe it was from our angle. Maybe it doesn't look like that to the batsman. But
I mean, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he absolutely intended to do that. Here he comes again, Hannah Darby. More regulation. This time, is there a nick in there? Burgess was interested, nobody else. And Darby just turned, head down, and started going back to his mark.
if the bowler doesn't appeal, it's unlikely to be given out to a keeper's appeal. That said, I once walked when I practically hit the cover off it. But although they appealed behind the stumps, the bowler didn't appeal at all, and the umpire didn't give it, but I couldn't stay.
Nicely played as Darby came in again, just a single into the leg side. Rob Yates coming in for the mid-wicket boundary, and end of the 43rd, 269 for 5.
Seven to go. 7/8 to 56. Anything over 320. Leicestershire, I suspect. And Darby looks so he's really suffering, doesn't he, actually, out there? There's a pat on the back from Will Rhodes. Pandya's got one to bowl and will bowl it now from the Bennett end.
2 for 66.
A bit expensive.
His wickets were crucial though, weren't they?
They were, yeah, two absolutely vital wickets.
Definitely would have been looking at 350, you would imagine, had he not got those.
And he may not be finished yet in terms of wickets taken. He's going to come in and bowl to Harry Swindles, who bobs at the knees and then works the delivery off his legs down towards, well, on the 45, Hannah Darby sliding away in a puff of dust to his left behind square on the leg side. Picks up cleanly. So just the one for Swindles. He's going at a runner ball, 24 off 25, Lily 33 off 28. Pandya is in, fullish outside off stump, quicker delivery, reaching for it. Lily gets a good bat on it, but doesn't hit it cleanly, and good work scrambling rather to his right by Matt Lamb at sort of backward point, makes the stop on the edge of the circle. Pandya in. Lily's going to attempt a reverse sweep. Everybody misses it, including the wicketkeeper Burgess, and it runs away for what should be 4 byes, and it is. Well, everybody read it because Lily stepped into position for the attempted reverse sweep in good time. Pandya bowled the right ball, followed him slightly, kept it outside what he had become off stump, leg stump in a conventional stance. Burgess moved across, it went between his legs and down to the boundary for 4, bonus 4 for Leicestershire. Pandya is in down the leg side, and that will be signalled wide because Lily conventionally tried to swat it away on the leg side, didn't get anything on it. Pandya in, bowls. Lily does get plenty on that, hits high towards mid-wicket. Sibley is going to be underneath it, takes the catch. 3rd wicket for Pandya. Lily perishes going for the big hit. Did good job there, Sibley, because he had a bit of ground to make to the ball, and it was ground backwards, really, running away towards the boundary to his right, rather, but he followed it all the way. It was the big hit, so to speak, the long boundary. Got underneath it, and in the end took the catch sort of falling forward to his right, got 2 hands underneath it, and that is a 3rd wicket for Pandya. Another big blow for Leicestershire in their hopes of getting up towards 330, 340. They're 275 for 6.
Well, he's made a breakthrough again, Krunal Pandya. He has been expensive. He's managed to get hold of wickets, and he's brought to an end another actually really impressive partnership. There's been some real good joint batting from some of this Leicestershire team who've come together at difficult times actually. Wickets have fallen in little batches, but they've managed to put things together, and these two were just looking like they were in dangerous, threatening situation. Lily gone for 33.
31 balls, 2 4s and 2 6s, Aaron Lilly. And that partnership was worth 275 minus 209 is 200 and is 66, I think.
Yeah.
Useful, but not sort of game changing. It was just about a run a ball between Swindles and Lilly. But there are still 6.5 overs left to go as the young all-rounder Tom Scriven comes to the crease. Has not really made any impact with the bat so far. It's been his bowling which has been impressive. Just the 12 runs in his 3 innings with a best of 9. Pandya, 2 balls left in his spell. Bowls to Scriven, who works it off his legs down towards Hannon Dorby and takes 1. Horrible throw from Hannon Dorby. Burgess entitled to look a bit disgruntled. He's had to, try to field balls bobbling towards him. When that one is thrown cleanly through the air, you'd hope it'd be fairly accurate, but he had to reach up high to his right and block it. In goes Pandya, bowls to Swindles, who defends out into the offside, and that is the end of Pandya's spell. 3 for 69 for Krunal Pandya, and in the context of the game and the position he was in after 5 or 6 overs, he won't be entirely displeased with that, I don't think.
Yeah, had to use all of his experience. First wicket was a wonderful take, wasn't it? By Jahal to get rid of Louis Kimber. That was the opportunity that opened the door somewhat. The other two, if you're a spinner, you take them when you smack towards the boundary, as you'll claim that you set your field right and you got the benefit from it. But from a Warwickshire perspective, they really needed him, because I don't think the seamers would have made the breakthrough at the stages that they were. It's kept them within touching distance. 6.3 the run rate. 6 overs to go. Ollie and Darby from the pavilion end. And that's played nicely. It was up in the air for a moment. I think, is it going to reach it? Yes, it is. 4 runs. Rob Yates made a real effort to try and stop it within the circle. Kai Smith was the man racing round on the boundary. 280 for 6. Scriven onto 5 from the 2 he's faced. Ollie and Darby, this is his 9th over. He's 1 for 45 at the moment.
Good quick hands then from Scriven, and then through the ball.
In comes Hannon Darby once more up towards the crease. A little bit slower this time. Just prodded away. No run. Dot ball feels relatively important at this stage. A little bit of a chat with his captain as he makes his way back to his mark.
Leicestershire signed Scriven from Hampshire. Give him a 3-year deal. And this RL Cup exposure is his first, really.
He's gone for a scoop and he's managed to get it away nicely. Went down on one knee.
Nice shot.
Unconventional.
Beautifully played. In as much as you ever can play a scoop shot beautifully. There'll be those who say that that's a contradiction in terms.
So, yeah, what T20 cricket has brought to other forms, isn't it? You see that now and you don't think it's that wild anymore.
He did execute it reasonably stylishly. Food for thought for Rhodes and Hannon Dorby.
It's interesting how involved Krunal Pandya is in this.
Yeah, I was just thinking he's got plenty to say as well, hasn't he?
on his way in. He's prodded, and he's going to have to go and field that himself, just into the leg side. Huge big gap with no fielder inside the circle on the leg side. Only a single. So what have they got left? Garrett's got 4 left. I'm not sure they'll go to him. Rhodes has 2 left, and Ethan Brooks has only bowled 2. They might go to Garrett. They might put some trust and faith in him.
And Darby's just got 1 after this, hasn't he? So gonna have to either him or Brooks bowl 2 between them, I think.
Bundy and Norwell are bowled out. It's a very sustaining dry heat now. As Hannon Dalby comes in, a bit full, bit wide, missed out, went through to Burgess.
Poor shot.
So we will go past, get towards 2:10 local time. Anyone's tuned in around the world. Again, they'll probably be thinking, what are you lot complaining about with these temperatures? Here comes Hannon Dalby. Up towards the crease. Wide again. Went up in the air but safe, and in comes Ethan Brooks. Scamper through for a couple. Swindles has just gone about his work relatively quietly but nicely to get to 26 from 28. 287 for 6 after 45.
It's hard to say what is par on the track, isn't it?
It's going to go to Garrett here.
A little bit of a gamble then by Rhodes, but it's one he has to take, really. I mean, he's got 2 to come. Did we say he's got 2 to come?
Yeah.
And Hannon Dalby has 1. So he needs 2 from Garrett and or Brooks, and it looks like Garrett chance to redeem himself. None up to a point. He's gone for 8 and over off his 6 without taking a wicket. He needs to find a little bit of, know what he wants to achieve, essentially. What are you going to bowl here? Garrett down the slope, a very straight run, comes in and bowls to Scriven, who works it away off the back foot, off stump, down towards the sweeper on the offside boundary, who is and pretty much has always been Kai Smith, in front of a knot of Leicestershire supporters. Stench Benno over there. The old Vuvuzela, which used to be tooted regularly, seems to be dead, because we haven't heard it now for a couple of games. So whether it came from South Africa, I think, back in the World Cup. So it was pretty old. In goes Garrett and bowls to Swindles, who steps across, whips it away down towards deep backward square. 2 bounces, 3 bounces, and over the ropes. So the young wicketkeeper batsman, say he's not a big hitter, but sort of wiry and clever and quick thinking, stepped right across his stumps and whipped it away. The delivery, and it bounced on this ridiculously fast outfield.
It wasn't without risk, was it?
No.
And Darby was on the edge of the circle. Ethan Brooks is down there. He's not far away from it, but came with its reward.
Picks up 4 to move on to 30 from 29. Hannon Dalby now goes back from short fine to wide long leg, and as a consequence, long off comes in to the edge of the circle. So whether he can clear the offside, they're saying go on, try that one instead. Garrett into Swindles, who tries to do that, goes through long on, or through mid on really, and bounces out towards Norwell at long on. He looks embarrassed at what looks concernedly at the bottom of his bat. It was, he says, out of the back of his hand. Slower ball from George Garrett. He warns Scriven accordingly.
They've just changed the fielder, so Rob Yates has gone into the position that Norwell was. Norwell's come to the edge of the circle.
Okay.
Cover. Where is he thinking this is going?
Garrett into Scriven, who pulls a delivery out towards mid-wicket. Sibley scrambles across to his right, gets his throw away quickly, and it is just one. He kind of looks more likely, Scriven. He's got this quicker hands almost, a bigger young man. In every sense of the word, taller and slightly wider than their relatively diminutive Harry Swindles. 12 off 7 for Scriven, 294 for 6. Swindles back on strike on 31. Garrett is in, he steps right across. It's a slower ball, but it's a full toss that is clipped firmly out through mid-on, but only as far as Yates at long on. A good throw on the bounce to Michael Burgess means it is just one for Swindles.
Sun now gleaming off the white tent to the side of the Bennett end.
The hospitality marquee, yes, the sort of one of those sort of semi-permanent ones that been up there for a good few years now. 3 years, I think now. Garrett is in, driving is Swindles, having Scriven having stepped back and made a little bit of room for himself. He does get it wide of mid-off, but without sufficient force to get it past him. Runs across, makes a stop, and just a single, but does mean that Scriven keeps the strike. He moves on to 13, 296 for 6, 4 overs to go.
Yeah, 9 from that over. He has been relatively expensive. George Garrett, wicketless so far. Oh, so 1 wicket. No, that's Helen Darby. It's just changed on the board. My apologies. Because they think it's Helen Darby bowling, but it's not. It's going to be Will Rhodes from the pavilion end. So
the scorers control it, the scoreboard, so it will be changed in due course.
Yeah, George Garrett 0 for 57 from his 7 overs. Will Rhodes 1 for 45 from 8. Had a very good LBW shout turned down that he seemed absolutely convinced was. We were less so, having had the benefit of a replay. Oh, relatively nicely. And he will come in again from the pavilion end up towards the crease. That was full and took a bit of pace off it. Cut away into the offside. Ethan Brooks has been relatively busy out on that boundary. He and Kai Smith, the 2 youngsters, given a large area to patrol along the rope at either end. Do you get the benefit of not having to move though in between overs?
True. Although he is in absolutely the full glare of the sun, isn't he, out there?
In comes the captain once more. Good footwork, good slap away, and a couple of bounces and 4. Kunal Pandya moving around to his left-hand side. And that brings up the 300 for Leicestershire. How many more can they make in the remaining overs to come?
Yeah, good shot from Swindles, clubbed it away.
It's brought another little meeting. Sibley, Rhodes and Pandya.
Does Pandya go back? No.
Comes Rhodes, delivers now, played nicely into the open space on the leg side. Rob Yates in from the boundary, keeps it down to a single.
He's got around a bit as well, Yates, hasn't he? Out there, a deep mid-wicket.
You mentioned Smith and Brooks didn't have to move very much. Rob Yates absolutely has.
Yeah, the openers have, Sibley and Yates, haven't they? They've been all over the shop.
I think that's Mark Robinson having a walk round the boundary at the moment as well. Often likes to go for a wander. Will Rhodes is in, that was full, and that's another super shot into the offside. It was the cover boundary. A really good looking hit, sounded sweet as well. Footwork superb, and drew another 4.
If he's going to bowl full outside off stump, he's going to have someone back on the boundary at extra cover or at long off. Big because hard to work it down to long. He's still got his long leg out, though. He's no change.
Rhodes in, 2 deliveries of this over to come. That was a bit straighter, slapped, Sibley coming in. Oh, he couldn't hang on to it. It's a really good effort from the big man. And Pandya will go and shake his hand and give him a pat on the back anyway.
It was a great effort. He could easily have got a mouthful there as well, couldn't he? Fully committed to getting his hands underneath it. May just have done so, but might have been half volley as well. Would have been very easy just to take a step back and take it on the bounce.
Rhodes in, up to the crease now. That's hit high, that's going to go over the top of Pandya and will be 2 bounces and 4. That's quite a big over.
It was.
Captain left himself open. 3-11 for 6 with 3 overs to go. Perfect time for Leicestershire to start hitting a few boundaries. Swindles has crept up to 41 from 34 and Scriven 19 off 11.
Well, can they get it up to 350? 39 off the last 3 would do that. That's a big ask, but 350 is quite a psychological barrier, isn't it? I mean, Warwickshire will be reasonably confident that their batter's capable of chasing anything, with the outfield as hard and as fast as it is in particular, but they know they're going to potentially have to work hard to do so now. They'll be under a little bit of scoreboard pressure. Scriven on strike to Garrett, who is in, bowls down the leg side. Scriven stepped across. Burgess couldn't take it cleanly. What is the signal going to be? Leg? No, bye. So looked as though it might have been a wide as well, but he did step right across his stumps, and though it went down the leg side and down past leg stump, Burgess looks slightly dismayed that it was signalled a bye. Bounced off his gloves. He's had a tough old time out there, Burgie, back on his old stamping ground. One of the reasons he left really was that he wasn't getting a chance as a wicket-keeper batsman. Good review. You're probably wondering about that now. In goes Garrett, bowls and steps right across Swindles, and it was kind of almost the right decision. He then tried to scoop it. Garrett didn't really change his line, and it bounced over the top of middle stump, quite a long way over it. It was there to be scooped, but Swindles, whacking the ground in annoyance, didn't get anything on it.
It's a competitive role, that wicket-keeper batsman. Alex Davis did it in the T20s. Matt Lamb's taken the gloves before.
Presumably Davies is one of those in the 100, is he? As Garrett is in. Swindle swings high into the leg side. It's going to bounce short of Sibley at mid-wicket. Grabs it two-handed above his head on the bounce, and it is just a single.
Kai Smith can take the gloves as well if needed. Yeah, it's Southern Brave, Alex Davis.
Southern Grumbly, from watching Alex Davies over the years. Garrett is into Scriven, who's working it nicely away on the leg side. Again, very quick hands from the all-rounder. Whips it away, down to wide, sort of long leg, deep backward square it goes. No chance for either Hannon Darby or running down there is Brooks to get there. And 4 more to Tom Scriven. He moves on to 23, 317 for 6.
Well, this is dangerous. Very dangerous. Probably an over and a half ago, Warwickshire were thinking we could keep them down to around 320, 325 here. As things stand, I'm really long past that. Still 2 deliveries to come.
14, excuse me, legitimate deliveries. So again, that 350 is a possibility. Short from Garrett. Good bouncer. Went for the pull hook. Scriven didn't get anything on it, bounced off his shoulder out towards gully. So a leg by is taken. Yeah, good delivery from Garrett. Maybe haven't used the short ball quite enough. It was always a little bit of a gamble. One-day cricket. That was a decent bouncer. Looks like he's going to get the privilege of bowling the last over, George Garrett, as well. Down the slope he comes and bowls down, stepping across his stumps is Swindles, and then driving out to long off, but just the single end of the to end the over. 319 for 6. Swindles 43 off 37, Scriven 23 off 14. Leicestershire could arguably do with Scriven. He looks the more capable of the two batters of reaching the boundary on strike, but Swindles has done pretty well. 43 off 37. 2 overs to go.
Now then, Will Rhodes, this is where you earn your corn as a captain, because Ollie Hannon Darby is going to bowl his final over, replacing the skipper from the pavilion end. Now he could pick himself to bowl the final over from the Bennett end, or he can stick with Garrett, who's comfortably got a couple more, or there's the option of Ethan Brooks. He's gone to his experienced man for the 49th. Alan Darby did start bowling from the Bennett end, so he could have just held him back for the 50th from there, but he's going to go for him here. Here comes Ollie Hannon Darby up towards the crease, got very close to the stumps and had to bowl it a bit wide as Swindles took a good couple of steps. I mean, it was almost a Steve Smith-esque stance on about 5th or 6th stump by the time he actually went to swing to hit it.
You kind of better just trying to work one really and get Scriven on strike, but it was well bowled by Hannon Darby. Followed Swindles, and it was a Yorker length.
Back to his mark on the edge of the circle. Tiring day. Hannon Darby in full, a little bit wide, high, and beats the fielder for the maximum. That's Rob Yates, who's down there in position.
Got plenty of that. Looked like Yates was absolutely in the game there, didn't it?
Right on the rope.
There's no breeze. Looking at the flag's completely limp. We've had breeze in recent days up here, but none at all today.
Yeah, the only movement is a bouncy castle over behind the family stand. And then Darby up again, slapped back over his head. He's a tall man. He jumped and reached as high as he could. Couldn't get there. In comes Sibley, and that's 50 for Swindles. Very nice knock from 40 deliveries. They've just, Leicestershire, had batsmen come in and put together good scores at just the right time, just to keep it going. Only that first real spell from the two openers did it feel like they were bogged in and not really keeping the scoreboard ticking. They've got up to 6.7 as a run rate. Hannon Darby's in, Fuller this time. Still managed to work it away. Just a single.
Swindles 50 came off 40 balls, included 4 fours and that 6. That 1-6.
So 2 to come from Hannon Darby. 340s, very much within range. 350, which it's talked about, still there. And a couple of big hits. Kind of point where late on in the Warwickshire innings they'll look back and say, could we have kept it tighter in this stage? Hannon Darby, that's full, that's a big high hit. It'll be well dealt with though by Sibley, and back in. Kept it to a single. One more to come. And the big opening bowler.
Swindles started the competition with 2 ducks, including a first baller, but now 70 and followed it up with another half century.
And Darby in. That's a big high hit. That's going to go all the way. Dom Sibley's not even bothered to run for it. I think it's over the sight screen.
It is into the pavilion.
Monstrous. 334 for 6 after 49.
Say Leicester supporters have seen very little of Tom Scriven, but I think what they're seeing now they'll be rather liking. 30 off 16 balls for Scriven, and he's hit 4 fours and a 6. 6 balls to go in the innings. 16 gets Leicestershire 350. So whatever happens, Warwickshire now they're going to have to work hard to maintain their unbeaten record in this competition. 1-2, tied 1, but shown more than capable of getting, is it twice they've got over 300 as required, comfortably enough. So
well, they got to 310 for 6 against Sussex. They 293 for 5 against Surrey.
Okay.
And 265 for 2. Dom Sibley was 106 not out.
Garrett is in. Swindle swings him out towards long on. Runs the first quickly, but it is going to be just 1. Good fielding from Yates at long on.
Yeah, the 265 was chasing though, so
yeah, so it could have been a lot more.
38.4 overs, yeah.
So more than capable, Warwickshire. But it's as much. It's more than they've managed, you know, the bigger score to chase down than they've been faced with thus far. Were they chasing in the tied game?
No,
because Norwell got bowled with a Yorker, bowled a Yorker, didn't he? Off the last ball. Garrett is in and bowls full toss, swung away by, or attempted to be swung away by Scriven. And it went to backward point, who took the catch in the end, and it sort of holds it up as though why there should be any doubt in it. That nobody seemed to react very much. A little bit short of Matt Lamb, but Lamb got his hands underneath it as it turned out, and Scriven's bright little damaging little innings comes to an end on 30. He's caught Lamb, bowled Garrett for 30.
Yeah, it seemed to take everybody by surprise,
including me, I'm afraid.
Well,
tried to pick up the
scoreboard didn't really pick up on it. Everyone just thought it kind of must have bounced to him. There was no celebration whatsoever. Might be indicative of where we are in the game. Or she just felt, yep, that's 1.
He held it up and sort of, I caught it. Oh, okay. And everybody seemed to accept it in the end. But a more than useful contribution from Tom Scriven. And the partnership was actually worth 60 between he and Harry Swindles. Roman Walker comes to the wicket. The Welshman, he can swing it away, but he's only got 4 balls in which to do so. So Garrett, good start to his final over and the final over of the innings, comes in and bowls to Walker, who gets a good delivery that tucks him up, and he was ready to swing it, then tried to block it out into the offside. Garrett onto it quickly, dot ball. So just the 1 run from the over so far, 1 wicket and a dot.
Dot ball's massive.
Whoa, not half. Good stuff from George Garrett. Can he maintain it for the final 3 balls of the innings? 1 for 64, his figures at the moment. Turns, comes in and bowls. Walker tries to club it into the offside. It comes off the bottom of the bat and trickles out towards extra cover, slightly wide of extra cover. So in the end, a fairly comfortable single for Walker. So Swindles, there's just a couple of deliveries to try and get the ball away. Get Leicestershire perhaps over 340.
Spoke earlier about how wickets suddenly as a bowler make your figures look a hell of a lot better. Garrett still won't be happy with the way he's gone, but at one point he was 8.6 and over, now 7.5 and 1 for 64.
And all a good part of the learning process for a young cricketer just starting to make his way in the game. Garrett is in. Swindles is down the wicket, hitting hard and straight, but not cleanly. So it's going to bounce short of long on. And as a consequence, because had a lot of work to do to get to the ball, Yates, Swindles can turn and make one into two. So didn't hit it cleanly, but sometimes that can help. He moves on to 54, 3-3, 8 for 7. Final ball. After which there'll be an update, or there might be an update for BBC Radio Leicester. I thought there was going to be one at 2:30, possibly not. We'll all have some lunch for 40 minutes and... oh, there is. It is, and it's going to be bowled by George Garrett to Harry Swindles, who's on 54 not out. Garrett bowls, it's a full toss, Swindles is down, the wicket hits it high up into the air and is caught at extra cover. So Leicestershire's innings comes to an end with Harry Swindles' dismissal. He goes for 54. 338 for 8. Leicestershire's final score. That will be a test for a very strong Warwickshire lineup. Under normal circumstances, you'd think that would be very hard to chase down, but as I say, Warwickshire are a strong batting team, but they have plenty to do. The pitch is looks to have flattened out a little bit under the hot sunshine, but Leicestershire will be reasonably confident if they bowl and field well, they can make it 4 wins out of 5 in the competition. All to play for down here at a blazing hot Uptonsteel County ground. The target for Warwickshire will be 339. And as I say, we will be back with you here at the Uptonsteel County Ground for the resumption in around about 35 to 40 minutes time. But just for now, from BBC Radio's WM, CWR and Radio Leicester, from Mikey Burrows and Richard Ray, it's a good afternoon and enjoy your tea, or lunch even.
All of the family activities are still going on as well in the fan zone. That is in the car park that is there by the indoor school. Speaking of the indoor school, if you've not already done so, then head over and meet some of the animals. We've been getting great reports, and it's also in the shade as well. So just to get out of the sun and get a great experience here on Family Fun Day. So make sure you get yourself a glass of something cold and delicious again as the players on their way off the pitch. Show your appreciation. Leicestershire 338 for 8. In their 50 overs, so Warwickshire will require 339 for 8. And just a reminder, as some of the youngsters are heading out onto the pitch, everyone is welcome to enjoy the hallowed turf here at the interval. However, if you do have yourself a glass of something delicious and alcoholic, then please do not bring it out onto the pitch. No alcohol is allowed on the pitch now or at any time throughout the day. Well, how good is this in the sunshine? The Foxes putting on a great show in the back. 338 they accumulated in the 50 overs. Sorry, interview them, so let them get to wherever they go to get some refreshment. So when playing resumes, 339 is the total. But let's have a look over here. The roller is out on the pitch, flattened out ready for the run chase. And everyone's here just having a good time. I'm looking over at this youngster here playing. He's going to sign back. I might go and interrupt him to see what signatures he's got on there. Come on, have a chat to me. Come on, come here, superstar. What's your name, buddy? How you doing, Ryan? And tell me about your cricket club. Who are you here representing today? And scored any runs this year? You scored any runs this year?
Yeah, but
Alright, tell me about your bowling. One run, 2 overs and 3 wickets. Alright, so you having a game here? Is he sending teammates? Who have you got with you? Who's better at cricket? You or your brother? Alright, well you go and have a game with that lot then. Brother, what's your name mate? You come over and have a chat. This is your right to reply. Come on. No, you don't want it? Well, in which case, we will have to believe him that he is the best cricketer. Do you guys enjoy as well? Can I have a chat to you? Can I talk to me? You're going to have to come a bit closer so the microphone works. Come on, sit down. Come on, a bit closer. I like your kick very back, but I like this bat even more. What's your name?
Flynn.
How are you doing, Flynn? You having a good day?
Yeah.
Do you think Leicestershire are going to win?
Yeah.
Me too. So this bat here, you've got lots of signatures on it. Do you know who they all are?
I know some, but so we wouldn't bring them around, but so Leicestershire's. I know that anyone I've got is either Matt Parkinson, I've got Matt Shaw.
Oh, you've got loads of good ones, but you're still using it to score some runs, right? Excellent. So who are you here today?
My dad and my little brother.
Okay, and who's better at cricket? You or your little brother? Of course you are. Well, you go and enjoy that. You can get the signatures on that back. Great to have you here. And great to have all of your company as well. I can see some brave folks with their tops off, getting a tan. And don't get me wrong, I respect it. A fair play to you. But make sure you look after yourselves today. It is really, really important. The paramedics have been pretty busy because people haven't been drinking enough water. And people have been wearing their factor 50. And look, I know you know. And I know you know, I know you know. But please look after yourselves today because we've got a fantastic cricket coming up. We've still got 50 overs to go. We've got a brilliant run chase. Warwickshire are looking to keep up their great form in this competition as well. And we want new compass mentors to support your team. Lots going on the pitch, and great to see so many of you enjoying it as well. But there is lots going on in the car park directly behind me too. It is Family Fun Day. Thank you so much for coming to join us for it today. Who would have thought that £1 tickets would have got people flying through the gates, eh? Marketing genius. Anyway, it's all quiet at this end, but in the car park there's the DJ banging out the tunes, there's the ice cream down there, there are all of the bars open. I'm casting my eyes out, and I think you have all pretty much listened, but if you have gone onto the pitch and you brought a beer with you, then take that back into the stands, finish it and get back out on the pitch. But lots going on out there in the car park, lots of people having lots of fun. We absolutely love to see it. I'm going to go and get involved with some of this cricket now. We'll chat to you again in a bit. But get yourselves comfortable, get yourselves in the shade, stay hydrated, and we'll be back with the run chase to join you later.
Commentating. Yeah. Bit of breeze up there as well, isn't it?
As they return to the field of play, please welcome the on-field umpires, James Middlebrook and Tom Lennon. And the opening batters for Warwickshire, number 17, Rob Yates, and number 45, Tom Sibley. And led out by Captain Lewis Hill, please welcome the fielding side, Leicestershire Foxes.
Good afternoon again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Resumption of this Royal London One-Day Cup match between Leicestershire and Warwickshire. BBC ball-by-ball commentary brought to you by Mikey Burrows of BBC WM and BBC CWR, and myself, Richard Ray, of BBC Radio Leicester. Warwickshire about to commence their reply to Leicestershire's score of 338 for 8. Tough, but by no means, we feel, unachievable, especially by a very strong and in form Warwickshire batting lineup. Leicestershire will start with overseas bowler Bjorn Hendricks, South Africa left armour bowling to the in-form Rob Yates, and Mikey Burrows will tell you all about it.
Thank you, Richard. Had a little walk around during the interval. It is roasting.
It really is.
Down at pitch level. In comes Hendricks, and that was down the leg side, and he starts with a wide. Not the best of beginnings. Ayers got onto the outfield in the last couple of minutes. The supporters had an opportunity to go out there. I did walk past one family having a bit of a game, and one adult giving a bit of abuse to the other for his catching not being quite on point. Unforgiving around these parts. In comes Hendricks once more then. Up, better delivery this time. A little play and a miss. Bit of movement there through to the wicket keeper. That's a much better line and length.
Yeah, early wickets may be the key for the Foxes. Yates on the back of 100, I think, last time out.
Yep, 114 from 111. Sibley's got a century in this competition this year as well. Hendricks up to the crease. Well, prodded away by Yates. Got a good stride in. Sent the ball onto the leg side. No run. He's been a good player for a good 18 months or longer, Rob Yates. He's had a little taste of England Lions action. You never quite know with him though which is his actual best format.
5 centuries last season. Can bat in all forms, can't he?
Yeah,
He was a real prospect.
He was a big part of the county championship win. Hendricks comes in, squared him up that time. Into pad involved, no run.
Lively Hendricks. Probably half a yard quicker than any of the Warwickshire seamers, even Norwell possibly, on it when he gets it through.
That's the
South African.
question on the about the surface, isn't it? Under the baking hot sun all day. Hendricks up to the crease, a little bit leggy and whipped away off the legs, and it may well get to the rope. Yes, it will. First runs off the bat. It was a nice one from Rob Yates. First boundary up in the first over as well. That's always confidence boosting.
Yeah, he can go for a few as well. 9 wickets in the competition so far for Bjorn Hendricks. By a distance, the top wicket taker for the Foxes, 7 for Vian Mulder. Former Warwickshire player Chris Wright will almost certainly bowl the opening over from the Bennett end.
Hendricks up. Again, it was a little bit down leg and it will be a wide. You can see he's trying to angle it back into Robbie Yates.
Need him to make a good start. Hendricks, and Yates has had the best of it so far.
Two to come from the pavilion end. Hendricks up, well defended into the onside. Yeah, Mulder, the man who got across. There you went past the ice cream stand, Richard. They were selling out. There's people coming out there disappointed. Hendricks up to the crease. Again whipped away off the legs. Just a single this time.
Well, on that note, the ice cream van comes down Milligan Road. So if you weren't able to get one here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, hopping through the gates on Milligan Road might be productive. Seen him going up and down that Milligan Road through storms and freezing weather and whatever the conditions. Early April, or at the height of the summer like today. And it is going to be Chris Wright who will be remembered most, I suspect, fondly by the Warwickshire members. A key member. He too, then, like Yates, a key member of a championship-winning side for the Bears.
Yeah, some real good service. Real fine cricketer.
He's going to come down the slope from the Bennett end and bowl to Yates outside off stump. He leans forward, lets it go through, pushed it across the left-hander, very solidly built, the 22-year-old Yates. Solihull boy, so very much a local.
I thought you were saying, I told you I was from Solihull earlier. I thought you were saying that's a trait of us Solihull boys. I'm a big man, but I'm a bit more wobbly than Robbie Yates.
In goes Wright, and it's worked by Yates, the in-swinger off his legs down towards deep backward square. Nick Welsh, who you will get used to seeing out there in front of the Uptonsteel stand between the meet and the electronic scoreboard. That stand now much more populated, like the Turner Centre. It's pretty much in shade. The trees that run behind it, between the stand and the nets, affording much relief, I suspect, to those sitting in those yellow bucket seats there. Aaron Lilly still out in the blazing sunshine on the other side of the ground. So Sibley's going to face his first ball now, the first 8 faced by Yates. 8 runs taken or conceded by Leicestershire, given a couple were wides. In goes Wright and bowls to Sibley outside off stump. He looks behind, having left the delivery, which went through quite low to Harry Swindles behind the stumps. There is a slip. Louis Kimber, who's standing quite wide at second slip, as Yates himself was when, was it Patel edged between, directly between, yes he was on 5, edged Norwell between the two of them. Neither Burgess nor Yates moved a muscle as Wright is in. To Sibley, who fends at one outside off stump as it bounces and swings away. Fortunate not to get the edge as it goes through into the gloves of Swindles.
Mentioned Dom Sibley got 100 in that first game. He was out for 5 in the Surrey match, but Robbie Yates got 54 in that one. He got 87 against Gloucestershire in the first game and 114 against Sussex in the third game, so you could say he is a man in form.
Indeed, he's averaging 85 from those 3 innings then. As Wright is in on off stump, Fuller, Sibley leans forward, dabs it down towards Gully, interested momentarily in the possibility of a single, but immediately sent back by Yates as Kimber quickly closed on the ball.
It's an interesting situation with Sibley, the fact that he is leaving at the end of the season, but he has spoken about the fact that he actually wants to make a point to those back at Surrey that he's not just a red ball batter.
Wright is in, bowls to him on off stump, similar shot, dabbing it down towards the gully. Patel runs in and fields, and there's no chance of a single. You would think it's going to be very, very hard for Dom Sibley to force his way into either of Surrey's white ball sides. That said, they lose so many to the 100. It was a fairly unfamiliar Surrey side that lined up against Leicestershire and Guildford for sure. So every chance perhaps of getting in the Royal London Cup side, but into the T20 side, I'd question that one.
I'd say after his century in the first game, he was talking quite openly about wanting to remind those at Surrey that when he was younger he played a lot of white ball cricket. He likes to think he's pretty good at it. Certainly been good at the red ball stuff in the last couple of years. It's one of those things, actually, the county championship win last year. I was mentioning to you earlier in the Leicestershire innings about the format that helped Warwickshire. Conversely, his falling out of favour with England meant they had him back for those crucial games, and his focus was there to prove people wrong. And it just added a bit of steel at a great time. As in comes Hendricks, prodded away, and scamper through for a single. Score moves on to 9 for no loss. He really did enjoy himself after that county championship win as well, let me tell you. They were on the outfield at Edgbaston for a long old while.
It's a hard-earned prize, isn't it? And every right to enjoy it and celebrate it once it's been won.
You think we might be going back to a conference style?
It looks increasingly possible. Likely even.
That's Hendricks up towards the crease. Full. Played nicely back down the ground. And it will comfortably go to the boundary. They didn't even need to complete their first run. That's a man who's in relatively good nick. Step forwards, straight bat. Let it go to the rope.
Yeah, no swing for Hendricks, and he's going to try around the wicket. I saw umpire Lungley having a word with him after the previous but one delivery, and he's been warned once or twice by various umpires about running onto the line.
He's come round the wicket towards the crease now. Played off his hips from Sibley to the boundary for just a single. Moves on to 5, score moves on to 14, 2 deliveries to come. I just think the conference system just a little bit more to play for. Teams get to play different people.
They did in the Bob Willis Trophy, but it depends on sort of the nature, I suppose, of the selections for each group. I think it's going to be based on championship finishes.
Hendricks up to the crease, back over the stumps. No run. Thinking about one.
And I think there's a strong fear that the third group, there may only be the one promotion place from group 3, as opposed to sort of 2 between 1 and 2, and the sort of gap between the top 12 teams and you know, maybe the bottom 3 or 4. You know, there may be a couple of teams that'll move between 2 and 3 fairly regularly.
Hendricks up to the crease, played into the offside, no run, sharp fielding.
You know, and it will sort of cement that them and us test playing, test hosting
Yeah.
counties in
Well, that's
position to a certain extent, and how will they designate? How will the third group be regarded? Will especially in red ball cricket? And
yeah.
there's a lot of concern, and obviously it means a reduction in fixtures as well.
Well,
Which is
I realise I'm coming at it from a Warwickshire point of view, which is always going to be obviously in that first group in terms of the facilities and seen as being one of the bigger counties. I just like the idea of not necessarily always the same three conferences at the start. Mix it up from the start, and then on the basis of merit, those three conferences are then decided afterwards.
Chris Wright is in to Sibley, bowls down the leg side, will be signalled wide. This isn't a great start from the Leicestershire opening bowlers early, though it is 15 without loss after 3. He'll have to bowl that one again.
Because at least then it gives an opportunity, if you're at Leicestershire or Derbyshire or anyone else, win a couple of those games in the first round, and suddenly you're in a different pot towards the end, and you're in with a chance of winning the whole thing. If you're always in the second division, you've never got a chance.
Wright is in. That's a better delivery on off stump. Sibley leans forward with an angled bat, guides it down towards Patel in the gully. Obviously just the 2 men out in the first power play. They are third man, and it's usually backward square, and it is backward square. Lily out there, about 20 yards inside the ropes out there. Third man is very much on the boundary. Roman Walker down there. Wright charges in, bowls straight. Sibley just pushes it out towards mid-on, realises that it's going to take a few seconds to bobble towards Vian Mulder, and Yates immediately responds to the call, which is always the key, and they make the single comfortably. 16 without loss. Yeah, I thought when you mentioned the word ice cream, I thought you were going to produce one magically from behind your back, and so I went, alas, there were none.
I think it would have melted by the time I got back here.
Indeed. Yeah. Needed to stock up then, Leicestershire. As Wright is in to the left-handed. Yates goes past, possibly even the inside edge. He's looking to shape the ball back into the left-hander. That was just outside off stump, rather slid through. Perhaps a fraction low to Harry Swindles. There's a few sort of puzzled looks from Swindles in particular, wondering whether maybe he should take half a stride forward. Kimber takes his guide from Swindles, I suspect. As I say, he's standing at pretty much 1.5 slips as Wright is in slightly short and turns his wrists on it nicely. Yates clipping it out towards backward square. Nick Welsh comes in from the rope. 1 is taken. There's a lot of scraping at the crease going on out there. It will have been filled in during the interval. Some bowlers don't like that, and what was put into the sort of hole that has been left by the Warwickshire bowlers is being kicked away by Chris Wright. It might be worth, you would have thought, the opening bowlers for whichever side is batting second to liaise with the ground staff and to, well, we actually don't want it being filled in, thanks very much, and save everybody a deal of work in the heat, but apparently not. Wright is in. 2 Sibley, who's beaten on the outside edge. Ball that just swings past and into the gloves of Swindles.
Final point for me on the conference type system as well. Doesn't matter what ideas we come up with and discuss up here, until those who actually organise it give some proper time in the season to the red ball games. It still baffles me that we dedicate this whole month to 50 over cricket, the best time of the year.
Wright is into Sibley. Fuller this time, blocked firmly out to mid-off where Hill fields, and there is no run. That you can't help feeling is as much about making the other one-day competition, the franchise one-day competition, the sort of centre of attention to a certain extent, and so whether that would change, or whether the fact there'd be fewer championship games would just give another excuse to sort of leave August very much to the 100. Well, I guess it remains to be seen. All will be revealed in due course, but the word, when you see the interviews with Strauss and Connor and people like that, makes you a bit nervous.
Hendricks up to the crease, left arm over. That was a delicious delivery. Invited Yates to try and play at it. He did so, didn't get anywhere near it.
Little bit of away swing.
Yates is 8 from 15, Sibley 6 from 10. Run rate is 4.1 and rate required is at 7. So worth keeping an eye on. Not exactly got off to a blistering start, these two. Hendricks up again, a little bit more bounce on it this time and whipped away off the hip. And that'll be a comfortable 4.
Yeah, poor ball from Hendricks. Twice now he's been put away down to the deep backward square boundary. Yates using the pace over the ball, no chance in either case for... Well, Lilly really chased hard the first one but couldn't get there, and he knew he had absolutely no chance with that one, so... Ordinary from Hendricks. You can't help feeling Leicestershire are going to have to use scoreboard pressure as well. It's not going to be easy to take wickets. We saw that during the Leicestershire innings on the pitch the way it is, so... In some ways you have to rely on the batsmen to kind of get themselves out or play a role in it anyway.
Hendricks up to the crease again, off the back foot, good stride. It's been 2 fielders and it will go away to the boundary. That Uptonsteel stand almost fully in shade now. Yates has just started to kick on. Maybe he took a look at that scoreboard the same time we did. Thought a couple of boundaries were needed. Suddenly the run rate's up at 5.6.
It doesn't take much to change things at this stage, and Hendricks, not a good start. None for 21 from 2.5.
Up he comes past the umpire. A little bit straighter this time. Straight bat from Yates. To the leg side, no run. 25 for no loss. 2 deliveries to come with the 5th over. Chasing 338 to win. 339 to win. 314 required. Hendricks up to the crease. A waft, and did he get a touch on it? There was an appeal. RBH just took a couple of steps away to the left hand side as we looked towards the centre of the field. And the umpire was unmoved.
Must have flicked the thigh pad or something. Otherwise he'd have signalled wide, wouldn't he? But
some interest for a moment. 1 delivery to come of the over. Hendricks up to the crease. That's a lovely looking shot. Super drive. Through the offside. Don't need to run too far for that one. And he's looking real good, Nick, now, Rob Yates. 20 from 20. 29 for no loss at the end of the 5th.
He's going to have to think about this a little bit. 8 and over. Hendricks in his first 3 overs. 25 off 3. They do need early wickets, Leicestershire. Tough though this will be to chase down. It is very achievable with the outfield the way it is, and they can't afford really to let Warwickshire get off to a real flyer. Yates looks capable. 20 off 20 for him. The energised Sibley no doubt will be looking to follow suit as Chris Wright, hair bouncing, comes in and bowls to the big right-hander. Just leans forward and blocks it down. It stops dead on the edge of the cut strip, about 2 or 3 feet away from him. And of course there is no run. No spinner in the Leicestershire side, but there was no real turn for Pandya. That said, he managed to pick up 3 important wickets. 3, 2, 3. I can't remember. 3 it was.
2 of them caught on the boundary.
Yeah.
Still count, don't they?
Absolutely. Yates is driving and it goes between the 2 again. Sibley, I beg your pardon, went for the drive and we saw it, as you say, in the first innings. Catchable height, Kimber. Catchable height. Swindles straight between the 2.
Yeah, I think as you made the point in the first innings, you look towards your wicket keeper to take the lead in that kind of situation. That one felt a bit closer to the wicket keeper. It might have done him a disservice from the angle that we're at, but it's definitely flashed through them.
Goes right and bowls.
Oh,
Corn bowled. What a catch by Chris Wright. Almost casually turned the pace of the bat on it. May have been a leading edge. Certainly was close to the edge. Roundabout chest high, very straight back down the pitch. Wright stuck out his right hand and somehow the ball stuck, as though it was the easiest thing you've ever seen in the world. It certainly wasn't that, because it was moving as it went back and Wright was falling away to his left. But he's made the breakthrough.
Well, he nearly got him the ball previous, and Sibley didn't make Leicestershire pay. A bit of a lazy shot, really, prodding the bat forward to take nothing away from Chris Wright. It was absolutely superb, and from the angle we're at, you just saw the speed at which he got that right hand back up to it. Almost superhuman to be able to react. Rhodes next in. I say Sibley made a big score in his first game in this competition. Hasn't followed it up. And that's a big wicket, because he's the kind of guy who can stick around and run a ball. Big score from him would have put pressure back onto Leicestershire. Skipper will hope that he has enough. Try and add to it. Made 76 against Sussex the other day. 76 off 70 with 7 4s and 2 6s. So
potentially key partnership now. Needed that, Leicestershire, you felt. Hendricks had been very profligate, or has been very profligate. Might get another over or 2 now with a new batsman at the crease. Right, effects a remarkable breakthrough. 2 left-handers at the crease then now, in Yates and Rhodes. So he looks to swing it into the left-handers, push the occasional delivery across them. Rhodes, bat raised, waits as Wright goes in, bowls to him, it creeps through just outside off stump and is stopped somehow by Swindles. It sort of bounces off Swindles out towards, well, square leg in the end. But goodness me, that stayed low. Slid through. Had that been straight, Rhodes would have been back in the pavilion. Does occasionally get one to sort of squat like that. I don't know how, but Wright is in. That one doesn't squat, it sits up quiet. Nicely played out towards gully. A diving Patel gets his left hand to it, but he does have to dive, and Yates and Rhodes complete one. They have a word, Rhodes and Wright, at the end. I don't know to what that would have been about. Rhodes would have been at Warwickshire when Wright was there, I would think so. Sure. Because this is only his 3rd season at Leicestershire. Chris Wright, so
we'll know each other from around on the scene, I imagine.
In he goes and bowls to Yates, who looks to try and turn a delivery into the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it, bounces off the hip, and there is no run. End of the over, updates time. For BBC Radio Leicester. Well, good news for the Foxes, because Warwickshire have just lost their first wicket. Big one too, that of the England opener Dom Sibley, who was caught and bowled by Chris Wright. Brilliant catch by right, because Sibley trying to play across the line slightly, got something of a leading edge. It went back towards right at quite a pace, round about chest high to his right as he fell away in his bowling action to his left, but he stuck out his right hand, the ball stuck, and it was a brilliant piece of work by the veteran seamer. Sibley gone for 10, made the score 33 for 1. Rob Yates looks in really good touch though, scored 100 in his last innings, 114 in fact, and he is already on 20 off just 21 balls. Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire skipper, has come out to join him. He has got a single to his name, and after 6 overs, Warwickshire needing, as you said, 339 to win the game, are 34 for 1. Change of bowling. Vian Mulder's on.
Mulder is up and wide to start off, just as Hendricks did.
Instant decision then by Hill. Just the 3 overs for Hendricks for, what was it, 25. Mulder's been in good form with bat and ball in this competition. A best of 4 for 47 in the game when he scored a century against Middlesex.
And he comes played off there. Thanks again. I'll scamper through for a single. Important for Leicestershire to look lively in the field.
They kind of won it in the field against Somerset. Really crisp fielding. Keeping singles to singles, if you know what I mean, and judging the bobbles and taking their catches. Well, Wright has already taken a pretty good one.
Mulder towards the crease again, right arm round the wicket, a sweep from Yates, and it's away. That's a lovely shot. Almost pirouetted in position on the edge of the crease and down for a wide fine leg. Nobody down there.
Quite a while Leicestershire think he's going to get out to that short ball into the body without a long leg. It's a bit hard to understand, but 3 times now Yates has dispatched the ball down to the wide long leg boundary.
Here comes Mulder once more. This time just straight back. Playing it back towards him defensively from Yates, who's on 24 from 23. Warwickshire 40 for 1. Run rate is just around where they need to be at this stage. Michael Burgess is due in next. Pandya due in at 5. And Matt Lamb, and then you're kind of really into the all-rounders of Brooks and Smith. Didn't expect too much from the last 3. Mulder comes in again round the wicket. A attempted shot from Yates into the offside, but that ring of fielders protecting, all going further outside the circle.
Stream gone down again, possibly. I think it's to do with bandwidths and things like that, but I don't know whether yours is working or whether it's going to go the old circle of doom.
Appears to be okay. Mulder is in again, just drifting onto the legs, but this time it'll only be a single. Came off the pad.
Sometimes you just have to refresh it.
We are directly in the sunlight now. Not quite fully moved around the ground yet. Mulder comes in, final ball of his first over, and defended away by the skipper. No run, 41 for 1 from 7.
Ground staff being summoned to sweep out the debris of the scraped out crease. All the work they did during the interval in filling in the hole, such as it was, rendered pointless, essentially. Right, just doesn't like it. And he's showing the ground staff what he wants doing. He wants that digging out, and then with a little sharp shovel, it is being scraped out now. Somebody's out there with a tamper as well, but they're taking out the loose stuff. They use a sort of mixture of earth and water and I don't know what. Ground staff to fill in those holes and get it to dry quickly. I was watching them work at home the other day on it.
It's nice to see actually during the interval. There's quite a few who are on the outfield. Got to go and have a look at things. And I mentioned to you the other day, a similar thing happened at Edgbaston. I know it probably happens more here than Warwickshire's home, where supporters are rarely allowed onto the outfield these days. It was when I was a young man. Used to go down for the old 40 over Sunday league and nip on once Alan Donald had finished his business with a wind ball from time to time. Do you remember those?
I do, yeah.
Bright orange wind balls. Have a little knock around in front of the old big umbrella. Great big cover that used to come on for Mira Colley's stand. But actually the other day there was a wonderful photo taken, Warwickshire retweeted, of a number of fans lining up, and Gary Barwell, the chief groundsman, just talking fans through what it takes to create a pitch. I love stuff like that.
Absolutely expert. I think he was here, wasn't he, Barwell, for a while before getting the Edgbaston job. Wright is ready now, comes in and bowls edge just short of Kimber by Yates. Kimber tried to form the long barrier, got two hands to it, deflected it down towards Bjorn Hendricks at third man, didn't quite carry. The electronic scoreboard has either been switched off or has melted, essentially. But anyway, it is off at the moment. It shouldn't have melted because it's in the shade, so it maybe just needs a bit of a reboot. Happily, the manual scoreboard, one of only two in county cricket, is still working. In goes Wright and turned by Rhodes, walking across his stumps rather, out towards Hill at mid-on. Hill comes in quickly enough to prevent any chance of a single.
You were very proudly telling me beforehand it's the only one with a clock on it, isn't it?
Absolutely. With a couple of clock on top of it. 5 foot, that couple of clock. It was made for something else, basically. It was ordered and then apparently not required. In goes Wright and bowls outside off stump, left by Rhodes, who looks inquiringly at umpire Middlebrook, but umpire Middlebrook doesn't signal wide. And it was offered to the club relatively cheaply. And they said, yeah, we'll have it, pop it on top of the scoreboard. And it sort of fits rather nicely.
Yeah.
It's relatively recent, the scoreboard. I think it's sort of in the early 70s, something like that, but it was fully renovated 2 seasons ago, courtesy of all those cakes being sold by the Friends of Grace Road. As Wright is in, bowled, looking for the big cut is Rhodes, raises his eyes to the heavens as he plays almost over the ball and then reverses the bat in his hand, so he's holding it by the blade, looks completely disgusted with himself. Dot ball. Halfway through the 8th over.
Yeah, he feels like he missed out there, Will Rhodes.
Yep.
He was inviting in Juicy So outside of off stump, and he'd normally cash in.
It was out there to be flayed away, in fairness. Wright is in, bowls. That's a straighter, short delivery, swings back in, but Rhodes can just turn it away through the fairly vacant leg side at the moment and jog one. Moves on to 3, 43 for 1 the score. I don't know whether there'll be an announcement as to why the electronic scoreboard has given up the ghost. Right, turns in and bowls, squares up. Yeah, it's a little bit thick outside part of the bat. The delivery off middle out towards Rishi Patel, who goes at sort of backward point now, makes the stop, and there is no run. End of the 8th over, 43 for 1 is the score.
Just at the same stage, Leicestershire were 30 for no loss, so read into that what you will. I'm going to nip next door and just give a quick update to the listeners on BBC WM.
Another 30 minutes to get your cakes, says the man on the PA. In the Bennett Bar, in the Turner Indoor Centre at the far end of the ground as we look at it. In goes Mulder and bowls to Will Rhodes, who stands up tall to that one, slightly short of a length, and turns it off middle and leg out towards Lilly, who is the sweeper on the leg side. 44 for 1. Rhodes on to 4. Two for 58, says Harry Swindles. Mulder is in, bowls very straight on off stump and leaning forward. Solid defensive press from Yates back down the pitch towards Mulder. Goes the South African bowls, goes past the outside edge, is caught behind. What a breakthrough for Leicestershire. Lovely delivery from Vian Mulder, just straightened on the left-hander and took the outside edge. How important will that breakthrough be? Both these left-handers, Yates and Rhodes, have been in form, but Mulder found a delivery that was a little bit too good for them. For the batsman, 44 for 2, and it's Robbie Yates, the Centurion, the in-form Yates, who goes caught behind. Just straightened at him. Didn't do anything flamboyant, didn't try and flay it away through the offside. It was a defensive shot. The ball just a little bit too good for him. But another batsman who's in form and is well known to Leicestershire supporters. Michael Burgess comes to the crease now. But that's a big wicket for Leicestershire, you feel. Especially at what is still a relatively early stage in proceedings. Leicestershire's strength as such is in their middle order in the terms of the batting. Warwickshire's towards the top. And the two openers already on their way. Sibley caught and bowled for 10, and now Yates caught behind for 25. Still another 295 needed by the Bears. Good change of bowling really from Lewis Hill, the Leicestershire captain. He has captained the side well, he's led them well in this competition. So he's not sort of one of those shouting and bawling captains, but he is very thoughtful and knowledgeable about his cricket. He's pretty experienced now, Lewis, and his changes have for the most part been well made. In goes Mulder and bowls, and goes past the outside edge of Michael Burgess's bat with an outswinger. Burgess walks away towards short leg, indicating that there was movement. Swing away. Impressed Tom Lungley. The umpire is standing with his hands on his hips as though it had done absolutely loads there. Perhaps it did. We aren't perfectly behind the bowler's arm. Just having a look at the replay on that one. It swung, but it was an ordinary shot from Burgess. He was drawn into playing a delivery that he didn't need to play at. Mulder is in on off stump, dabbed down by Burgess. Patel sprawls across to his right from backward point to make the stop. dot ball. Licks his fingers, Vian Mulder grips the ball down the seam, turns. Runs in and bowls, brings Burgess forward on off stump, pushed out into the offside. Lilly is the fielder. The throw goes back into Swindles and it's another dot ball. Well bowled Vian Mulder, 1 for 7 from his 2 overs. As I said, very important breakthrough. Burgess yet to score. Will Rhodes 4 off 9, and the ground man is coming out. It is a groundsman, it's not a pejorative phrase. It's an accurate one to remark the crease, because having had to scrape all the foothold away, umpire Middlebrook wants the crease remarked so he can see a clear line. And Michael Burgess and James Middlebrook watching very carefully as the white line is painted on again. All happy. Just takes a few seconds. The groundsman, a member of the ground staff, goes jogging off, having done his work. 44 for 2 off 9. Mike, he'll be back with us shortly. As Chris Wright turns down the slope, bowls to Rhodes, slightly short, pulled by Rhodes out towards mid-wicket. Hill gives chase, but he knows that it is going to be futile, because if anything, the ball seems to gather pace, even though it's bouncing over the outfield, and runs under the covers that are kept in front of the electronic scoreboard. Rhodes picks up his first boundary, moves on to 8, 48 for 2. See Mikey next door very wisely and liberally splashing on the sun cream, which I must admit I did before I came out, because the sun is now streaming into our commentary box. In goes Wright and bowls short. Rhodes pulls around the corner, and it is going to be cut off down there in front of the meet by Nick Welsh, running away to his left. Throws on the bounce to Harry Swindles, who makes the stop at the second attempt. 1 to Rhodes. He moves on to 9. Brings Burgess down on strike. Has played here and against Leicestershire, obviously frequently since he left the club for both Sussex and Warwickshire. Epsom boy, of course. Came to in goes Wright. Bowls to him. It's a decent shout for leg before, but it was slightly delayed by Chris Wright, and I suspect it hit Burgess outside the line. Hit him quite low down. Have a look at the replay when we get the chance. But I suspect he'd moved far enough across for it to hit him outside the line. Let's have a look. Phew, wasn't a bad shout. Might just have hit him outside the line. Wright is in again to Burgess, who's trying to whip a delivery down the leg side. It goes on down the leg side and is signalled wide by umpire Middlebrook. Louis Kimber, beg his pardon, comes out of slip. Wright decides he wants a mid-wicket in instead, a shortish mid-wicket in instead, sort of up for the ball clipped in the air. Burgess is prepared to take it on if it's into the pads in that respect. 50 up with the wide, as we're coming towards the end of the power play. Wright is in. Burgess is defending it back down the pitch towards Wright, who with his left hand tries to flip the ball towards the stumps. Doesn't really get anything on it, and it bounces out to Lewis Hill at mid-off. Goals, wheel overhead. As Wright runs in and bowls again on off stump to Burgess, who on the back foot stands up tall and drives it, but without any really aggressive intent out to Hill at mid-off. Almost at the end of the power play, 50 for 2. As right is in to Burgess, again very straight, again it's played firmly back down the pitch to the former Warwickshire seamer. End of the over, 1 for 17 for Chris Wright from his first 5 overs, 50 for 2. I think Leicestershire won't be displeased with that, although they only scored 34 off their power play. They had lost 1 wicket. Warwickshire have lost 2, but they're 2 absolutely key wickets as far as they're concerned, Dom Sibley and Rob Yates. So although they have a few more runs in the bank, the dismissal of those 2 will make Leicestershire feel that they're at the moment in the driving seat, but Burgess and Rhodes more than capable of taking Warwickshire a long way towards this score. Mikey's back with us.
Yeah, apologies. Just giving an update to listeners of BBC WM, half-time of the West Bromwich Albion game. In comes Mulder. He's defended just about.
How are the Baggies getting on?
They are losing by Alton Hill at Blackburn, so if there are any West Bromwich Albion fans that presume they're watching the game or listening on BBC WM, but if there are any who are listening to us as well, it's not a great day because the Bears are in a bit of trouble.
Blackburn.
So, Rob Yates, I was saying to you, wasn't I? Gave him the big build-up of the big man. The man who's been the most informed, the man most likely to knock off a lot of these runs. As Mulder comes in, continues round the wicket. Rhodes plays into the onside for no run.
It was a good ball from Mulder. Bit of bounce, straightened.
It just shows you, doesn't it, when we talk about scoreboard pressure, it's that element of the old Geoffrey boycott, add 2 wickets to everything. Suddenly you kind of feel, well, you look at that scoreboard now and 289 still required is an awful long way away. So Mulder comes up, Rhodes will play it off his hips, he'll get a couple, will be cut off on the boundary. Good bit of teamwork out in the deep. Aaron Lilly, I think it was, who threw it in the end.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a long way to go, obviously, and they will feel like, you know, they're prepared to be in this kind of situation. Burgess has got runs this year. Rhodes, as I said, got a decent knock in the last game. But there isn't a huge amount in terms of sticking around beyond them. Mulder up towards the crease. It's prodded back into the offside for no run. I think I'd rather be Leicestershire.
At the moment, for sure. So I've been saying that Warwickshire's batting strength is sort of top-loaded, so to speak. Leicestershire's sort of a little bit more middle order. So, in terms of form, as much as anything, not necessarily in terms of ability, but in terms of form. And Sibley and Yates, big blows.
Mulder up to the crease. He's trapped him almost. He's getting a good line now from round the wicket. Trying to cramp up Will Rhodes. Not allow him to get forwards, but not short enough to allow him to go back and try and whip it away. Good tactical bowling. You can hear one young child nearby not enjoying it. Mulder comes in straight back to him to end the over, end the 11th, 52 for 2.
And that is completed right to 52 for 2, chasing 339 for victory. The great news, you have a winner of the Friends of Grace Road raffle. You've got a cash prize but you need to see the friends of Grace Rose to the left at the Bennett bar. The winning ticket is 50180. 50180.
Did you buy a ticket?
I didn't. I'm looking-
I didn't see any ticket sellers, I must admit, during the lunch interval. Otherwise, I would have invested. When it's a good crowd, you never know. Somebody had a very good day indeed, given it's more or less free to get in as well, and they'll pick up a very nice cash prize for winning the raffle. So 11 down in terms of overs, which means the target of 287 more runs need to be scored off 39 overs at 7.4. Chris Wright, who looks determined to impress against his former county, runs in and bowls short and pulled by, or attempted to be pulled by, Michael Burgess. Comes off the end of the bat, I think, and it races down to... No, it comes off the thigh pad. He just pulled over the top of it, and it races down to third man for a single. A little bit late on it, perhaps. It just came through a little bit more quickly than he thought it was going to.
This is a little bit wild.
I was just thinking it was just a fraction. Wild, helicopter-like.
He's yet to get off the mark after 8 at the moment, Burgess.
Survived a very decent leg before shout against Wright in Wright's previous over. Might just have been outside the line. Right into the left-handed Rhodes. Bowls short and whipped out towards deep mid-wicket. Bounces out towards Welsh. Bounces actually quite slowly for once. It doesn't gather too much pace off the outfield, and Welsh is able to field fairly comfortably. Single to Rhodes, moves on to 12.
Wright's bowled beautifully. Absolutely beautifully. 1 for 18. So 2 deliveries of his 6th. Would have thought this would be the last of his spell.
You'd have thought, and given the heat, it kind of should be. That said, as he comes in and bowls straight to Burgess, who's looking to work it, and a couple of steps down the wicket, but knew there was never likely to be a run in it. He has, in a couple of the games, I think, bowled to all 10, but these are sort of different conditions, aren't they? A couple of the away games when the heat was just about bearable. But he's coming down the slope, so perhaps he'll go through. He's got the best economy rate of the Leicestershire bowlers in the competition so far. He's only picked up 3 wickets, well, 4 now. But his economy rate is well under 5. It's 4.38. Goes in and bowls, driving is Burgess, but not timing it. Again, he wasn't at the pitch of the ball. Went forward, put his weight into the shot, but could only sort of steer it in the end out into the covers. I think that's Tom Scriven out there, waiting for him to just turn his back so I can check. Could be Nick Welsh having come in from the boundary, actually. There isn't a sweeper on the offside. Now, it was Welsh. He had come in, and he is now being sent back to the boundary, so...
Burgess made 93 against Surrey, and he had a good score, 58.
Right, bowls short to him. It's a no ball. Wright is off his feet, and he does try that sort of wild pull again. He bottom edges it down towards mid-wicket. Kimber runs across and fields, but it's going to be a free hit for Will Rhodes. Can't do stuff like that, Chris Wright. He's trying very, very hard. Flung himself off his feet, but in his effort to bang the ball in at Burgess, he overstepped.
Burgess just doing a few practice hooks and pulls at the non-striker's end. I say he's a man who's actually in good nick. He just hasn't looked like it for the first 10-11 deliveries he's faced.
It isn't. As I say, slightly... certainly on Friday it was a slightly too-paced pitch. And perhaps, you know, it still is a little hard to get yourself in and get going on. And if that is the case, then that 338 is looking at a very decent score. It is a very decent score under any circumstances, really. Wright is in to Rhodes, who tries to swing it away to deep mid-wicket, can't get it past the man at mid-wicket, who is Scriven, who makes the stop, but he does take one, Scriven falling away to his right. So he gets away with it to a certain extent. Chris Wright just concedes one from the free hit.
So you'd much rather be in Leicestershire's position. This feels like a real slog now to try and rebuild things. These two aren't playing with the same fluency and fluidity as some of the Leicestershire pairings after wickets fell.
Right is into Burgess, who crashes that one away through the offside, but the sweeper is out there, and he formed the long barrier, and it went through the long barrier, bounced, bobbled, but even so, that is a really poor piece of work by the usually extremely reliable Nick Welsh, and it has gone through for 4. And that is what Leicestershire did not do against Somerset. They stopped everything, and pretty cleanly as well, but not on that occasion. 62 for 2, and Burgess maybe is now up and running. He's on 5.
Yeah, it's a gift, an absolute gift, and all of a sudden there were 10 from the over, which released a bit of pressure that had been building on certainly Michael Burgess, but also Will Rhodes as the captain, who knows that at some point they're going to have to start getting on with it, but suddenly they just crept up a little bit. Still an awful long way, 277 required. 38 overs left. It's not getting any cooler. There's no breeze. In comes Mulder, whipped away off the legs again. Just the one.
You were unfortunate when you were next door, because the commentator cam came on just as you were slapping sun cream in the window. So
it's bursting through the windows here. Mulder shot defensively into the offside from Burgess. No run. Got to top it up at some point during the day, Richard. Don't keep this fair pasty skin for nothing. Not a man that likes to be in the sunshine for too long. I wonder if it'd been a little bit cooler, just around the 30-degree mark, whether there would have been a bigger crowd in. Mulder's come over the wicket this time, and they thought about a single, nothing there.
Possibly. It isn't often Leicestershire are sort of halfway through a competition at the moment and in with a decent shout of qualifying for the knockout stages, so interest is beginning to build, if that makes sense, after this game.
Alright, saying you top the group, you go automatically to the semi-final.
Correct, and you get a home semi-final.
Mulder up to the crease. That was a little bit bouncer, and he played that nicely actually. Out into the leg side, fielded by Welsh.
If you finish second, you go into the playoffs, don't you?
Yeah.
And you play the team that finishes third in the other group at home. I think that's how it is. And so the 2 third place finishers play a semi-final away from home. I think that's how it is.
He's gone back around the wicket here, Mulder. Flicked again off the pads. Will just be a single. I mean, as we had a conversation earlier, it is indicative sometimes of cricket's decision makers to make what could be a relatively easy, simple process feel a lot more complicated.
They are by and large dealing with simple people, so I have a degree of sympathy for them, but
you just feel, well, the top 4 in each group, quarter-finals. What's wrong with that simplicity? Mulder back over the wicket. Lovely straight back defensive shot from Burgess, who, having got a boundary, hasn't really shown too many signs of wanting to kick on at this stage. 6 from 16 for him, 15 from 21 for Rhodes, 65 for 2 at the end of the 13th.
Yeah, and I mean, they're well ahead in comparative terms, but if you look at the Duckworth-Lewis, which is shown on the board, then you can sort of see where they're judged to be at the moment. They should be, if Duckworth-Lewis is to believe, to be believed, on a sort of 104, 105, to be up with where they want to be. In fact, they're 65 for 2. So change of bowling. Roman Walker, the former Glamorgan, well, I think we can call him a bowling all-rounder really, but primarily seam bowler. That's what he gets paid for. He's going to have a bowl in place of Chris Wright at the from the Bennett end to the left-handed Will Rhodes. He's going to go around the wicket. In he comes and bowls down the leg side. Will be signalled wide. Not a good start from Walker. Is signalled wide by umpire Middlebrook.
Yeah, the DLS seems the most redundant of facts needed at this stage. The chance of certainly any rain appearing and washing this out.
Yeah, in those terms, yes, absolutely. But in goes Walker and bowls outside off stump, pleasantly driven, but he had to reach for it a little bit there. Will Rhodes got to it, but couldn't quite time it. As a consequence, Lilly comes in, offside sweeper and fields, and one is taken. But I guess it's useful, or vaguely useful, in terms of judging where the innings is at.
Just goes to show how well paced that Leicestershire innings was. That key few overs, considering Leicestershire at the same time 51 for 2 after 13 overs.
Walker back over the wicket, dug out by Michael Burgess. Foolish delivery, not quite a Yorker, but still had to come down on it hard, and did. But he looks kind of a little bit fretful, Burgess, at the moment, as though he really wants to crack on and get after it, but struggling to time it at the moment. You feel there's a lot of sort of latent power there, and if he times 1 or 2.
There's a lot of open spaces on the leg side.
He waits with bat raised as in goes Walker. Bowls to him, and well, there you go, exactly what we were predicting. He smashes it back over Walker, over long on, well, over mid on, there isn't a long on, and over the sight screen for 6. That has been coming, as they say.
Gave himself room, took a big swing. Mentioned he had a little look over towards that area and the empty vacant spaces, and thought there wasn't too much risk in trying to play that shot.
Sashayed down the wicket and got to the pitch of the ball. Walker is in again to him outside off stump. He tries to slash it away after a very sort of pleasant sachet down and straight hit. That was something of a wild slash outside off stump, and it goes through to Harry Swindles uninterrupted. 73 for 2. I mean, is it the right attitude from Burgess? If a quick 70 or 80 or more keeps Warwickshire firmly in the game. Walker is in, clipped in the air, wide, just short of mid-on, I think, and yeah, certainly it's not a catch, and it's stopped diving away to his right by Chris Wright, who is on the edge of the circle at mid-on. Did he get there? It's quite hard in the very, very bright sunshine sometimes to pick up the white ball.
I think it might just not have carried.
He got there. That's my excuse anyway. Walker is in. Burgess is driving for 4. Was foolish outside off stump, and he went for it and has steered it away to the extra cover boundary for 4. So an expensive start to Roman Walker's bowling. A 6 and a 4. 12 runs from his first over. Is he going to, with respect to him, be the Garrett of the Leicestershire bowling attack? Well, Garrett came back strong with picking up 2 wickets in the final over.
Yeah, wicket with the final ball. A little bit of a gift. I mean, his figures look a bit more respectable. Mulder is going to continue. 77 for 2. Burgess 16 off 21. Rhodes on strike 16 off 22. They've got there in pretty different fashion. Mulder continuing this line from around the wicket, trying to cramp him up. Rhodes just plays it off the hips. Lock square, comfortable for one.
Just wonder whether Rhodes has said, look, you do what you go for it, I'll just play sense steadily. People can throw the bat around me, sort of thing. They're just radiating aggression at the moment.
Mulder's going to come back over the wicket for Burgess. In again, a bit of a wild swing. Wicketkeeper didn't pick it up. There is a fielder to scamper around from third man. I'll restrict them just down to one by.
It's not easy, is it? Bounced a couple of times, but good work by Scriven running across there. Could easily have been 2 or even 4.
Mulder going back around the wicket for Rhodes. To the stumps now, playing forwards into the onside. Heard a loud shout of yes, yes. Through for another comfortable single. Just keep the scoreboard ticking.
Again, Burgess sort of throwing his hands at everything at the moment.
Just do a couple of steps back, had a look round. There's no slips. Man back on the boundary on the leg side. Fine leg coming up just outside the circle.
Your long on has gone out.
Up comes Mulder over the stumps. Plenty of space. Burgess to play it into. They'll run a quick and sharp 2. That was a good running as well. And the first one very hard. They were to ease off at the end of the second. Two deliveries to come. Mulder's 5th over, 1 for 16 so far. Relatively tidy, started with a wide. Just drifted onto the legs a bit. Burgess happy enough to play it into the space. A little misfield from Lewis Hill. Not punished. Recovered quickly enough. Rhodes on 18, Burgess on 19. Warwickshire 83 for 2. 35 overs remaining, 256 runs needed. Mulder in again, round the wicket to Rhodes. That was high.
No ball on height. So it won't be a free hit. Just has to be bowled again.
It's been relatively economical. Comes again towards the stumps. And it was short. Rhodes trying to pull it, hit the body, misjudged it, mistimed it. I don't think it was necessarily any slower, maybe just stuck in the pitch a little bit. Rhodes thought it was coming on to him sooner than it did. End of the over, 85 for 2.
And only 15 overs bowled, so the run rate at the moment 5.7, and there's nothing wrong with that. They're keeping the rate required at about the same, sort of 7.5 area, these two. But Burgess in particular is taking risks, and he's going to need a little fortune, you feel, to keep it going for any real length of time. If he does so, if he gets it, then he could take, along with Rhodes, Warwickshire close to this. He waits with bat raised as in goes Walker, bowls to him down the leg side, and it will be signalled wide, and is. I think Roman Walker's done something to his hair. It looks an awful lot fairer. I know he's been out in the sun and what have you, but for me, he's done something to his hair. I'll have to go and I'll have to inspect. Could have just been bleached in the sun, but he is a Celt and he's quite dark. North Welshman. He's not from the south. Limping slightly as he walks back to the top of his mark. That's the start the over again. In he comes. Bowls. Burgess pulls a short ball, but only as far as mid-wicket, almost off the front foot there. Down into the ground it went, and Kimber makes the stop at the single saving mid-wicket position.
So they're just not quite timing things, Warwickshire batsmen at the moment.
This is a bit, as I say, what the pitch did on Friday. It sort of became, if anything, a little bit slower. Bjorn Hendricks prancing in like a pony, like a show horse into short fine leg. And Burgess drives, and he's got it through extra cover, who dived across to his right, couldn't get there. It was really travelling, and it travelled past him, or at least underneath the dive of Tom Scriven. Tried to get there, couldn't do so. Out to the boundary it goes for 4. Burgess looking dangerous, moves on to 23.90 for 2, and this sort of little burst of scoring has dragged already Warwickshire up to roughly, we're not up to where they should be on DLS, but they're not far off, and they're miles ahead in comparative terms.
Yeah, it was the partnership of Kimber and Mulder that really got things going.
Indeed, in goes Walker, and again Burgess is trying to hit it through the offside, but doesn't quite time it, and Hill at mid-off can make the stop. Leicestershire after 16 overs was 71 for 2. We are within 3 balls of that, and Warwickshire are 90 for 2.
So DLS seems to suggest they should be on 114.
Yeah.
Leicestershire weren't there until end of the 23rd.
Walker is in, slower ball, thick outside edge from Burgess down towards third man. Mulder gets there, gets his throwaway, said it is just 1. It's a reasonably complicated algorithm, DLS, but it takes into account every factor, not comparative ones necessarily. So certainly the game's still very much in the balance. Rhodes just twiddles the bat in his hand. 18 off 26 for the skipper. Round the wicket goes Walker, bowls to him. He just leans forward, calmly drops the ball out into the offside, and he's going to get an overthrow there. As running in, Kimber threw the ball at the stumps, missed them. It was a fairly unnecessary throw, to be quite honest, knowing Swindles wasn't there and no fielder on the offside able to back up. Then it was always going to be 1 extra, and so it proved. So Rhodes picks up 2 instead of 1. Little bit ragged in the field, Leicestershire, certainly compared to Friday. 93 for 2. Lily's off the field at the moment, as in goes Walker, turned off his legs by Rhodes down towards deep backward square, picked up cleanly by Nick Welsh, gets his throwaway and a good throw, so this time it is just a single. End of the 16th over, 94 for 2. 245 more needed.
So it used to be Duckworth-Lewis, now it's Duckworth-Lewis-Stern. If somebody else comes along and tweaks the algorithm, we're just going to keep adding names every single time. How long is this going to become?
I think they're tolerably happy with the algorithm as it stands, aren't they? But there's nothing that can't be improved, they tell us.
Hendricks prancing with him clearly getting ready to take back over at the pavilion end. It's almost full equestrian.
A good spell from Mulder. 5 overs, 1 for 19 with a huge wicket in it. Robbie Yates.
Hendricks comes 0 for 25 from his first 3. Left arm, a little bit slower. Rhodes couldn't get it away. No run, 94 for 2.
Hendricks maybe in his second spell he's going to take the pace off it and just concentrate on slower balls or accuracy. Certainly it's unlikely to get any swing at this stage, 8 overs old.
Hendricks up to the crease, bounce on it, but he plays it nicely off the back foot. There's Andrew Ryder in Welsh. Just be a single, shot for 1. Burgess on strike, not too much of a change in the field. Shadows getting a little bit longer. Cameraman's umbrella nearly went disappearing to the members up behind. Hendricks round the wicket. Nice shot. Only the one from Burgess trying to drive into the offside.
Yeah, the wind is getting up, which is good news for us, but not good news for the cameraman's umbrella, which is now turned upside down, or sort of inside out, as umbrellas are wont to do. Shouldn't laugh, but he's in all sorts of trouble out there, isn't he?
Hendricks up to the crease. Well, the defended, prodded into the offside. I think go and help.
I was going to say I'll go and help him, but he's managed to lower it. His fellow camera, the operator down at the bottom on the ground, I can see that her umbrella is fine, so the breeze that's getting up is often the way, tends to be stronger up here than down there.
So we do have a fan on, so if you feel like there's a strong wind breeze, often just that as Hendricks comes up. A bit fuller this time, walked away off the legs. Square, just another single. One ball to come of the over. I was just checking. 9 deliveries, I think, since the last boundary. It's felt like longer, to be honest. Hendricks round the wicket. Again, nicely played into the offside. Only the single though. Good fielding once more from Leicestershire. Time for a few players to have a drink. 98 for 2 at the end of 17.
Leicestershire at this stage 75 for 2, so 23 runs to the good. The Bears, Michael Burgess and Will Rhodes, they get the drinks and a towel down from the 2 Warwickshire 12th men. Umpires get a drink as well, but they'll be reasonably pleased with their progress since Robbie Yates went caught behind off the bowling of Ian Mulder for 25, 44 for 2 at that stage.
Same stage, Leicestershire was 75 for 2.
Yeah.
Ahead of the curve in that respect. See, I do wonder if, having seen Michael Burgess looking a bit tetchy as if he really wanted to start hitting out, hit that one big 6, didn't he? The one big boundary, and then whether it's just these two have decided we're going to bat long here. Let's not rush ourselves. We've got plenty of time. Still 33 overs to go from this point. 241 runs to get. These two can stick around for a good 15 overs, 20 overs. You might be in range. And then you've got the likes of Pandia and Lamb to come in. You try and go big now and get out now. It's an awful long way to go. We could be going home early. That's what they tended to do in the Blast, you know. They're either absolutely superb and devastating with a bat, or they crumbled.
Helmet is being brought out for Harry Swindle, so I suspect they've seen enough of Burgess dancing down the pitch at the seamers, walking down the pitch, and is Swindle's going to put it behind him, and it's going to be retained for it. He can stand up to Scriven. Scriven bowls sort of little seamers, but he takes the pace off the ball really nicely, so he'll wait and see Harry Swindle. So he looks like he's asking for some sort of guidance at the moment. He's saying to Hill and Scriven, and Hill is gesturing away. He's sending Roman Walker, who's being taken off already, down to long leg, and indeed Harry Swindles is going to stand up to Scriven. He's not as quick as Walker. He's bowled really nicely on a couple of occasions already, Tom Scriven. Has got collared once or twice. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. As Scriven comes in and bowls short, whacked over mid on for 4. They're making a good fist of this, Warwickshire, as we suspected would be the case. They did lose 2 key batsmen relatively early on. Dom Sibley, who was caught and bowled by Chris Wright for 10, and then Robbie Yates, scorer of a century in his previous appearance, was caught behind off the bowling of Vian Mulder for 25, 44 for 2 at that stage. But Michael Burgess, who used to play for Leicestershire several years ago, he's batting very nicely and aggressively. He's just on to 30 off 31 balls. Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire skipper, is 23 off 32. They've brought up the Warwickshire 100. It's 102 for 2. We're only in the 18th over, so at the moment they are roughly on target to chase down that total. Good crowd here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, basking in the baking sunshine, but certainly they can't be sure of the outcome of the game yet. Warwickshire 103 for 2. Swindles takes off the helmet and goes back for Will Rhodes. Rhodes less inclined to walk down the wicket. Round the wicket comes Scriven and bowls. Rhodes just defends the straight ball back down the pitch. And a fair head. Scriven takes it in his follow through. And there is no run. Scriven is in and bowls a little bit short, and Rhodes can turn it off the body. He's going to think about 2 turns for it, but Welsh got to the ball quickly, got his throw away, and it is not worth taking the risk, decides Rhodes. Settles for a single, moves on to 24, 104 for 2. So 60 added by these two already for the 3rd wicket, keeping Warwickshire firmly in the hunt for what would be, from their point of view, I'm sure, a very pleasing victory to chase down 339. In goes Scriven and bowls to Burgess, who stands up tall, drives it back towards the young Leicestershire all-rounder, who sticks out a right hand and stops it in his follow-through again. Long leg, Walker is summoned into short, fine leg on the edge of the circle. Somebody then must go out somewhere.
Somebody's going to get a change of gloves in a moment.
Scriven is in outside off stump, chopped away by Burgess and chopped away for 4 as well, behind point, and no chance for Welsh running along the boundary there in front of the Uptonsteel stand towards the meet to get there. So a slightly expensive, well, a very expensive over from Tom Scriven to start with, 10 from it. 108 for 2 off 18. Burgess onto 35, Rhodes has 24. The partnership extends ever upwards.
Yeah, going along nicely. There's Michael Burgess, who's changed his gloves for the time being. He's on to 35 from 34, so after a rather pedestrian start from him, he has started to up the pace. Rhodes still 24 from 34. Run rate is at 6 and over. The required run rate is at 7.2. Hendricks to bowl his 5th. No wickets for 29 so far for him. The left armour up to the crease. It's Rhodes, who had a little play at it outside his off stump, but didn't really move his feet. Didn't get near the ball. All the way through to Swindles, the wicket keeper. There's been no more sign of that ice cream van, unfortunately. No cakes made their way up here either. That was a shame.
Alas. All the advertising as well.
If anyone's listening in the teas and ice cream stand at the Meat Cafe, you know where we are. Hendricks up towards the crease. Just nipped away off the pads again. Just a single. Bowled intelligently to Will Rhodes. Want to know where he likes to make his scoring shots. Tied him up quite a few times. Hendricks coming round the wicket to Burgess. Up to the stumps now. Nicely played into the offside. And the boundary riders are relatively busy, but keeping things down to singles.
Often the way innings reflect each other. So it's proving here up to a point so far. Leicestershire now starting to look in need of a breakthrough.
Hendricks up to the crease, full, straight, played into the leg side, no run this time. I say these two decided to relatively settle in and build. Felt like maybe Warwickshire were in a bit of a rush early on. Sibley never really got settled. Hendricks comes in. That's nicely hooked away by Rhodes, but there is a fielder out there. Picked him out straight to him. So just the single. Yates was the key, wasn't he?
It felt a bit that way, but these two are doing a very, very good job. Rhodes playing sensibly, Burgess going for it.
Hendricks round the wicket to Burgess, strayed onto his legs, moved away, deep fine leg. It's the single. I hope they cut to commentary cam on you just at the moment. Got to that stage of the day where we're both stood up,
stretching, and there ought to be a thermometer in here somewhere.
Have an interesting shot up your shorts leg if it cut to you now.
I have made mistakes in that way in the past. We had a cycling sportive last season, which managed to complete all around the sort of various cricket grounds locally before one of the T20s, and I came up to do my stint on the mic for the T20, and I forgot I still had my cycling kit on, which leaves a little to the imagination. I was standing up for much of the kit but for the T20 before realising that cycling shorts and commentator cams are not a good mix. Tom Scriven is going to continue from the Bennett end. Still shudder at the thought. Goes in and bowls, goes through Burgess. He tried to pull a delivery away that wasn't necessarily too short of a length, and although his hands were quick, the ball shot through outside off stump into the gloves of Harry Swindles. Burgess wanders forward, pokes at the pitch, but that's purely a habit basically. Moves into position, takes guard, bat raised, the Scriven is in, bowls, played firmly back down the pitch, but Scriven can stop it in his follow through and does. Kimber walks in and picks up the ball.
Might be an element of this format of the game, might be an element of playing on this particular surface, but both sides have tried to be as straight as they possibly can today. Not giving a huge amount of width.
Scriven is in, Burgess is driving pleasantly out through the vacant mid-on down towards long on, who comes in to meet the ball. Just a single from Michael Burgess. He moves on to 38, runner ball, pretty much 39 balls faced. Rhodes 26 off 38. It's been more circumspect. Just checks his guard with umpire Middlebrook. Scriven round the wicket to the left-hander. Bowls, and a little bit late on that one. Outside off stump, it was sort of in position. I think he thought it was going to be a little bit shorter than it actually was, Will Rhodes, and ended up sort of just dabbing it back down the pitch. Good so far in this over from Tom Scriven.
It's fair to say they've bowled a really good line and length to Will Rhodes. Come round the wicket at him at times, cramped him up for room. You can see he's wandering around, he's looking around. Where are my scoring positions? He's comfortable off the back foot.
Just trying to anticipate those. Have brought long leg into short fine and sent mid-wicket out to the boundary. Scriven is in. All Rhodes can do is just turn his wrists on that as he leans half forward and push it back down the pitch to Tom Scriven. Just a single from the first 5 balls of the over so far. Can he come out of the over as well as he's gone into it? Down the slope he bustles and bowls outside off stump, cut away, might get 2. Lilly is quickly to the ball, is going to get 2. Throw is to the non-striker's end, and Burgess had to get the afterburners on. Scriven hadn't gone behind the stumps, he was standing in front trying to help the ball on to the stumps, wasn't able to do so, but had he been able to do so, might have required a decision of umpire Middlebrook. Still, 2 taken from the last ball, 3 from the over as a whole, 115 for 2 after 20.
Yeah, a bit sloppy cricket all round there really, because Burgess didn't particularly run the first one very hard, and he was rather slow in turning to come back for the second, and had Scriven been behind the stumps, might have been a bit of a problem.
Leicestershire at this stage were 94 for 3, so again in comparison terms, or comparative terms, it's Warwickshire who are well ahead of the game.
Commentary cam has come late to you.
It's come perfectly timed as far as I'm concerned. Few clouds around, but none that are affording any relief, has to be said. Spin. Now this could be interesting. Louis Kimber, very much part-time.
From the pavilion end to Michael Burgess. A lot slower than we saw Krunal Pandya bowl earlier on. Into the leg side for no run. Off the pads.
Worthwhile experiment, perhaps.
He's Gone for it. He's gone for it high, and he's picked out the fielder on the boundary. And it's a big breakthrough, and the experiment pays off for Leicestershire. And Michael Burgess, who could well have been the danger man, was tempted into going for it. And on the big slog sweep, all he could do was put it straight into the hands of the man fielding in the deep. And Warwickshire 115 for 3.
Louis Kimber can do no wrong at the moment. Nick Welsh, the catcher, two-handed, round about chest height. But Kimber, with both bat and ball, is hard to stop at the moment. Michael Burgess's 38 came off 41 balls, but you kind of wonder whether it was the previous over from Tom Scriven that had something to do with that a little bit, when just 3 came off it with just 1 to Burgess, and even 1 tight over at that stage. The pressure mounted a little bit. Went for the big hit. He seemed to pick it up fairly cleanly, but not quite sufficiently so. An MJK. I'm just trying to remember the K, because as I remember it's fairly esoteric, isn't it? Keren, that's it. And I always wondered whether it had some sort of a Cornish links. I remember asking about it once and I can't remember what he said. But anyway, he's back in the pavilion now, Michael Burgess, and it's 115 for 3.
What a big moment that could turn out to be. Huge wicket, which was the man who caught him.
Turned and celebrated with the Leicestershire crowd, Nick Welsh. Will Rhodes, or Pandya will only play one way, will he? He'll go hard.
Well, you would imagine so, and yet there is still an awful long time left. He's coming in at 5, so they must have prepared that they would be in certain situations. Kimber round the wicket to him. Plays it short mid-on.
Made Norton 74 then, basically.
Yeah. Feast or famine.
Yeah.
Plays it this time into the offside for no run. So he's had 2 sighters.
Bjorn Hendricks has imparted a bit of information. Perhaps he's played against Pandya one day cricket, I don't know.
Kimber a bit fuller this time, managed to just whip it off his toes. Now scamper through for a single. Yeah, they're going to need quite a bit from Pandya, and so they got Matt Lamb to come in next, who's can offer handy runs. But then you're into Ethan Brooks, the all-rounder, Kai Smith, who's wicketkeeper batsman really, youngster, and Norwell, Garrett and Hannon Darby. Wouldn't rely on too many runs from them. Another wicket for Leicestershire here, and the game is wide open. Oh, it was in the air, just about squirted away. They'll get a couple down the offside boundary. It's tempting. That's the end of the over. 118 for 3 at the end of 21. The same stage, Leicestershire were 102 for 3.
He does have a list A wicket, Louis Kimber. I'm trying to remember against whom. He did bowl at Sussex. I don't think he took a wicket against them.
Leave you for a moment, go and see if we can update the listeners of BBC WM.
So 118 for 3 off 21 means the rate required has just begun to nibble upwards again. The Burgess-Rhodes partnership kept it at about 7.2 rate required. It's now gone up to 7.6. Again, far from unachievable. Scriven around the wicket to Pandya. Bowls, edge, oh! Caught and bowled, chance, not edge. punched it back down the wicket, stuck out his left hand, Tom Scriven. He couldn't hang on this occasion. It was a difficult one. He hit it more cleanly, arguably, than Dom Sibley did his chance that Chris Wright managed to catch. But it was quite a nice height. Scriven couldn't quite hang on. In he goes and bowls a big flashing drive outside off stump from Pandya, and he fails to connect. Unlucky from Scriven. Gets a pat on the back from Buren Hendricks. Has had a couple of catches dropped off him as well. And he bustles and bowls, and Pandya again quite expansive as he tries to work that one away through the leg side. Hendricks sprawls to his left, gets a hand to it, but can only slow it down, and Pandya is able to take one. Scriven is in, it is bowled, middle stump, out of the ground. Rhodes trying to pull. Bottom edge onto the middle stump. Middle stump is out of the ground. Rhodes turns resignedly and walks off to the pavilion, tosses the bat in his hand, holding it by the blade. And there was just a sense of desperation about that attempted shot from Will Rhodes. Mentioned earlier that against Somerset, quite a few batsmen, I think 4, actually played onto their own stumps, and it has happened again, this time to the Warwickshire skipper Will Rhodes. He's bowled by Tom Scriven, so Scriven not able to take the caught and bowl chance earlier in the over, but lovely sight for the young all-rounder to see a middle stump out of the ground. Two quick wickets for Leicestershire. Seems to have left them reasonably in the driving seat now. Rhodes goes for 30. But Matt Lamb will have other thoughts. 21.4 overs. Pandya has 2 off 6 and has survived one chance. It'll be Lamb, right-hander, who is on strike. Just the 2 innings in the 3 games that Warwickshire have played so far. 17 not out and 11. Is that right? Yes. In fact, he was not out on both occasions. 17 not out and 11 not out. So yet to be dismissed, Matt Lamb, in this competition. And if that is still true after 50 overs of this game, as in goes Scriven and bowls to him. There's an appeal for leg before, looked high to me. It was good appeal, a frantic appeal almost from Tom Scriven, and it certainly didn't hit the bat as umpire Middlebrook pats his knee, but as I say, it did look rather high. Scriven around the wicket to the left-handed Pandya, who is carefully forward, playing it out into the gap towards mid-off, who juggles with the ball. Lewis Hill hurls the ball at the stumps, could be overthrows. No, Mulder has managed, in the end, backing up to make the stop. End of a successful over for Tom Scriven, 1 for 15 from 3 overs for him. As I say, he's made a good impression with certainly with the way he batted earlier today. But that was the first real opportunity he's had with bat in hand, but certainly with ball in hand. And an important wicket, his second in the competition. 121 for 4. Still another 218 needed by Warwickshire. 28 overs in which to get them. 6 wickets in hand. Rate required now 7.8. Mulder, who bowled very nicely in his first spell, coming back on at the pavilion end. He's bowling around the wicket to Pandya. Pandya turns the delivery off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket, where Louis Kimber is the fielder. So the Kimber experiment, did he just have the 1 over? Did he have 2 overs in the end there? It certainly came off, and who am I to argue with Lewis Hill at the moment?
Just the one.
He had 1 over, took a wicket, and has been taken off again.
So I popped next door, timed it terribly. Every time I've gone next door, there's been a wicket falling. So Mulder comes in, round the wicket. That's a nice drive back down the ground. Fielder can't quite cut it off. And it will just about make it. Yep, 4 runs. 4 timely runs. And Krunal Pandya. Say I went next door to do an update. They just put the board up at the full time of the West Brom game. 11 minutes being added on.
Injury presumably, or drinks, or
drinks, and a few injuries. They're trailing by 2 goals to 1, so I think they've felt it's more than welcome. Mulder comes in. That was full. That flick off the pad. Was there a bit of bat in there? Definitely would have been going down leg anyway. Will be signal leg by. Yeah, so I've got a nip next door again in a minute, and another wicket will probably fall. I don't know whether you're superstitious.
No, but there'll be a few Leicestershire supporters who'll be thinking, on your way, off you go. Been doing it too long now to...
I need something remarkable now. Warwickshire, if they're going to challenge for this one. Played nicely into the offside. They're a square late cut. They'll come back for 2. These two have got to stick around for quite a long time.
Do you know, I'm really not sure I wouldn't have given Louis Kimber another over or 2, because Pandya looked to be desperate to get out after him, and you know, 1 or 2 that he hit in the air. Still got runs in hand, but anyway.
Mulder up to the crease, over the wicket. That was nicely bowled, tight into him. Lamb didn't have any room, and it was just short enough to get enough of a bit of a bounce. Past him, maybe just around the midriff.
If Leicestershire complete and it's a long way to go, they haven't got any sort of victory yet, but if they were to complete a big victory, they'd do themselves an awful lot of good in terms of their run rate, which suffered very badly at Sussex.
Mulder is in, full, played into the offside. Fielder barely has to move, just the single. End of the over. Lamb has 2, Pandya has 7. Warwickshire 129 for 4.
Next game for Leicestershire is down in the West Country on Wednesday at the Bristol County Ground. And they follow with their 2 remaining home games against Nottinghamshire.
Nottinghamshire, their next opponents for Warwickshire on Wednesday at Edgbaston.
Big game potentially, and then Durham.
It's Middlesex on Friday for the Bears down at Radlett.
Yep, that's where we played. If you're going down there, you'll find yourself in a little marquee. In goes Scriven and bowls to Lamb, who has to defend the straight ball out into the offside. There's no run.
I'll be at Edgbaston next Sunday for the visit of Durham.
Radlett, reasonably easy to get to. Just south of Watford, off the M25. Hybrid pitch. In goes Scriven, is driven pleasantly by Matt Lamb out towards deep extra cover. Never really a chance of a second. Welsh throws to Swindles, the man with the gauntlets. Single taken, Lamb on to 4. Rate required now creeping towards 8.
Is that Welsh still out on the boundary in front of the Uptonsteel stand, which, because of the trees and the way the sun has moved, now could be, well, he's stood in the sun now, but he's very soon to be the only man in shade.
In goes Scriven, bowls outside off stump, stylishly cut away, carved away through the offside by Pandya. Good work out there by Aaron Lilly, puts in the slide. Takes the ball cleanly and gets away a good throw, but Pandya picks up a couple. Moves on to 7. I beg your pardon, on to 9 for once the electronic scoreboard was behind me. 132 for 4. Scriven is in, Pandya is forward, defending with an angled bat out towards backward point, / sort of deep gully where Rishi Patel is fielding.
You mentioned net run rates. That must play a part in how Warwickshire approach this now. Try and get as close as you can. See if we can bat out the 50 overs. There'll be some players who haven't had a lot of time in the middle.
Scriven is in, Pandya is driving, and again Scriven is not able to take a return chance, this time high to his right. So the first one was sharp to his left and that one high to his right. Well, I suppose you've only got yourself to blame. You can't give evils to the fielder, can you, in those circumstances? But 2 drops by Scriven. Off Scriven, off Pandya.
So once you get beyond this pair, only Brooks and Smith have faced 18 deliveries between them. And 14 of those are to Ethan Brooks. Bottom order hasn't had any time to bat in the 3 matches so far.
Scriven is in, a chastened Pandya. He's forward in defence, just blocking the ball out into the offside. End of Scriven's 4th over, another good one from the all-rounder. 1 for 18 from 4 overs for him now. 132 for 4 after 24. Leicestershire were 122 for 3, so even in comparative terms, the Warwickshire total has suffered slightly. Duckworth Lewis has them at 188, or thinks they should be at around about 188 if they were on target.
Mulder for his 7th over from the pavilion end. Again, it's nice and full and straight, and Lamb unable to get it away. Turns away and twirls the bat in his hands, plays a few full strokes on the matting just to the side of the wicket that we're using. It's been a match winner for the Bears in the past. It'll take something remarkable to turn this around. Mulder is in, swings hard, fielder out there, fields it well on the offside, and they'll scamper back for 2.
Rate required is now 8 for the first time.
Mulder, 3rd delivery of the over. To the stumps, played back into the offside. So Leicestershire's bowling has actually been really impressive. Cramped up the Warwickshire batsmen whenever they could. It just felt like at this stage of the game in the Leicestershire innings that scoreboard was just ticking. They just kept on picking runs, and that hasn't happened in the Warwickshire innings. The acceleration and the pacing that Kimber had. Mulder comes up again, full, will be played out to the offside. Walker down there. He's been a busy man. Aaron Lilly.
Yeah, Lily's the offside sweeper.
I mean, he's rarely had to sweep around very far, has he? Most of those shots have been directly to him. Here comes Mulder round the wicket. It's short. Pandya ducked away at the last moment. There we go. One more delivery, and I shall have to nip next door.
I think it'll be a drinks break anyway.
Before a wicket might fall.
So it might be alright.
Is in around the wicket and hooked away well, and that's a boundary for Krunal Pandya. 139 for 4 at the end of the 25th over, halfway stage. Warwickshire need 200 to go on and pick up what would be a pretty famous victory. Leicestershire looking for 6 remaining wickets, just to keep the score down. Still quite fascinatingly poised.
Leicestershire with the big 4 back in the pavilion probably consider themselves favourites, or Leicestershire supporters might in these circumstances. I'm not having a drinks break, so perhaps Mikey will, his departure will indeed signal another wicket then. Scriven 1 for 18 from 4 to continue from the Bennett end. Bowling to the right-handed Matt Lamb is in. Lamb is advancing forward to meet that straight delivery, but blocking it only as far as Vian Mulder, who is at extra cover. There's no run. Scriven turns. In. Bowls. Driven hard down into the ground again. Bounces up nicely for Mulder to take on the full. Nicely. Bounced up. He had to take it quite low down and sort of roll as he did so, but easier than when it's bobbling towards you, usually. But 2 dot balls to start from Tom Scriven. In and bowls, driving, and gets it through Vian Mulder, diving away to his left. He slows it down, the South African, but Nick Welsh running around from the cover boundary, almost cover point boundary, has a long way to go. So as a consequence, Lamb is able to take a couple, and does, moves on to 9. 141 for 4. Scriven is in. Lamb is on driving on this occasion, almost falling over himself as he does. The full ball might just have come back a fraction to him. Pushes it firmly, but only as far as Hill, who's at a fairly straight mid-on on the edge of the circle. Shadows from the floodlights now extending beyond the pitch, actually, on that west side of the ground. Few clouds around. We're told the clouds are going to start building up a little bit tomorrow afternoon, without necessarily any drop in temperature. That's going to come on Tuesday to sort of more normal levels. That was what I heard on BBC Radio Leicester. Scriven is in. Lamb is playing it back up the pitch to him. The ball dribbles past the stumps. No chance of a quick single. So again, a very good over so far from Scriven. Can he come out of it? Just the 1 ball left, and just the 2 runs from it so far. Scriven is in wideish, driven by Lamb, but only as far as Welsh on the boundary for 1. So 3 from the over, a 2 and a single. Leicestershire will be, and Scriven, Tom Scriven will be delighted with that one for 21 from 5 overs for Tom Scriven. 142 for 4. 24 needed, 24 remain. 197 runs needed at 8.2 now runs per over. Just looking at some of the comments on the stream. Pandya and Lamb only last hope for Warwickshire, question mark, says support Astrope. No great urgency being shown by them at the moment. Well, Louis Kimber, having bowled 1 successful over, is finally going to get another. Well, another over. Whether it's successful remains to be seen. Goes in and bowls to Lamb, slightly short on the leg side. Lamb steps across, turns it around the corner. Right, has to run across to his left of field, so 1 is taken. A relieved Mikey returns, not having proved that he isn't a jinx after all. But Kimber, the golden boy at the moment, is back on, so remains to be seen. Pandya, I'm sure, will take him on. Long gone, Hendricks has gone back, as has Long off. In goes Kimber, drops a little bit short outside off stump, and Pandya can go back and cut well down to the deep backward point boundary. Well, obviously deep, the backward point boundary for 4. Just too much width there from Louis Kimber. Needs to be straighter than that. Nice shot from Pandya. He's moved on to 17 off 17 balls, 147 for 4. Kimber going around the wicket to him, tosses it up on that occasion, uses his feet well to drive down to Roman Walker at long off, long barrier form, just the 1 taken.
He's itching, isn't he, Pandya? 18 from 18.
I feel it could end up here. Or could smother it straight to mid-on.
In, went off the pads. I'll get just the 1. Where are we at? 149 for 4. 23.2 overs remaining, 190 to get. Into T20 territory. Kimber round the wicket. Pandya stepping back, slapping it away. He picked up on the boundary. Just the 1 though. 150 comes up for Warwickshire. 4 wickets down. If they'd had a couple more batsmen to come, I thought they could have given it a real good go. Still might. Oh, a bit of a mix-up. There's going to be a run out. It's a direct hit.
Who is she?
And Matt Lamb is gone, and Warwickshire's hopes may well just go with him. It's an excellent piece of fielding. Lamb set off to go for a quick run. Pandya didn't move, and he didn't even bother to try and get back. Wicketkeeper was behind the stumps had it not hit them directly. Warwickshire 150 for 5.
150 for 4. Good sprawling stop, and then not only did he manage to pick it up, he actually managed to hit the stumps. Despite the fact that Lamb had given it up, understandably, was stranded 2/3 of the way down the wicket. Lewis Hill, the captain, sprawling to his right, made the stop, and from his knees lobbed it fairly gently towards the stumps, but as a consequence, perhaps, managed to hit them. Lamb goes for 12. 150 for 5. A long way back from here for the Bears. Pandya's still there. And Brooks, no mug with the bat, he. But as you've been saying, Mikey, that I'm sure in the dressing room they'll have said, well, you know, we don't want to be bowled out for 200 here, and
Yeah,
sort of take a big hit to the run rate.
it's happened a couple of times in the Blast where, you know, they went big and then they just crumbled and wickets fell pretty quickly. And, you know, it's about them showing things to themselves sometimes. What have we got? You know, players who are going to come in who haven't had a bat yet in the competition. If you're going to go deep in these kind of competitions, then you've got to be able to bat deep and bat in pressure situations. As we mentioned, you've got to top the group to get automatically to the semi-finals. You've got to finish second or third to get through.
Oh! Scriven bowls outside off stump to the left-handed Pandya, who's drawn into the drive, bounces and leaves him a fraction, and he misses it by a distance, it's got to be said. Well bowled again by Tom Scriven. The scoreboard has given that run out to Hill, but I must admit my first thought was it was Patel, and I'm still not sure. I'll have to check that. Scriven is in, leaning forward is Pandya, guiding it off the angled bat, but only as far as Patel, who's at backward point.
Quick info giving it to Hill as well.
Well, that's the scorers. The scorers control that and the scoreboard. So, but he's not infallible, isn't Prodge? So I will confirm that afterwards. Scriven is in, outside off stump. This time the angled bat gets it past Patel down towards third man to Hendricks. 4-1. Pandya on to 20. 151 for 5. Rate required 8.4. Now, that's very different. 8.4 when you've lost 5 wickets, the top 5 wickets.
There's a couple who'll be disappointed. Got in, got out.
Scriven back over the wicket to the right-handed Brooks, who's turning it out towards mid-wicket. Kimber goes scrambling across, can't quite get there. Lilly has to come in behind him, tidy up, and Brooks is off the mark with his first ball, just a single. Round the wicket. Scriven bowls outside off stump, a little bit short, carved away pleasantly by Pandya, out towards Lee for 1. Looks like so many left-handers, quite a graceful batsman in a way. Krunal Pandya. At the moment, a runner ball would be insufficient. Scriven is in and bowls outside off stump. Not sure where that's gone, Brooks, and looks wildly around for a minute, but sees Pandya galloping towards him, shouting, yeah, yeah. Realises it's gone off a thick inside edge into a gap in the leg side and running across from mid-wicket. Kimber fields, but not before Brooks has picked up his second run.
Feels like there is a little bit more of a breeze now across the field. Shadows starting to get longer as the day has progressed. Uptonsteel stand, a few more people heading towards it. As part of the Bennett end begins to get a bit of sunshine that hasn't seen it all day.
For the first time, Warwickshire are behind in comparative terms now. Leicestershire 156 for 3 off 28.
Kimber is in, slapped away by Brooks. 154 for 5 off 28. That's right to say 156 for 3. There's a good spell of acceleration during this period. Kimber in round the wicket for Pandya. Just about gets it away into the offside. Through for a single. 3. Kimber back over the wicket. All the way into the offside.
And it was Hill.
Kimber round the wicket for Pandya.
Robert's been in touch on Twitter. Robert Coe, that is. Stroked out into the offside by Pandya for 1.
In comes Kimber over the wicket. Again trying to stretch, not a huge amount of footwork from Brooks, and he couldn't get it away. And that's the end of the over. The benefit of the spinners tend to rattle through. 29 gone, 158 for 5.
Yeah, decent over from Kimber, just singles and 5 runs from it, I think. Yeah, Robert, so impressed with County over the last few Royal London Cup games, even without the 4 players. And in his words, stolen and bribed to play in the 100. Lovely to see kids on the pitch during the break, and the red and green kit. They're the County's colours, so please keep it, he says. Chris Wright's coming back on now. Scriven, 1 for 25 from 6 overs. Really useful little spell from Tom Scriven. Chris Wright bowled very nicely up front for Leicestershire. Gave it everything. 1 for 26 from 6 for him. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's bowls his remaining 4 overs now, to be quite honest. Down the slope he comes from the Bennett end to bowl to Pandya, who drops the delivery off stump out into the offside, takes a couple of steps down the wicket, is sent back in no uncertain terms by Ethan Brooks, and he acknowledges that Brooks was perfectly correct to send him back as Rishi Patel closed quickly on the ball.
Can't afford another run out.
Does look a little bit trigger happy in that respect, doesn't he? Pandya waits as Wright is in to him, almost a leading edge as he's fractionally squared up by that foolish delivery. It swings in a little bit, might just have held its own off what is left of the seam, bunts it back down the pitch to Wright. No run.
Pandya, of course, who simply didn't move when Matt Lamb got run out. There was never a moment in his mind where he was trying to scamper through for that single.
Wright charges in and bowls slightly short. Top edge should be caught at point, and is caught at point by Rishi Patel. Wright has his 2nd wicket. Pandya is already walking back to the pavilion, and it does look now as though Leicestershire are very much favourites to go on and win this game. Karunal Pandya goes, caught Patel, bowled Wright for 23. 158 for 6.
Yep, that's probably game over, has to be said. Last real hopes of getting quick runs and trying to challenge a target which is still 181 runs away. Karunal Pandya trying to speed things up. Kai Smith will come in. He faced a couple of deliveries so far in this competition.
But already the run rate required, as it tends to in these circumstances, when wickets start to fall, starts to really climb quickly, doesn't it? Because it's so hard for the new batters to get going quickly. And it's already up close to 9.
Just looking at the scoring graph, you can clearly see how, despite losing wickets, they were ahead of the curve, Warwickshire, until the last couple have gone, and then things really slowed. Pandya faced 29 deliveries, 3 4s, no maximums. Wright does the damage again.
2 for 26 for Chris Wright. New batsman at whom to bowl. Kai Smith. Right-hander faces as Wright bowls to him. He's up on his toes, dabbing the delivery, shortish delivery from just outside off stump down to third man, taking one.
To Leicestershire's credit, Richard, they really used the pitch better than Warwickshire did in the bowling terms. You've seen a bit better, shorter pitch stuff. Warwickshire maybe tried to take pace off a little bit when they did so in their innings, whereas Leicestershire seems to have just hit the surface harder.
Right, trying to do just that, comes in and bowls and goes past the outside edge of Brooks back with a beauty. Movement, says Brooks. Lovely, lovely delivery. Brooks groping, not able to get anything on that.
As I said earlier, they've used their angles better as well. Leicestershire bowlers made it really difficult to score. You talked a bit about the potential of the pitch to slow up at times.
Right is in, outside off stump, dabbed down into the ground by Brooks. He's a little bit late on it, could have gone back down into the stumps, didn't, just bounced out into the offside. End of the over. Another good one for the Foxes and for Chris Wright in particular. 2 for 27 from 7 for Wright, 159 for 6 at the 30 over mark. Well, double it, is that, as we were saying, it's still theoretically possible, and on that basis it would be close, but just the 4 middle and tail end wickets in hand.
DLS thinks they should be on 249 now.
Yeah.
If they were going to chase. That's a long, long way away. It's only going to get further away as Kimber comes back in over the wicket from the pavilion end. Smith just rocks back, sends it into the leg side for 1.
Leicestershire had, they weren't that far ahead, 167, but they had wickets in hand because they were only 3 down.
Just an aside, by the way, that was an really awkward one for Patel, wasn't it? The way it went up in the air, a couple of steps.
Yeah.
Looked for a second like he might have slightly misjudged it. It looked tougher than it maybe was.
Would have been a horrible one to drop though, wouldn't it? It was, you know, one of those that looks easy, isn't necessarily, but
Kimber over the wicket. And sweep away. Exaggerated sweep, they'll come back for 2. Ethan Brooks went down very early. Yeah, we've all dropped them. I've definitely dropped easier catches than that. And no one's ever paid me to play the game. There's Kimber. Oh, it's gone big. It's gone big, Brooks, and there's no one down there. It's going to be 1 bounce and 4. Super hit towards covers. Brooks may be feeling like he may as well go for things here. At least put a bit of pressure back on Kimber. Close in on the score a little bit for the net run rate. Maybe have a bit of fun. Been a long old day in the sunshine. Hot. Sticky conditions. Free your arms. Let's see what happens. In comes Kimber again. Slapped down the ground this time relatively straight.
it was a nice clean strike, wasn't it? Didn't try and overhit it.
There's a fielder on Leicestershire. Kimber comes in once more. Reversal. Attempted a sweep and good fielding position. Cuts it off. Kimber, final ball of the 31st over. to the stumps, sending Smith back, just prods it into the onside for no run. 167 for 6. And it is a matter of time for Leicestershire going to get a very big win.
Nat Bowley sporting bright red reflective sunglasses was the 12th man on, and he's gone jogging off, and Bjorn Hendricks has walked back on. Just 19 overs left to be bowled. An hour and 5 minutes or so, an hour and 10 minutes perhaps, if we get them all. Right is in and bowls. It comes back in towards Brooks, who is defeated on the back foot as he tries to play it out into the leg side. Does a bit too much, and there's no real appeal. There's a sort of appeal from behind the stump, but Wright doesn't add his voice to it, knowing it was going to go down the leg side. In he comes and bowls short, pulled, and didn't really get hold of it. Really did well actually to get on top of it, because he banged it in very short, Chris Wright there. Brooks gets it past Louis Kimber. Lily is the fielder. Sun has gone behind cloud very briefly. Lily completes the fielding 2 to Ethan Brooks. He moves on to 13. Well to reach that one. Had he not tried to, it might have just been signalled wide, or even no ball on height. Wright is in, bowls to him. He dabs down on it a fraction late, sees it going only as far as Rishi Patel at backward point, and no run can be taken. Goes quite quickly to Patel. Rate required now 9.2. Bjorn Mulder has a word with Lewis Hill as he relays the ball on round the offside out to Chris Wright. Halfway through his 8th over. In, bowls outside off stumper, feeling for it, trying to guide it down through the offside is Brooks, and not getting anything on it.
Brooks 13 from 14, Smith 2 from 4.
Update for BBC Radio Leicester. Goes quickly the hour, doesn't it? It seems to. It has indeed. They have lost 3 wickets since you were with me last. Those of Will Rhodes, who was bowled by Tom Scriven, trying to pull, got a bottom edge and lost his middle stump, 119 for 4. That was fairly closely after the loss of Michael Burgess, caught by Nick Welsh at deep mid-wicket off the bowling of Louis Kimber. The young man can do no wrong at the moment. We then had Matt Lamb run out after a mix-up with Krunal Pandya. Pandya went nowhere, and Lamb was stranded 3/4 of the way down the pitch. Lewis Hill, Leicestershire's captain, affecting the run out, and then Pandya himself was caught by Rishi Patel at point when he top-edged an attempted pull at the bowling of Chris Wright when he was on 23, 158 for 6 at that stage. It's gone on to 169 for 6. Ethan Brooks has hit a couple of good blows. He's on 13 off 16. Kai Smith is with him. He's only faced 4 balls and has picked up 2 singles. All of that means that Warwickshire still need another 170 runs to reach that target of 339. They have just 18 overs to get them, and it looks very much now as though Leicestershire are going to go on to a 4th win in 5 matches in their group in the Royal London One Day Cup.
In comes Kimber, resuming, 169 for 6 at the end of the 32nd. Smith on 2, Smith on to 3 now, Brooks on 13. Would anticipate that another wicket or 2, things might fall quite quickly as Kimber comes in once more and Brooks slaps it away. They'll just get another single Keep the scoreboard ticking over. Some valuable time in the middle for these two. A result in the 100 today. Southern Brave Women beat Oval Invincibles. Scooped up in the air and should have been caught. Two of them went for it in the end. I think it was Tom Scriven who was the man just behind. Was slapped away really by Kai Smith, and it went high in the air, went over the top of one fielder, and Scriven on the edge of the circle probably just got put off by the man jumping in front of him. In comes Kimber. That was pulled down, and Brooks has missed out on one there in trying to whip it away. I think it was Rishi Patel, you know, who was just jumping in front of Scriven. Two of them could have got it. I do think Scriven might have got it had Patel not been jumping in front of him. And he's making that point, I think, now as Patel runs back over in that gully area. In comes Kimber again. A bit straighter, a bit high, not the best of shots from Brooks, but no run. There's Lewis Hill patrolling that cover. We're very happy with the way things have gone. One ball to cover the over. Kimber up to the crease now. On a slow run up, attempted slog sweep, didn't get a full hold of it, just the one. And another over passes. 17 remaining, 173 for 6. Smith is on 4. Brooks on 15. So Southern Brave Women won by 12 runs against Oval Invincibles. The Northern Superchargers beat Spirit by 5 runs. Scotland against the United Arab Emirates taking place right now. Scotland 254 for 9, UAE 147 for 7 in reply. Chris Wright to continue from the Bennett end, comes in and just about worked away by Ethan Brooks. In comes Tom Scriven from deep fine leg. That's 49. Roman Walker taking over from the Bennett end. Lancashire 183, Hampshire 143 for 7 in reply. Need 41 from 57.
Where's that being played? Sounds an interesting
Southampton.
wicket. Walker is in, bowls on off stump, just dabbed out into the offside by Kai Smith, only as far as Patel, no run.
Yeah, it's down
Low
at
score.
Southampton. Kent won by 4 wickets against Northants. 213 for 6 at Canterbury. Notts have beaten Durham by 2 wickets with 12 balls remaining.
Yeah, I think they're probably favourites to finish on top of the group, not just about. Walker is in. Smith is carving the short outside of off-stump delivery down to backward point, stroke wide third man for 4. Poor delivery from Roman Walker, who has conceded 26 runs now from his 2.3 overs, and if there's been a weak link in the Leicestershire bowling, it has probably been Walker. Gets an encouraging pat on the back from Lewis Hill.
There's a chase going on at Taunton.
Walker is in, bowls of a very high bouncer, ducks underneath it. Smith, though, not high enough to be signalled anything other than 1 for the over by James Middlebrook.
Kind of chase we were hoping for here. Somerset made 335 for 6. Middlesex are 245 for 3 in reply, needing 91 from 13. Sussex have beaten Surrey by 216 runs. 378 for 6 Sussex made at Hove. Surrey 162 all out.
Walker is in, slightly slower ball. Smith dabs it down behind square on the leg side this time. The call of yes is from Ethan Brooks, calling him through for the quick single. He wasn't quite sure where it had gone, but it was a safe enough single in the end.
Sussex recovering from their defeat at Edgbaston the other day. Pujara made 174 from 131.
Some player. He's been some signing, I should say, really. We knew he's some player, but what a player.
Aristides Carvelas with 4 wickets.
Walker is in, chips it out towards mid-off. If the throw hits, it could be close. It missed by a long way from Lewis Hill, who raises both hands into the air. Took 4 wickets against Leicestershire. Carvelas is a sort of South African of Greek origin who's kind of on trial with Sussex, but he's making the most of his opportunity, put it that way. End of the over, 180 for 6, 34 overs have gone, 16 remain, 159 needed, so even I can work out that is fairly close to 10 and over now.
Worcestershire 144 for 7, needing 169 from 17 overs against Derbyshire at New Road. Derbyshire made 312 for 9. Hampshire down to 39 required from 54. So it does look lively in that game. Top score in the Lancashire, well, first 3 in the Lancashire innings all went for ducks as Hendricks is back on from the pavilion end. Brooks gets a single to start off the over. Wells, Jennings and Bohannon all went for ducks. Then Croft made 47 and Rob Jones 84. So we saw some semblance for Lancashire. Toby Albert is the man getting most of the runs for Hampshire in response. Right, they'll get over the line. Hendricks up again, round the wicket, the left armour. Relatively straight. Smith nowhere to go. Prodded it into the offside. 9 for him so far. Brooks is 18 from 23. .181 for 6. And the target was 339. 15 and a half overs remain after this delivery from Hendricks. Up to the crease now. Oh, bowled him! Beautiful delivery. Kept relatively low at middle stump. Went almost cartwheeling out the ground. Not quite. But he could do nothing about that, Kai Smith. He's bowled nicely, Hendricks. He's bowled straight. And eventually, the batsman was going to miss one. And when he did, Bales went flying. 181 for 7.
Yeah, his second spell, when he hasn't tried to really hurry the batsman quite as much, it's been rather more effective than his first. His first 3 overs, I think, went for 26 Hendricks, but his second spell, the second bunch of 3 so far, he just conceded 8 runs and picked up that wicket. So good stuff from the Foxes.
Liam Norwell on his way out. Actually 181 for 7. In theory, we were due another hour of play. Leicestershire might well think we can wrap this up maybe in the next half an hour, maybe less. Everyone can get home. Ready for a cold shower, ice bath for the players. Geary Bar looks quieter now. Big frame of Liam Norwell will get in, taking his guard. May as well have a swing. So even the hopes of getting relatively close to the score and keeping net run rate down feel a long way away now. Hendricks 1 for 34 from 5.5. Up to the crease. Oh, yeah, he's gone. First ball. Didn't know whether it carried or not, but flicked high into the air. The close infielder and Liam Norwell didn't last long, and this game might not last long. Warwickshire all of a sudden a 181 for 8.
By Ian Mulder off the bowling of Buren Hendricks without scoring.
2 in 2 for Hendricks.
I'm not sure, I have to admit, when the last List A hat-trick was taken by a Leicestershire player. Not sure I've seen one in the last 9 years, so no doubt perhaps somebody will be able to update me on that one. But he has still to take another wicket. Ian Mulder, inevitably, very safe pair of hands in support of his fellow South African. Yeah, the scoreboard pressure perhaps has made the difference in the end.
Early wickets.
Yeah, the two that they took in the power play has made you couldn't help feeling one of Sibley or Yates had to get probably a century today. They weren't able to do so. Leicestershire also lost early wickets, but as we've been saying, their strength was in the middle order really. Kimber, Mulder.
It was when they went from 89 for 3 to 198 for 4.
Yeah.
That's what took it away, wasn't it?
Kimber, Mulder and Lilly and Swindles, in fairness.
Kimber with the
batted
ball.
very well. Yeah.
Be on for a man of the match here.
He's fairly used to he won't be fine. He doesn't mind one way or the other. And also, as long as the team is winning. But they have seemed to have found a good format in the competition at the moment. People are understanding their roles and how to play them, and it makes a difference.
Hendricks will come over the wicket to the new man, the left armer Garrett. Hat-trick ball, and it's defended nicely. A little ripple of applause. Wasn't quite the build-up that a hat-trick ball would normally have generated.
It's kind of different towards the end of a List A game, isn't it, to a red ball game, but he gave it a chance. It was straight. Garrett was equal to it. Must be known as Pat, mustn't he, Garrett?
In comes Hendricks. Up to the crease. Well defended by George Garrett. End of the over, the 35th, 181 for 8.
Maybe it's too old a reference for the youthful Warwickshire dressing room. Might be one or two Dylan listeners or fans in the dressing room, but even so, no, maybe not. There was one very famous Bob Dylan aficionado in the Warwickshire dressing room for a long time. The great RGD Willis, a huge Bob Dylan fan. Walker is in and bowls an attempted, I'm not quite sure what that was, to be quite honest, from Ethan Brooks, an attempted sort of shovel pull from a delivery outside off stump. Ball bounced over the top of the outside edge. Two, I thought momentarily they might, in fact, was it just one in the end? They can't have just taken, no, it was two they took in the end. Momentarily Brooks was interested in a third. He looks a bit miffed, Brooks, standing there with his hands on his hips. He just said unbelievable as well. Well, whether he expected George Garrett, maybe Garrett took the second a little bit too slowly for Brooks's liking. He looks most miffed. Round the wicket again goes Walker, and Garrett is driving. This one he has got away into the gap. It should be two. Will they go for three this time? Yes, Brooks indicates that is definitely going to happen, and Garrett has to just get a little bit of a shuffle on to make that 2 into 3, but he does so comfortably enough, actually.
Brooks was miles home.
Yeah.
Would always have been there. Garrett, on the other hand, a slightly better throw and more backing up, was, shall we say, lumbering for the last couple of steps of that third run.
Walker back over the wicket to the right-handed Brooks, who's
Oh,
down
God.
the wicket, and he's bowled him. May have just held it back a bit, may have just been the Yorker. Either way, Brooks missed it, went for the pull on the full, basically. Missed it, went underneath his bat into the stumps. And Brooks' brief, bright innings ends in vain, alas, for Ethan Brooks. He goes bowled Walker for 18. And the score is 187 for 9. The end is coming quickly.
Yeah, I don't know whether he got a little touch onto that, just to play it down. He certainly took a couple of strides down the wicket. I see it now. Oh no, the live stream was just following the bowler running in. Didn't see the ball hitting the stumps. Bales went flying and Ethan Brooks went walking. And Ollie Hannon Dalby coming out to the crease. And in the words of a famous former England player, coach and commentator, start the car. He did have one game earlier this season, Ollie Hannon Dalby, where he miraculously lasted for an awful long time. County Championship game. I don't think he'll be too fussed about trying to hang around. And Hendricks, he will come on for his 7th over. 2 for 34. 14 overs to go. 1 wicket required for Leicestershire to wrap things up. Hendricks left arm over, slapped away by Garrett, who will push hard, but ball has beaten the fielder and gone over for a 4. In that stage of the game, I can see 1 or 2 heading to the car park already. Not going to worry themselves about waiting for the final wicket to fall. Beat the rush. Van might start selling at half price. Hendricks is in to the crease, straight, whipped off the pads by Garrett. He wants to come back for a second, and he did well to get there. Hannon Dalby looks like a man who got through a hard 10 overs in the blistering heat of the day earlier on. It was quite a stiff turn. And trot back. 193 for 9. Garrett moves to 11 from 7. Hendricks turns at the top of his mark. Pumps the legs and he gets towards the crease. Straight, defended by Garrett out into the offside for no run. Quite a few Leicester City shirts I've seen around. One young man walking across the Uptonsteel stand. Clearing up at the Geary bar. Hendricks turning. 3 deliveries to come at this over. Towards the crease, the left armour. A little bit shorter and wider this time, and Garrett away, but can only pick out the man on the boundary. And Ollie Hannon Dalby has 2 deliveries to face of this over. He's taking his guard. Conversation between Hill and Hendricks. Hannon Dalby sets himself ready. In comes Hendricks. An ultimate ball of the over. It's full and Hannon Dalby just shows him the face of the bat, plays the ball straight back to him. Turns and walks away a couple of steps. Plays a couple of full strokes. like he hurt his hand or his wrist bowling earlier on as well today, so it'll be interesting how hard he goes at the ball if he gets the chance. Hendrick's final ball of his over, of the 37th of the Warwickshire innings, was full and dug out by Hannon Darby into the offside for no run. The 194 for 9 at the end of 37. Just for comparison, not that it means a huge amount right now, Leicestershire with 218 for 5 at the same stage. DLS has stopped giving a half score now we've got to this stage. He thinks this should be 322. There you go, 322 would have been for DLS. Walker to continue. Round the wicket at Garrett, who played it away nicely on the offside, cut it away through gully. Fielder down there just did enough to take the sting off it, Rishi Patel. It meant they only got back for 2. Good sharp running by Garrett, who I think is going to want to farm as much of the strike as possible. Put himself in a handy position to make his place in the team worthwhile. Craig Miles, mentioned earlier, late call up to the 100, is available for 5 games in the 100 because Matthew Potts away with England for the Northern Superchargers. And he will take strike again. In comes Walker, round the wicket, just waited for it to come to him, guided it towards Patel, no run. Not that he would try and sneak through for one at this stage anyway. Ollie Hannon Dalby's having the umpire check his bat. Feels like psychologically if Warwickshire can just get to 200 at the very least. In comes Walker, that was Fuller, well dug out by Garrett. We'll go down to wide third man, which was Louis Kimber. And Dalby, I think, wants to change his bat, having faced 2 deliveries. Not happy with something, and now he's on strike. He's looking towards the bench. Say, where are my spares?
Don't often see that, do you? The bat actually having to be changed. It hasn't perhaps passed its test. What's going? I don't think I've ever seen that before. It didn't go through the gauge.
Yeah.
Are they?
Doesn't have any branding.
No, I was going to say
bats.
it looks like he's carved it himself out of a convenient piece of willow. So perhaps that's why.
He's just picked something up around the back of the dressing room.
Used a plane or something just to shave off. He's going to have to shave a little bit off that other one anyway.
He should sell sponsorship, shouldn't he? He's not going to have a maker's name on there. Put some ink on it. In comes Walker once more. And Dalby trying to get there. It's going to be a wide. It was a rather tired effort at a pull shot. Go through it, practicing it a couple more times. 198 for 9, halfway through the 38th over. Walker comes in again, round the wicket to the big left-hander. He feathered towards the ball. And Dalby didn't get anywhere near it. Two deliveries to come. Shadows getting ever longer. In comes Walker. That's not a bad shot for none in the end. I think it might be a no ball. And Darby didn't use a lot of footwork, but did make a nice connection with the ball. Might have a free hit. So look out, everybody. Ollie and Darby might just have a swing. Walker coming in. Round the wicket again. He did, and he had a good swing. It went high in the air. It'll pick out the fielder. There's ironic cheers. He'll come back for the second. I don't think too many people spotted that it was a free hit. So he took advantage, Hannon Dalby. Not the greatest of hook/pulls that you've ever seen, but knew he couldn't be out, so just popped it up in the air and got himself a 2 and got himself off the mark. Might have been some of the ironic cheers for that as well. As in comes Walker again, this time played nicely off the pads by Hannon Dalby, and it'll be fielded in the deep fine leg by Hendricks. Brought up the 200 as well, 203 for 9 at the end of 38. I say it might only be slim consolation, but it's consolation nonetheless.
Two batsmen punch gloves. Lewis Hill hands Bjorn Hendricks' cap to umpire Longley. Hendricks looking for a 3rd wicket, which would give him 12 in the competition to date and make him, I would suspect, close to being top wicket taker. Runs in, bowls over the wicket to Ollie Hannon Dalby, who leans forward and strokes the ball off a sort of thickish inside edge down towards straight-ish mid-wicket, where Louis Kimber is the fielder. 136 more needed, but I think that's fairly academic now. You never know. Rate required 11.5, still 11.5 overs to go, but just that 1 wicket in hand. It would be a very famous win for Warwickshire to pull it off from here. In goes Hendricks, bowls, and Hannon Dalby clips it nicely off his legs down towards long leg, who throws in. It's just 1, but as he thinks about turning for a second, Hannon Dalby, in sort of classic number 11 style, manages to sort of drop his bat, and it all looks a bit sort of, as cricketers sometimes a little disparagingly say, village.
I was driving home yesterday when Manchester United were 4-0 down at Brentford, and bookmaker came on the radio and offered the odds for a Manchester United win. And I'd suggest they're relatively similar for a Warwickshire win here. In
goes Hendricks and bowls, seams back in. Oh, possible run out. Hannon Dalby turns with the speed of a large oil tanker, manages to sort of get back into his ground, but the throw from Hendricks, it still came to a halt basically there. The throw, Hendricks is unable to take it, needed to hit there from Patel. He hadn't gone that far, but as I say, turning circle is a big one.
It almost was as if Ollie and Darby were saying, please run me out or we can end this.
Hard to get those long legs going again. Hendricks is in to Garrett, who's chipping it in the air. Should be caught at mid-on, isn't caught at mid-on. Walker didn't actually, I'm not sure he actually got there. And again, there's almost a run out as Garrett calls for the second. Walker cross with himself, brushes the dust and dirt off his elbows. He seemed to see it a fraction late, ran to his left from mid-on, tried to get 2 hands underneath it, dived to his left, may just have brushed his fingers, may have gone through them. Either way, he couldn't hang on. So the game goes on. Garrett on to 17. Hendricks is in, bowls to him. He plays it straight back down the pitch to Bjorn Hendricks. Makes as though to flick the ball at the stumps. Doesn't bother doing so. Hannon Dalby reaches his bat back into his ground. Did he actually say what the odds were, that bookmaker, when he came on that time?
I think they were
5,000, something like that.
not
500.
quite, yeah. Not quite in the realms of Leicester City winning the Premier League.
No, 5,000 to 1. Famously, Hendricks bowls a bouncer that is pulled by Garrett and pulled very effectively out to deep mid-wicket, where Lilly puts in the slide. There's a thought of a second, but you heard the no from Garrett because he realised it was the last ball of the over, I suspect, and he is intent on keeping the strike. 207 for 9 off 39, 11 remain, 132 needed from those 11 at 12 runs and over.
So those situations where you get the old win viz that comes up on screen, and these matches are on telly. Chris Wright is back on. Bowled very well today, very well indeed. A couple of key wickets. Dom Sibley at the top, Grinal Pandya coming back on. 2 for 29 from 8 overs. And he comes from the Bennett end. It's well played by Garrett. Defended it relatively late. Easy pick up in the end for Mulder. In the 40th over, Alan Darby's still talking to the umpire about his bat. Maybe the umpire's saying, why haven't you got a sponsored one? In comes Wright. Oh, that's gone high in the air. Game could be over here. And it is. Comfortably taken by Scriven. Warwickshire 207 all out. It's a resounding victory for Leicestershire.
4th in 5 games for the Foxes, and I'd suggest possibly they're most important in that Warwickshire came into the game unbeaten in the competition so far. So the Foxes putting themselves into a very decent position in terms of qualification for the knockout stages. They now head down to Bristol on Wednesday to take on Gloucestershire, whereas the Bears, Mikey, have a game on against...
They are on Wednesday against Notts at Edgbaston, then Middlesex at Radlett on Friday, and Durham at Edgbaston on Sunday, and they finish this competition against Somerset at Edgbaston on Tuesday 23rd. I say finish because they'll still hope that there will be a quarter-final or so to come, though looking at the table, Leicestershire much better placed.
They win by 131 runs, the Foxes. And we will now go and get our interviews, and no doubt you'll hear them being played on various local radio stations over the next day or two. But I hope you've enjoyed our coverage here from the Uptonsteel County Ground. But for now, from myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, and from Mikey Burrows of BBC WM and BBC CWR, it's a very good evening to you all.